Hold on 1 second. Hi, Kurt. Yeah, quick. Gotta go quick. Okay, I would like to call this meeting to order. Roberta, would you do the roll for us, please?
Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Zaragoza?
Here.
Supervisor Parks?
Here.
Supervisor Foy?
Here.
And Supervisor Bennett?
Here. I'm going to have us go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and then I want to go right to the sheriff's issues because I know the sheriff personnel have to leave. Then we'll come back and do our moment of inspiration and our minutes and everything else. So if you'd please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Hand over heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. County Council, do we have to go to agenda review before I take the sheriff out of order, or can I do the sheriff before agenda review?
You can do the sheriff.
Okay, great. All righty. So we will go right to our sheriff items, which start with item 50. Good morning.
Good morning, honorable board members and, of course, Mrs. Robinson. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for putting us first. It is a difficult day, and we appreciate your consideration. Item 50, it deals with the reorganization of the Sheriff's Department. As you know, the circumstances of our nation's economy have left businesses, homeowners, and individuals with no choice but to change and adapt in order to survive. That reality applies to government as well, especially local agencies, and today, the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff has had to look within and decide how best to reduce our costs and provide the same core responsibilities that we always have. With that understanding, Sheriff Brooks has chosen to reshape the management structure of his department, and this will result in over $3.6 million to our budget savings. We know that quality management is critical to the successful operation of the Sheriff's Department. And with that in mind, our department has a number of highly trained civilian managers who, by the way, do not come with the higher costs of law enforcement officers. We have given them the responsibility and authority to help lead the department at a substantial savings to the county budget. During the upcoming fiscal year, the Sheriff's Department will see a net reduction of 15 deputy sheriff positions, including 2 commanders, 2 captains, 5 sergeants, 5 senior deputies, and 1 deputy. This is on top of the 5 civilian management positions that were eliminated last January. 11 management positions will be restructured in this reorganization, and they will take on additional duties and responsibilities commensurate with those of the sworn positions that are being eliminated. This includes 4 new civilian rank classifications that are required to complete this management and operational structure. These newly created civilian rank classifications are titled Sheriff's Bureau Manager 1 and 2 and Sheriff's Senior Manager 1 and 2. The Bureau Managers will report to the Sheriff and executive staff and are considered part of the Sheriff's command structure. The Senior Managers will report to the command level managers. I should mention that all four of our divisions are impacted by this reorganization. We are requesting board approval for the establishment of these rank classifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the sheriff? I don't want to hold you. It's not so much a question. I just wanted to point out that under support services, HR bureau manager 1, and then you have division support, and you have a captain reporting there. And I guess a question that would come to my mind rhetorically, not right now, would be to, as much as possible, to try to have sworn people only in those activities that really require a sworn person. So as this reorganization takes place, I guess that'd be a question a year or two from now, is do we really need to have a captain, a sworn position, reporting in that HR position? And
Point well taken. I believe it's a good decision today, and we can always reevaluate. Be more than happy to discuss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, we're ready for a motion. We have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote. And that motion passes. We have item 51. And that motion passes, and we're now at item 51. Good morning, Mr. Prince.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, fellow board members. Pleasure to see you this morning. I'm here requesting your authorization for the sheriff to accept some Edward J. Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant funds. These funds go to our countywide narcotics task force, which affects families in every one of your districts. This is the primary support level, these funds into the rent, the utilities for our building, the assistance with a part-time prosecutor, identified solely for narcotics enforcement, along with some administrative staff. I ask you to please review this and authorize the sheriff to accept these funds.
Do we have any questions? We're ready for a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote.
And also congratulations to you for your
Yeah.
promotion.
Thank you very much.
And if I might, since you probably won't be here, thank you as we move the methamphetamine report forward. Appreciate your good work.
Thank you very much. And if I could take this opportunity to thank the leadership of Supervisor Long. This is something that's dear to my heart, and I would hope that this group that's together for prevention, law enforcement intervention, and treatment can stay together so we can stay ahead of trends. We're seeing the end of the meth cycle, and the opiate cycle with prescription and street heroin is upon us, and I just hope we can stay together.
And that is the goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. That motion passed. We're on to item 52.
52 is to authorize the chair to sign a letter so that we can expend the 2006 UWASI funds that come out of the LA area. These funds go to help keep us safe internally and externally from terrorist threats and keep our public and private partners in the business field together and cooperating and talking. So with your assistance, we hope that you authorize the chair to sign this letter so we can expend the remaining funds on that 2006 grant.
All right.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And item 53.
Good morning, Chairman
Good morning.
Bennett, members of the board, and CEO Robinson. I'm here this morning to request authorization for continued county participation in the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, also known as SCAP.
We have no questions. We're ready for a motion. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote.
And congratulations to you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
And we're sorry that we've had to move this up, that you've had that you have the funeral that you have to go to and stuff, and appreciate the service.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Sheriff Brooks and his department for an excellent job, for the county and all the work they're doing.
Thank you.
Also, if I could,
Yeah.
and thank you. I know it's, as you go through these difficult times, reorganizing and restructuring and doing things a little differently is a tough way to go, and I just appreciate what you're doing, and I know all the other county departments are going to have to do the same. So we we know it doesn't go unnoticed, trying to make it all work for everybody, so thanks so much.
While the sheriff personnel are here, I'll begin the moment of affirmation and just let them know that for the moment of the moment of inspiration, we've changed it to the moment of inspiration, and I'm on to do the moment of inspiration. I had I was able to attend the sheriff's briefing of the community a week ago out at Faria Beach. And at that point in time, I learned about how much time our investigators spent immediately after that happened. Some of our sheriff personnel worked 32 straight hours because they know that first immediate 24, 36 hours is most critical. Just an example, and we want to keep pulling out examples that inspire all of the rest of us to do the best we can, and that certainly inspired me when I heard that last night. So if you'd pass our appreciation on to everybody that's works so hard for that. So that's our moment of inspiration, and thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, we have a speaker for the moment of inspiration, Mr. Carroll Dean Williams.
Thank you. Your county council might want to write this down. In Warren versus Parker, 1957, 48 Cal 2D, 890, 894. Quote, "It is elementary that public officials must themselves obey the law." Unquote. That gave me a moment of inspiration. Thank you.
Okay, we are now ready to go to have a motion on the minutes.
Move the minutes of January 6th and February 3rd, and Mr. Zaragoza gets the phone out.
Finally a big boy now, huh? He gets to vote on the whole thing, right? All right. Took him all the way till May to get to, June to get to do that. All right, and the motions, the minutes pass in that exciting, tense vote there. And agenda review, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, we have two revisions. On item 30, there's a revised Exhibit 1, and that's the County Road Fund Status Projection PowerPoint presentation. And on item 31, there's a revised board letter and Exhibit 2.
That's it?
That's it.
This huge agenda, and that's it? 2 minor revisions? Board members, anything else?
I do have a question on item 11 and 12, if I can get those answered.
All righty, and I would like to pull item 13. So, mostly some. I just want a little bit like Supervisor Parks. I want to point some things out, right? So why don't we, with that, anything else on agenda?
Mr. Chair, I also wanted to make some comments on 13.
Okay, great. All righty. Then we need a motion to approve the agenda as modified. Do we have to identify that we've already taken the sheriff's items? We probably should at this point in time, right? Okay, great. And Supervisor, well, you want to pull it 18, all right? Okay, so we've got 11, 12, and 18. 11, 12, 13, and 18. Great.
Second.
Move the agenda as modified, right? There you go. We're ready to vote on the agenda modifications. And now we have consent items. Let me just ask you, do you want to pull, you just want to make a comment? Yeah. And then do we want to roll all these back into consent and vote them all at one time? We just want to be able to talk. All right, so let's take them in order. We'll go 11, 12, 13, and 18. Supervisor Parks, 11.
Thank you. Item 11 regarding the Mental Health Services Act program request for $1.14 million in additional appropriations that will go to increase CASA Pacifica contract. My question is whether that will be ongoing.
Item 11,
This is recommendation number 3, page 6.
Good morning, Mrs. Robinson, members of the board, Supervisor Parks. Regarding your question, this monies represents a transfer from the contingency, the $2 million contingency that we have as a set-aside for MHSA. The total $1.1 million is going to be for professional services for 742 and other charges, so it's not all for Casa Pacifica.
I guess Casa Pacifica is the 741,000.
Right.
But I'm just wondering, the question I had is if that will be ongoing. In other words, do we anticipate funding that each year?
Well, what this represents is an increase in the CERT contract for this year, and what we'll be doing in regards to next year is looking at what their levels are. It could be an increase ongoing, but what we've done is for our next year 9-10 budget for MHSA, we've taken into consideration the increases that we've had this year in terms of budgeting forward for 9-10. Their levels have increased because they were ramping up, and they were doing that 30-day follow-up with the kids, so their units did increase. But we've accounted for it in terms of 9-10.
Okay. So it is a service that is part of the MHSA.
It's all MHSA funded, right?
And they're providing it, and so we, as long as we can, will continue
That's right.
that program.
That's right.
That was what I was asking. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
But there'll be annual review, evaluation of that.
That's right.
Thank you.
item 12, Supervisor Parks.
On item 12, this is in regards to the trauma center, and I know that we are now proceeding with the implementation of the trauma center and our trauma program. So this is beginning the implementation. I'm wondering, one, when will we be trained and ready to go with that? How long is that going to take? And then just a question about taking on this responsibility if there is increased liability associated with it.
Well, thank you, and good morning, members of the board, Supervisor Parks. For clarification, these components that we're putting in place for trauma doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be designated as a trauma center. We fully expect that the EMS agency will be back before your board to get authorization to release a request for proposal to which various hospitals in the county can apply for the trauma designation. So these efforts are to put into place various components that we will be required to have in place for the possibility of being designated as a trauma center. And further clarification with regards to the additional liability, your system has been the informal trauma center for this area of the county and been providing trauma services for some time at this point of our service levels.
I guess this, as I read it, is to formally proceed with implementing the requirements of a trauma center, and that's prior to the actual designation, as I hear from you. And my question is, how long do you see it taking before we are, if we are designated, before we're up and running as a recognized trauma center?
Based on the information that we have, we expect that the EMS agency will be back before your board and make a formal designation by the end of the year. And I would add that these components, in terms of the additional costs, are minimal, and it does, in the meantime, provide a higher level of care and provide for improved policies and procedures. If, in fact, we do not get designated as a trauma center, we will have the benefits of these changes.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Foy.
So that was a good, at the end there you said, so it wouldn't change, even if we didn't get it, you'd still keep those in place because it gives us the quality of care and everything you want, or what?
We would more than likely keep some of the components in place in order to maintain a certain level of service that we're comfortable with in terms of delivery in a certain, as far as the standard of care.
Right. And then these contracts you're signing with these different doctors and stuff, if for some reason we don't get it, do those contracts have an out clause that we don't have to?
They do. We would make an adjustment and come back before your board to make those adjustments.
Okay, great. All right, thanks.
Okay, great. Anything else on item 12? All right, we're at item 13. Supervisor Zaragoza, you want to speak to item 13?
I just wanted to thank Barry Zimmerman and HSA staff for the summer youth program. You know, the funds that are being used to find jobs for our young adults, it's very important. It's tough right now to find jobs, and I think it's an opportunity for them to learn new skills, and this program gives them an opportunity. So I just want to thank him for that, and also for working with the Boys and Girls Club in this program. It's an excellent organization that I think is going to help our youth this summer. So I just want to thank Barry and HSA for their excellent work. They're using stimulus money for them.
I have, my question for item 13 is about the fact that there are two contracts, one for Region 1, which is Oxnard Boys and Girls Club, and it strikes me that that's very focused, Oxnard Boys and Girls Club. The other one is much more diverse. I mean, it's all the way from Fillmore, Piru to Ojai, Oakview, Santa Paula, Ventura. I'm just curious, how do we think we're going to serve this broad geographical area to make sure that we've kind of included everybody?
Well, this is the structure in the organization. It has been in the past when we had summer-wide youth programs like this divided up in these regional activities. And what happens is the RFP goes out, and a contractor who can serve the region or have the capacity to do the region is selected. But by no means do they do that by themselves. They will work with the individual communities and areas there with other nonprofits and other organizations to infuse, local activity, whether it's Santa Paula, Fillmore, or Ventura. So that's the approach that they'll be taking to do that. And in the past, and this is no different, we kind of look at, okay, what can people, how many do we project to be served? And the more populous areas will be targeted heavier than those in far-reaching areas.
So does the actual contract specify a certain minimum level of service in each of these areas?
I don't know. I'll have to check with Teresa on that. Yes, it does.
And level of, and number of participants. That's what I would like. So I'd just like to make sure, because this will likely be a model when this thing, as we have this funds coming for adults also, we may be doing the same thing. I just want to make sure that this happens. Okay, Supervisor Park.
You just mentioned Region 2, which is the Ventura, Santa Paula, Fillmore, Piru, Oakview. It also includes Region 3, is that correct? Which is the Camarillo, Somas, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks.
Right, that is correct.
Park,
same methodology.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we were going countywide on this.
Sure. Okay. Any other questions? All righty. We're ready for item 18, I think, right, Supervisor Floyd?
Thank you. I don't know if anybody's here on this. What my looking at this is the real estate market is pretty soft right now. And I guess I'm looking under these rents. I guess we were already in these places and we're redoing. Is that what it is?
Yes, I'm John Wheel from the Public Works Agency.
Right.
I negotiated this. We were already there for the previous agreement was 4 years.
Right.
So that rate, the previous rate was established in January 2005.
Right. I guess I'm just understanding, as I've done a lot of leasing before, and where the market is, a lot of people, the market's really soft, and I'm concerned that we're taking a pretty good bump here. At the same time, we're also putting these 3% annual increases in there, and there's a lot of people just going 3 and 5 year flat, no increases, and I'm just concerned that we're spending an awful lot of money we may not have to and maybe you can tell me why that's happening unless there's some negotiation.
Yeah, well, in my experience, a lot of 3% is pretty standard as far as the bump.
Well, it used to be, no question. But I mean, in this market, it's pretty soft. People are looking for anybody to pay, especially a government agency, hopefully that pays their bills on time.
Right. No, we are a Class A tenant. They appreciate that. And this was a short-term deal. This was just an 18-month deal, and so we could stay until our new building is completed.
Pardon?
Until our new building is completed across the street. This was a short-term deal.
So we're only going to stay short. Well, I mean, so this 3% only kicks in here for 6 months, basically after the end of the year.
It would be 8 months.
Okay.
Yeah, this deal starts January of 2009, and then there'd be a 3% bump in January of 2010.
Okay, and we're hoping we're going to be in by?
Yeah, by September of 2010.
Okay. All right, again, I just, knowing where the market is, it just seems like we're paying a lot of money, but we're only short term. Okay,
I think you do raise a good point. I'm still trying to figure out I mean, with everybody else essentially going flat, that's been the experience I've had in terms of increases. What's the justification for the 3% bump?
Well, usually that's just a inflation factor, cost of living factor, inflation, devaluation of money.
Well, I know that's usually what it is. What's the justification for it now, given we have a commercial real estate slump?
Yeah. This deal also, this was negotiated back in February of 2008, this deal, and it's just taken this long to get to the board approval. In fact, this is a retroactive going back to January of 2009.
So this was negotiated in February of 2008?
Correct.
So why did it take so long to come to us?
Well, there was, the landlord themselves, there was a death in the family, and then there was a lot of indecision as far as when the new building would be completed, and it was sort of a moving target.
From our standpoint. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Blame it on
Mr.
county
Chair.
council.
I was just going to say, was that just a lease agreement as part of the agreement that's being taken effect now? Is that
Yeah, this is just a simple renewal of the
just a
agreement.
renewal?
So we can
part of the
stay.
agreement that was put together back in 2008.
Correct.
Okay, great.
But if I would have a real hard time, I'll go along with this short term, you've already done this, but coming forward in this real estate market, I'd have a hard time with any kind of rate increases or any kind of ongoing bumps every year until the market turns around. So I just let you know up front that you'll get, I'll question you on that.
Sure, I understand.
I appreciate that, thanks.
Yeah, I think they got that message. All right, okay.
Mr. Chair, this particular property also had some rain damage, if you can believe that. There was actually some rain in, January, December, and...
Yeah, that was another issue. There was the landlord's improving the building, and they're putting new HVAC units on the roof.
Right.
And there was a freak rainstorm, and it was open one night, and so that was another delay getting that
So that
completed
delayed
too.
this
Right. Okay, good. All right, that's all of our consent items. We're ready for a motion on the consent calendar.
Move consent.
Been a motion for the consent calendar. And seconded. We're ready to vote. Okay. And that takes us through our consent calendar, and we're now ready for our first non-time certain regular agenda item. That's the healthcare agency. Oops, public comment and board comment. I like this. I like to skip over that stuff and stay. All right, here we are. We're ready for public comment. Do we have any public comments? Yes, Robin Miller. Thank you for catching me there, board members. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. My name's Robin Miller. I'm with B&M Lawn and Garden Center. We're in Anaheim, and we're a power equipment store, and we've been selling equipment to the county for a long time. I'm not a professional speaker, so bear with me here. I'm I don't do this all the time.
You've got 5 minutes, so relax, take your time.
Good deal. We've last fall we demonstrated a wood chipper for your Public Works and Transportation Department. They're people that go out and clear the roads after a storm or something. They pick up all the branches. If a tree falls in the road, they chip it up. And these folks are using some chippers that are made by Bandit back in Michigan. And it's a disc style chipper, and they use these chippers every day that they work. And they wanted to see some new ones last fall. We took some demonstrators out and let them try different varieties of them. They decided that they liked the ones that they had, the style that they had, so they've put together a bid for some chippers exactly like they had, like they demonstrated and like they've had for many years and they're used to. Well, we bid on these chippers, and your purchasing department, I found out last week that your purchasing department is going to award the bid to another brand of chippers, a Morbark chipper that does not meet the specifications. And I'm here to say that that's not fair to us. We bid the specifications, we bid exactly the specifications precisely. with no exceptions. We were within a couple of $1,000s of the winner of the bid, and this is the chipper that the end users want, and it meets the specifications, and we're going to get. I hope we're not going to get aced out of this because we did bid the specifications. It seems like we're being penalized for bidding the specifications precisely, and for a very small difference, we're not going to get this one unless you folks do something about it. I'm here to ask you to, at one level, award us the bid because we met the specifications, or at least have the bid rebid, so that we can bid what we can win with. This is a tough financial situation we're in right now, and of course we need this business. This is what our business is based on, is selling this kind of equipment. And so I ask you at least to award us the bid, or to have the bid put out for bid again, on a rebid.
Thank you very much. I want to point a few things out. This public comment period is not an agendized item, so we can't take any action. We can't award a bid, not award a bid, or anything else. We've heard what you said. You have some written testimony here. What I will do is simply ask our CEO to look into this. We certainly are committed to transparency in government here, and we're committed to people having trust in the system and the process. So if the CEO finds something as a result of your bringing it to our attention that is inconsistent with those policies of transparency and openness and trust, the CEO will know what the appropriate thing is to do with that in terms of that. And that's the best that we can do because we're under public comment at this point in time. It's not an agendized item. We can't even all 5 of us comment on this particular item.
I understand.
So thank you for calling this to our attention.
Honorable CEO, if you have any more questions, my numbers are there.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's exactly what public comment is for, so that people can petition government, right, and make those comments. All right, and our other speaker is Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Thelma Sanger that's in the audience. You can tell she's a senior citizen. She lives in Supervisor Parks District. And her case, I believe, is worse than your county employees that were stealing from the disabled and the Alzheimer patients. Her case is worse of what your county employees are doing to her. I met with them. They have either destroyed, lost, or misplaced documents in the files, and they just keep on. And so I wanted to recognize her, and you can see her for yourself. You can tell she's a law-abiding citizen, and a terrible thing was done to her. You sent police and protective service agency out to her under the guise that she's incompetent. That is unbelievable, Supervisor Parks, from the way your comments are. But on May 27th, 2009, I met with Steve Allery. He has a confession, or he has a grudge, or he's blackmailing. You tell me which. He told me that Building and Safety removed documents from the file so they could file false notices of violations on 9148 Nye Road property. And the county placed liens on the property in violation of the Penal Code by Resource Management Agency of Ventura County, of whom Marty Robertson was sent there to oversee for a year. Stephen Allery's admission to me on May 27, 2009, that he issued these notices of violations, false notices of violations, because he said, quote, Williams told the Board of Supervisors that Steve Allery told him that he should arrest the Board of Supervisors, unquote. Allery has now given me the documents that were removed, which prove that these were false notices. Allery further said that, quote, Susan Lacey would walk by on the fourth floor and look down at him with very dirty looks, unquote. Also, Allery said, quote, I won an award, and Susan Lacey shook my hand but turned her head away and would not look at me, unquote. Allery further said, I am the one that sent the letter to the Williamses' property, which levied charges of $77 after the violation was abated, unquote. C.E. Johnny Johnson personally pulled out $77 out of his wallet and paid it back because he says that's the easiest way to settle it, meaning he couldn't get anything done through your county employees that did not follow the law. Johnny Johnson, your CEO, personally paid it back. And so now, I guess I'm saying you're picking on me, but now you're picking on Miss Singer just the same way you're picking on me. Well, I'm a little younger than her. You ought to have a little respect for her age and what you're doing to her. I can take everything you give me, and I'll give you back double. But it's unbelievable because I have personal experience of sitting down with Kim Rodriguez, sitting there lied to me, and can't explain why these documents are missing from the file. But here's a clue of why they miss, because you can't send out notices when you have the correct paperwork in the file.
Time's up. We're ready for board comments. We'll start on our far right, and Supervisor Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have a few minutes this morning because there are a couple things I wanted to report out on, if I might. And the first is going to provide you all with a copy of the Ventura County Leadership Academy 2009 commencement ceremony. And I just bring this to your attention to, I was fortunate to be able to speak to the Leadership Academy graduation, and it was the largest group graduates this year. And the focus of their project, those of you who know the Leadership Academy, it is a 9-month project that was started well over 10 years ago, and it invites mid-level executives and others who wish to learn about the county and what's not just we the county, but the county of Ventura, and they visit and study the county programs and services and the cities, and as you look through this, you can see that there are representatives from all over the county who participated in this cohort, and their project this year was to benefit the food share program, and that they went out and did a survey and research on the operations of food share, the value of food share, what the kind of a 360 on food share, and it was very much appreciated. Food share learned a lot from it. We'll be putting in place some recommendations that came out of the study. This is really just one of those quiet, I think, and not always known programs that are available to mid-level managers to participate in. I want to commend Oxnard Police Department. They had 4 attendees this year. They send people every year, and it's again, they go out, they spend a day with agriculture, they spend a day with law enforcement, they spend a day with human services. They learn about what are the issues and critical things that impact the way of life in our county, the quality of life in our county. So wanted to provide that to you because there are members of this, as there are every year, from all over the county, from your districts, and thought you might like to know about that. The other thing I'd like to just comment on is appreciation to Dee Imami. And Dee works with our Human Resource Department, Personnel Management Analyst with the, I believe it's the Human Resource Department. Yes, it is. And over the holiday, in recognizing our veterans who have served and our veterans who have served and giving their life to their country, she took it upon herself ahead of that to pull together how many employees in the county have served their country and work for our county now, and prepared certificates to recognize their service. And I had the pleasure of presenting one to my employee, Martin Hernandez, for his service. And there are 393 employees who have received those certificates and were thanked by the county through this certificate for their service to our country. And I thought that was just a wonderful gesture, more than a gesture, but something that she took on herself to do. And I'm sure there were others who supported her with it, but I had the pleasure of presenting that, and I was honored to do so. I have a list here, so hold on a minute. I thought I was organized. I'll move as quick as I can. The other comment I wanted to make was on the, well, I won't, since I cannot find the document this time, so I won't talk about it. We've all received information on the homeless, the street count that took place. So we all know that the numbers were a 12% increase from 2007. We've learned that we're seeing an increase, and I'm certain, as I expect we all are, that that's a result of the current economy and a variety of things that are impacting our residents in this county. So the hard steps in front of us, of course, will be to how do we continue on the path of the 22 strategies identified in the 10-year plan to end homelessness to assist those in all of our county. And the success of the work that's been undertaken since the last count and as a part of the 10-year plan is that we now have cities that have very strong core groups, either faith-based or a combination of faith-based and advocates who have formed in our cities who are really working to address the needs in our cities. And that is where it should take place, because that, of course, is where all the services exist. So I thought that the homeless count was, once again, a piece of information that will help us and guide us over the next couple years where we have a very tough economy and challenges in front of us. Okay, now I'd like to provide you information from the CSAC Ledge Conference that I participated in last year. So I'm going to hand out quite a bit of information. Last week. Seems like it was last year. It was 2 torturous days. Torturous in the sense that, as you all know, again, not telling you anything you don't know, the challenges in front of us are significant. The piece that I'm providing first is the platform that CSAC developed for us to take over in our meetings with our legislative delegation, which we did carry that over. Obviously, the key point is on the Prop 1A issues related to the proposed taking of our property tax dollars by the state and CSAC's position on that. And I'll just say editorially briefly that the Prop 1A was put in place, and it was with cooperation of a coalition of the cities in the county and at that time the governor, and it was to provide protection for our local property taxes, and it has done that since 2004. But it had language in it, and this was a compromise in order to get a sign-on by the governor and legislative leadership that in emergency situation, the governor or the leadership could call on a loan from Prop 1A for twice in 10 years that they could take monies from us locally, have to pay it back within 3 years. Now, in 2004, things have changed. We have extraordinary times now. We have obviously the national and the state and local collapse of the economy. We have challenges with the ability to borrow money, whether certainly the state with its poor credit rating, and locally for us to be able to and borrow money that would backfill the taking of dollars from us through this shift to Prop 1A. And we also have the question of their ability to pay us back in 3 years. And this is a report from the LAO. And the LAO presented this at both the general session and at the policy committee level of CSAC. And it basically says in the out years, we're looking at least the same level of tough times, if not tougher. Obviously, so many things depend on what will turn this economy around, what will change the circumstances that might actually give them a window to pay us back. And unfortunately, in the language of Prop 1A, the teeth to be able to force a payment back at this point is probably litigation. We have the State Association of our legal counsel, county councils, looking at that to see what other options we might have, but it's very difficult. And the immediate difficulty for us, obviously, is the impact to our local resources and opportunity to provide services that we are required to provide. The other piece I would provide you for your reading pleasure was a presentation that was made by an economist that I thought was pretty on target, and he talked about both the national circumstances and the impacts to that. He was probably more optimistic than most in the audience in saying that he feels that there will be in the next 3 to 5 years at least a leveling out. And perhaps even in the housing market, a slight climb back to a healthy condition. Does not project that there will be a climb to the point that it was, 4 or 5 years ago as far as the housing market. But interesting in that he said the housing market, the issue in California is that we have a housing shortage. So we have the ability to actually climb out of this perhaps sooner than others. And unlike Florida, which has a housing surplus, and it will take them a while where the value of the properties will climb. 2.5 million mortgages nationally are 60 to 90 days delinquent. And that he said, that's going to continue to obviously hurt the entire financing system. He actually suggested that this is probably not, with foreclosures, you actually have now more discretionary dollars in the market. And so we are seeing some retail increase, blips, and discretionary dollars being spent. He suggested if everybody stopped paying their mortgage, it'd be a real economic stimulus to all of us. And what would the banks do? Just close on all of it?
Could you start, you started that with a foreclosure statement, and what was that foreclosure statement that you...
The 2.5 million that are behind 60 to 90 days.
Okay, it's 2.5 million behind 60 to
90 days in there. So what his point was, we're going to see more. It's not over yet as far as the foreclosure. Anyway, for your reading pleasure. The CSAC work.
Supervisor Long, I think
yes.
actually you can see the presentation if you go online to CSAC, and you can see his presentation, which I thought was extremely helpful.
Yes, that's true too. I spoke before the Budget Conference Committee, which is made up of Assembly members and senators, and I spoke to the CSAC issue on Prop 1A. And at CSAC's request, and we had also a rural county and a suburban county speaking to the committee. I must say they spent some time in asking some questions. What startled me was that some of their questions just showed that they really don't have an understanding of what we do at the county level. And there were only 2 people on that committee of 11 people who had the history of how we got to where we are as far as local government and from Prop 13 days forward in the different initiatives and triple flips and realignments. So that just speaks to volumes of we have, we're losing the history up there and we're losing the experience, which is unfortunate. The challenge in front of us, and again, all of you know this, that we had John Chang spoke to, the controller spoke to a policy committee by June 15th. We need a budget. There's no question we've got a cash flow issue. He's got required plan deferral of payments. He's working on a plan with the Department of Finance to come out with that. The Budget Conference Committee implied that this week they will be making decisions. There's lots of work still underway through CSAC, through the Urban County Caucus, that is looking at, all of the committees say to us, give us something. Tell us what you would like us to do rather than to make these cuts. And besides the Prop 1A, as you know, and I'll provide this to you too, there's a whole list of other cost shifting that's going on that is going to impact us. So it's, as I said, a double, triple whammy on top of local government that's impacting our bottom line. And when I find that, I'll pass it down to you too. I thought I had this all organized. Anyway, and it's that $8 billion chart, Marty, and you know what I'm talking about. And anyway, so that, yes, that one. And it was just updated yesterday during a CSAC conference call that shows that we have very few options. We have the ugly options and uglier options. Here it is. I've got it. So $8 billion in cuts, cost shifts, and deferrals to California counties. This is the list that they're working off of, they being the legislators. This is the list. And if you look at this, there are draconian pieces to this, to those services we provide here at the local level and that we are faced with in the constituents we serve. John, I may have given you the second page on that. The other one had double-sided, so get another copy. Yeah. I think that pretty much covers it. Yesterday we being VCOG, held a press conference, and all 10 cities participated, including 3 county board members were present, and we signed a letter to the governor and the state leadership that said, do not, again, take our local revenues. It is unacceptable to take our local revenues at this time when we have a what I call a 3-strike condition. We have an economy that's in failure. We are not able to go out and borrow, nor should we. And we have the shift of revenues that the state's trying to pile on top of the cost shift that occurs when you look through this $8 billion list. So that, I think, covers it. I think Mr. Zaragoza will speak to another piece of that. I would like to hold on my adjourn in memory. I'm waiting for some information on one of my folks, if I might. And that covers, I have more information than you probably wish to have, but, I want to just divide it real quick. We were able to provide to the policy committee our excellent website on that Sue Hughes and others have put together on the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. And I must say, I think it's one of the better websites. And speaking to what we are trying to do and going after federal dollars to help us with components of need here in this county. The other thing I want to mention is in July there will be a 2-day conference in Sacramento, and it's calling on the League of Cities, California counties, special districts, and schools to come together in a joint conference to talk about reform of how local government is financed. Things like initiatives should be restricted to pay-as-you-go or identify the paying source before you can put an initiative on the ballot. I won't go into the list that's being looked at because right now it's being developed, but that conference, I think, the schools have committed to over 200 people to attend that conference. And it is not intended to be the launch of a constitutional revision or calling for a constitutional convention. It is intended to look at pieces of where local government needs to have reform in order to continue to do our job and not be in this cyclical battle with the state government. So I intend to attend, and when I get more information, I'll make sure everyone has it. Okay.
Supervisor Zaragoza, and thank you very much, Supervisor Long. It's a lot of work to head up to
Thank you, Mr.
that
Chair.
conference and get that information. So thank you.
Thank you, and I'd like to adjourn in memory of my constituents. I have the list here. And I want to continue, just share a couple of words here. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Long for doing an excellent job for us in Sacramento, testifying before the committee and on behalf of the county, on behalf of CSAC. And in fact, they had her on television, and she was a local celebrity there in Sacramento.
Yeah, my 6 seconds of fame.
Did an excellent job. And this past week, as it was mentioned by Supervisor Long, I also attended the CSAC meeting, the California State Association of Counties in Sacramento, with our CEO, Marty Robinson, and also with Sue Hughes, our legislative coordinator. This conference was very, very busy and very, very serious week that we spent in Sacramento. And as you know, the state budget is a total mess. But rather than solve the problems created by the state, the governor is proposing to solve the budget problems and expenses at the local government level. This was mentioned by Supervisor Long. Many of the state proposed solutions would have very serious and negative effects on our local residents and businesses. For example, the governor is proposing ending the home care services for 80% of our seniors, disabled persons who now receive the services, also ending the CalWorks program, a welfare to work program, and also another program supports 1 million poor children here in California. He's also proposing to borrow billions of dollars from local agencies such as our cities and counties, and as mentioned by Supervisor Long. At a press conference in Sacramento, the CSAC members, Supervisor Long and myself, gave a message to the governor and to the state legislators that we're not in the favor of balancing the state budget by limiting programs critical to our most vulnerable citizens, our children, the poor, the disabled citizens, and the elderly, or by borrowing money from the counties and cities, which will create a reduction in funds available to all of us here in the local level. But one of the key conferences or meetings that we had as we met with our legislators was Senator Fran Padley, Assemblymember Julia Brownlee, and the legislative coordinator for Pedro Nava. And they also, one of the things that we gave them at that time was a copy of the Ventura County budget fact sheet. And this fact sheet talks about the revenues that are going to be lost by the Sheriff Department of, and I'm sure this is going to be updated here pretty soon, some $10.5 million for loss for public safety. Our property tax revenue is down by 4.5%, $11 million, and on and on and on, for a total of $30+ million that we're going to lose. And I'll pass this on. This is some of the information that we gave our legislators. And Supervisor Long doesn't need that because you have one already. And one of the things that the legislators asked us is, what can we do? What kind of options can we send to them? And they're asking us for information that our locals can give them. So again, one of the things that I'm not going to re-mention or reiterate the things that Supervisor Long mentioned, because she did an excellent job. But it's kind of nice to be back in Ventura County where we have a functional government, a system where we can live within our own budgeted funds and limits. So it's really nice to be here to make sure that we follow the rules and we have a balanced budget, and also that we care for our citizens. And also I think that the CSAC message from all the counties in the state was to please don't take our monies, and that's extremely important to all of us. And also in addition to that, Mr. Chair, I had the opportunity to have the good fortune of speaking to the Channel Islands Chapter Municipal Management Associations. I think our clerk is one of the members there, and spoke about reorganizing one of my departments that I had that I managed in the city of Oxnard, and I made this presentation, and I think it was very well received. Also, in addition, last week I attended a festival in Camarillo called the Rebozo Festival. This Rebozo is a Shaw type thing, and I'm not sure what the Rebozo means or the significance behind it, but the important thing is that we raised a lot of money, and that money is going to be used for the cultural centers in Oxnard, and also the Oxnard College Women's Reentry Center in Oxnard. In addition to that, I also attended the Ermada 4th year celebration in Oxnard, And this is a nonprofit community center that helps our citizens become better citizens in the community. Also, Lourdes Solorzano, one of my staff members, attended the Boy Scouts Eagle honor for one of our Oxnard Boy Scouts over at Presbyterian Church on Ivywood and H, and I want to thank her for doing that. And numerous other presentations and items that we attended that's probably too long to mention today. But again, I want to thank Supervisor Law for doing an excellent job for us in Sacramento, and our CEO Marty and Sue Hughes for attending the Ventura County, where the problems are in Sacramento, to try to correct our budgets. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might come
Yep,
back.
Supervisor Long.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Zaragoza, for mentioning, Marty was up there with us, and Sue Hughes, and the delegation visits were valuable to do. So I wanted to, I did not mention on a consent item 24 that I wanted to thank Reddy Pacala and others for their great work on the Piru sewer rates, that due to the receipt of the $8.55 million ARRA grant, recovery grant, there will be no increase in the monthly rate charged Piru sewer customers. Because of that grant, we were looking at a $95 a month sewer rate for the very low-income Piru community, but because of that grant, the monthly rate will remain unchanged, which was really good news, and that's why you go after those grants. And then the other item that I finally was able to put my hands on, in addition to later on the adjourn, is a program we've had in place since 2003 is the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program for low-income working families and individuals. And HSA has reported out that we have improved every year both in our outreach and the success of this assisting folks with their tax returns. And in 2008, 1,497 tax returns were filed from 8 locations throughout Ventura County, which was a 275% increase from the 536 filings of 2007. That translates in over $1.1 million from refunds being generated, including the $470,000 from the Earned Income Tax Credit. So this really has proven to be a very successful program for us in this county and for the residents that were able to assist with that Earned Income Tax Credit. And I'd want to thank Human Services Agency. They're the ones who are on the front lines doing that.
Thank you. Now, Supervisor Parks.
Till we've been gone for a little while, there's a lot to report back on, and I appreciate also the work that you, both of you, went to Sacramento, and Supervisor Long taking a real leadership role in looking and letting Sacramento know about the impact to our county. And I also appreciated seeing you all at the press conference yesterday. We really realized that we need to start rethinking how we do government and the structure of government, and understanding if the state's going to be pulling this kind of act on our local agencies, what we're going to end up doing is, not having the funds. And we're really where the rubber hits the road here in providing services to citizens. And we have to show Sacramento that we can't do programs without the money, and they shouldn't be doing programs without the money either. And borrowing isn't the answer, certainly. At the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy last night, the Parks Department, State Parks, indicated that they'll be closing 279 park units, keeping 32 open. And that's going to lead to a lot of problems in terms of vandalism and expense to them, but I know it will also impact, for example, our parks. So you see how this permeates everywhere that government has a hand. Also, I wanted to point out a couple of things over the last couple of weeks. Had a wonderful Memorial Day service at the Pierce Brothers. Kind of get teary-eyed just from the beginning of the national anthem all the way through to the end, but it was a great service, and happy to attend that with a lot of our veterans. We also had a meeting in Casa Caneo, the Newberry Park unincorporated area of Casa Caneo, had over 100 people in attendance, and you could tell from the number of people who are there, the desire of them to all participate in a municipal advisory council, which I'm going to propose that we start up. And the questions that they asked, you just knew that they very much were appreciative to have the county there to be able to answer the questions, for them to have input. And I just wanted to thank, we had from Watershed Protection District, Sergio Vargas, we had Carl Novak, Butch Britt, of course, David Solomon, Randy Smith, Barry Fisher, a lot of people from several of our departments, as well as Captain Kerr and Sergeant Miller from the Sheriff's Department, and also had our CHP liaisons out there. But it was really nice to see, and being able to provide that to the citizens, and looking forward to having more involvement from them in the future. Also had a meeting, I thought was a very good meeting, put together by the superintendent of Oak Park Unified School District, where he brought all the principals together of the different schools out there, as well as our transportation department, my office, and just looking at each school and what traffic measures can be done to assist. And when you have all the schools there, it was things could be brought up, for example, having staggered hours. You have the high school and the middle school all opening at the same time, and things that they can do together. So we're looking at trying to address the school problem of traffic, which really is something that goes throughout the county and probably throughout the state and maybe the nation. Everyone seems to be driving their kids to school, and their schools were not designed for those. So looking at that problem. Also, Oak Park is going to be seeing Harvey Kern leave. He's an old-timer from one of the first houses ever built there, who started up and provided input on a website called oakparkupdate.com, which is the best website I've ever seen in a community. Just really kept the community apprised, and passed that on to one of our Oak Park MAC members now. Additionally, attended a SCAG meeting, Southern California Association of Government. They provided us with our profile of County of Ventura, and it gives a lot of demographic information, talks about our population, which they say is at 831,587. I didn't know we were that big. But it's important for our county staff to take a look at this. I'll get more copies of it, because they're going to base our regional housing needs assessment numbers on it, and other items that SCAG is involved with. So we want to make sure that they're using the right data. It breaks out information statistically on demographics between, if you would like to look at it, the unincorporated county versus the incorporated county, the household income type levels, the number of people per household, and those kind of things. So want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Also wanted to point out that there was a meeting in Oak Park where 150 citizens attended, brought by a community organization that has been trying to bring attention to the impacts of Rocketdyne in Santa Susana Field Lab. I've written a letter to the EPA asking, I know they, as I mentioned previously, they received over $30 million in stimulus money for doing ground testing, and I've asked them if they could also provide some funding for off-site testing, and when residents are concerned, the best thing to do, I think, is just test the soil. It's not that expensive and can alleviate those concerns, or if we find something, certainly find out what is the full extent of the contamination out there. Right now, the NASA owns about 500 acres of the 3,000 acre Santa Susana Field Lab property. Senate Bill 990, which we supported at the board, requires that the lab area be cleaned up to the highest standards of EPA before the property can be transferred. NASA, which owns about 500 of those acres, is looking at transferring the property, and they're required to clean it up to a high standard, and they are suggesting that the Federal Preemption Act applies, and they don't have to clean it up to the highest standard as required by state law. So that is going to be a big issue to deal with.
Is that because NASA thinks they're a religious organization?
No, it's not that they are going for an RLUIPA change, but rather that they have this, and it's true in many cases the state can't tell the federal government what to do, but in this particular case they have an obligation, and we are hoping that they will fulfill that obligation and clean it up. The difference between the two levels of cleanliness, if you will, of the site, The Department of Energy says that after cleanup, you can picnic there for like 8 hours or 4 hours, but then you got to move. And that's after cleanup. The EPA standard is it's actually could be, you could grow crops there and eat them. So that's the standard that we're looking for. That's what the state law requires. But unfortunately, the federal government at this point doesn't look like they're interested in meeting our state law. So we'll be looking further at that. And I think with that, I also appreciate the mention of the Ventura County Leadership Academy. I got interviewed on climate change issues. I'm also serving on the Regional Targets Advisory Committee of the State California Air Resource Board, looking at setting greenhouse gas emission targets. And some of the things I just wanted to point out that I'm looking at that we do as far as setting targets is make sure that they're understandable targets, and that the public can identify with, and perhaps looking at a per capita so everybody knows what their greenhouse gas emissions are and how much they have to reduce. I think that would be helpful. And also look at the requirements of AB 32, which is the Global Solutions Act that is requiring certain levels for not only transportation and land use, which is what I've been looking at, but everything. And so to make sure that we have some consistency in those levels. Also encouraging with those targets that we have achievable targets as well as ambitious targets, and I'll not bore you further with it. That I will not have to miss any board supervisor meetings anymore to go to that, because they're going to have them on days when we aren't meeting, so I appreciate that. And finally, I will ask that the board close in memory of the folks on this list who will be missed in my district. And I just want to call out one individual, Benjamin Thomas Cranmer Jr., who was a major player in our community. While he was president of the Los Angeles County chapter of the American Institute of Banking, he was also president of the Thousand Oaks Chamber of Commerce, president and honorary member of the Thousand Oaks Rotary Club, president of the Cal Lutheran University Leaders Association, advisory board member, Mary Health the Sick, California Lutheran University Leaders Association, member of the Caneo Futures Foundation, the board of directors of the Southeast County YMCA, member of United Way of Ventura County, member of the Caneo Valley Historical Society, recipient of the Don Triumphal Award, so a major player in our community who will be very much missed. So with that ends my comment.
Supervisor Foy.
Sure. Thank you. I too would like to adjourn in memory of two of these people. Call out to Mr. Wesley Plinkley and Eugene Hunt, both veterans. Also, the Royal High School Choir for Memorial Day got the opportunity to perform. They were selected at the JFK Center in Performing Arts in Washington, so they had a great honor to do that, which was great. And there's not a lot left to say about what's going on in the state, except that there's no question that there's a need for real leadership, and the idea that we cannot administer government the way we have been administering government. It must change, and I think it's going to be a painful opportunity, but there is the opportunity to put real change in and make these things sustainable going forward. I think that's the good opportunity. So I will keep mine short. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for those comments from all the board members. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. I particularly have to call out Brock Houston and his wife Davina Marie DeBoni Houston, both from farming families here in Ventura County, and she was the immediate past president of the National Charity League Juniors of Ventura County. During her tenure, she took over the leadership. They raised over $300,000 for our children's cancer and blood disease program at VCMC. So both of them will certainly be missed, and their two children. I attended the services on Saturday, and this is a real sad time for us here in Ventura County, and we certainly hope that we're going to be successful in apprehending the perpetrator of this horrible crime as quickly as possible. Also like to call out Leroy Miles Andrews. He was a well-known architect, and he designed a bunch of our fire stations here in Ventura County, World War II veteran. And then the other people on this list, so I'd like to have us adjourn in memory of that. I want to submit my form to the auditor for my trip to talk to the bond counsel, that we had. And then I want to publicly thank our Behavioral Health Department for their great response. After the murder, they went to Pierpont School, where the children attend school, and helped a lot with other children, with parents of those children. But if you think about your worst nightmare, when you're growing up as a kid, it was somebody was going to break into your house. But then to have it happen and have it result in losing both of your parents and seeing it happen, those kids need to be we have to adopt those kids just like their families are going to be, in terms of extending all the help that we possibly can out there to them. So I really appreciate Behavioral Health doing that. Did want to mention one thing to the press, and that is at 11:30 for the members of the press, we're going to be giving our Teach Scholarships Awards to the foster children. I think it's going to be some pretty interesting awards and some children. So if I'm sure that we would appreciate whatever coverage the press may be able to give to those foster kids that are out there doing that. That's it for our board comments, and I think what we want to try to do is see if we can move through some of these other agenda items so that we can get some staff back before we get to our 10 o'clock time certain. So why don't we take a look at what it is that we can do quickly. Appointments to the Ventura County Healthcare Plan Standing Committee. This is pretty straightforward, and moved and seconded. Ready to vote? All righty. That is done. 48. Approval to increase the general fund cash loan borrowing program. Mr. Dursey.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. Paul Dursey from the County Executive Office. Hopefully the board letter is self-explanatory. The reason is that the state is not extremely fast in paying, and the increase in service levels and the increase in number of hours. So the cash flow required for the IHSS program is greater than originally anticipated, well, greater than when we started. So we need to increase the amount of cash flow that we provide for this program. I think that's the bottom line. If the program completely changes, these numbers may not be needed if the state, follows through on that whole process. But we have to prepare for what we know at this point in time, and what we know is that the costs are increasing, and the service and the number of hours are increasing. So the cash flow required is.
Are you suggesting you're somewhat skeptical of the state, Mr. Dursey?
No, sir.
I've moved the recommended action.
I'm real skeptical. Leave that up to your board.
Yeah, a wise staff response. All right, we're on to item 49, schedule a public hearing, approve resolution of the intent to levy assessments for Oakview School. I don't see anybody here on this, but this is the standard every year annual renewal, so I'll move the recommended action. Ready to vote? There we go. That passes. And we're at item 50. We've covered with the Sheriff's Department all the way to 54. And that is delegation of authority to invest. So, to the Treasurer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors, Ms. Robinson. This is a standard thing that we come before you each year. I did want to point out one modification of this. In the past, in one of those old Spanish customs, we have always proceeded with the delegation of authority by way of ordinance. However, in re-examining government and asking ourselves, well, why do we do it that way? We've realized that we can also proceed by resolution, which eliminates one step in going forward to have the delegation become effective. So we are today and henceforth going to be asking your board to renew the delegation of authority by way of resolution rather than the more cumbersome ordinance methodology.
Okay. And county council's all comfortable with all of this, et cetera? All right.
Second.
We're ready to vote. Thank you, Mr. Matheny.
Thank you.
Item 55 is reappointment of Ida Hatfield, Ventura, first 5 Ventura County Commission. She's the chair of the commission right now. I'll make that motion. And item 56, Supervisor Foy's interest in going to Simi Valley with a board meeting. I know Supervisor Parks, you had issue about that also, and so.
What's that? Oh, yeah. This is recommendation to bring, again, going back to bringing government to the people. I know we've gotten a lot of great comments when we had the opportunity to do that. I know in Simi Valley, Moore Park, even through Oxnard and those other areas. So I'd recommend that we cancel the regular meeting and set a special meeting in Simi Valley.
And the comment that I had on it was that I know you had contacted Roberta about bringing it to Simi in October, and I had also for that same date in October for the Oak Park area. We had talked with the Oak Park School District. They have an auditorium out there and have equipment, and so I was looking at bringing forward an opportunity to visit this new area that's never had one. So. I think that we have a lot of Board of Supervisors meetings, so I don't know how we want to do this, but it seems that we can probably accommodate both. It's just a matter of when.
I agree. I think it's great that you bring it out there. I don't know if there's been one in Thousand Oaks area for a long time, so it'd be great.
Yeah. I remember attending one in Thousand Oaks myself. You remember that one?
I would just offer this. I'm fine going to both places. I'm fine going to Simi. I'm fine going to Oak Park. In terms of prioritizing, if 2 people wanted to go to the same place. We've been to Simi Valley more recently. We haven't been to Thousand Oaks or Oak Park in many years. So I would prioritize that, but that doesn't mean we can't do Simi Valley. I don't know if there's some other time.
Well, this is a time that the city could make it work for them. I know Roberta had to work out a city schedule on that.
And I don't know if we want to just first come first serve type of thing.
Well, I think that's a reasonable thing that people come and they get to bring it up and go. And I think it'd be great. I mean, I'd love to see each district be we're in Ventura every single. It'd be great to go back to the different cities. I know those comments are just tremendous when we bring it, especially when it's at night and people get to come. I think it's going to be really good.
And I know in Oak Park they're going to be very excited to have this because they're a very tight-knit community and they're at the very edge, so they really want to have this too. So.
Well, but you've talked to the school district about this also. So could we postpone this and have you check and?
Yeah, we have locked in a date, and again, I think
different date than this.
No, I think it is that date. So if we can.
Well, I'd like to keep it this date out there at Simi because Simi's already set, and they've had to do a couple of these things to make that work for them. But I have no problem if you want to go earlier or later. I mean, I think it's great that we have the opportunity to go out there.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if we could if we could just continue this maybe a week or so. I'd like to get a list of where we visited, when we visited them. Kind of what's the rotation been. Because we're all interested, and I think it's been invaluable to do it.
Oh, no question.
So, if we could take a look at that, we know that there is some cost to this. Although we always try to schedule these and not have them be staff-intensive costs in the sense of having a lot of people travel out. So we have to be conscious of that. So perhaps if we could just continue this a week just to see that kind of information, see what you might be able to work out.
If you continue it a week, that means you're basically one day. That means tomorrow they've got to have this put back on.
Well, I think
2 weeks.
Okay, 2 weeks is fine because I think there's certainly enough advance time. You've already talked with Simi, so they're
I mean, you have to get it all done in advance.
And so Supervisor Parks, and we can just kind of look at where we've been, how often we, what our cycle's been.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you
That's
say
my
1 day?
motion.
1 week or 2 weeks?
2.
Yeah, at least 2 weeks.
That's my motion.
Motion for 2 weeks. I'll second that. That's been seconded. We're ready to vote? Okay. And we need a motion to receive the correspondence agenda.
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We're right at 10 o'clock. We'll give everybody a 3-minute break.
Good.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take just 1 second of that 3 minute, if I might. I finally have my adjourn and memory list.
Oh,
And
okay.
thank you. Vote, vote. Okay, vote. Okay, vote. We're so eager to take a break.
Now we'll take a 2-minute and 21-second break.
My adjourn and memory list, I wanted to hold it because I'm sure you've all read that we had a loss in our community. Commander Dwayne Wolf, he actually passed away on Memorial Day. He was assigned to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Gulf Region Division stationed in Iraq when he gave his life to his country. 30 years of service in various reserve units attached to the Naval Operational Support Center at Naval Base Ventura County. Career as a civilian deputy commander at Vandenberg Air Force Base, and attended Hueneme High School and enlisted in the Navy after he graduated in '72. So in addition to the others on this list, I thought it was important that we acknowledge his service. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right. All right, we're back in session. We're going to go to our first 10 o'clock time certain item, and that is Ventura County Watershed and a public hearing on benefit assessment district.
Good morning, Chairperson Bennett, members of the board, and CEO Robinson. For the record, my name is Peter Shade. I'm the Deputy Director of the Design and Construction Division for Watershed Protection, and for a couple of weeks I'll be the Acting Director for the district. On May 12th, your board received and filed the attached documents regarding the 2009-2010 benefit assessment for the district. Today, your board is requested to receive public testimony, advise staff of any revisions to the 2008-2009 report, and approve and adopt the 2009-2010 benefit assessment program. As you're probably familiar, the benefit assessment pays principally for two programs for the district. One is the operation and maintenance activities, and also the second is the Ventura County Stormwater Quality Management Program. Within the O&M category, benefit assessment pays for the annual routine maintenance as well as the flood damage repair reserve, and under the Stormwater Quality Program, it pays for the district's activities as principal permittee, as well as monies to the county and the other 10 cities to pay for their programs as co-permittees. One letter of public comment was submitted in writing and was attached to the board letter relating principally to legal issues that your board may want to take up with the other public comments. And with that, I'll be happy to take any comments or questions you have regarding the board letter and its attachments before that you open it up for public comment. And I have a number of district staff here with me that will help me with those
We
questions.
noticed. Hey, came armed here. Do we have any questions for staff on this item? My question is if Mr. Pratt will let me know whether he is or is not coming tomorrow based on our conversation yesterday, sometime today. All right, I'd appreciate that. I'd like to know. But outside of that, all righty, great. We're ready for a motion. Thank you, Mr. Shea. No cards? All right. We're ready for the motion? I'll make the motion to move us on. We need a second. Thank you. Need to vote? Motion passes. And we're at our item 29, and that's our report on the alternate technology and the county fleet.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mrs. Robinson. Dennis Camardo, your fleet manager. This morning I'm going to, I know you have a busy agenda, but I bring good news. I'm pleased to announce with the support of your board, we've made good progress with our fleet as it relates to emissions and economy. We've taken a multi-pronged approach with how we want to do this. Some of the key elements are introduction of hybrids, PZEVs. We've had good luck with PZEVs, our diesel particulate filter retrofits. We've adopted an aggressive smog monitoring where we smog our vehicles ahead of schedule and more aggressive than we're required. We keep up with industry trends, and we've partnered with our user departments to help them with solutions to reduce cost and miles driven. Some numbers, our hybrids are increasing over time. Currently we've got combined cars and SUVs. We have over 123 hybrids, cars and SUVs, which we're making good progress on that. PZEVs, partial zero emission vehicles, we're making exponential progress on that. We're real pleased with that. We have 61 at the moment, and we're hoping for 104 next year. These vehicles are standard vehicles that pollute less than or equal to hybrids. So this is part of our arsenal of things on how we're reducing emissions. Summary of actions. We've added 16 hybrids this year. We've got 18 planned for next year. PZEVs, we're taking an aggressive approach on that. 19 this year and 44 planned for next year. Our diesel retrofit, we've got some exciting news about that. We're on schedule for our 102 completed. We're 4 ahead of plan, and the most exciting news is that we've applied for federal stimulus funding that came about very quickly and had a very short timeline. And if we're successful in that, we will accelerate all of those and be done by the end of the calendar year. And thanks to the cooperative help of Public Works, their grant writing, their folks, Martha Symes and Pandy Leachman, they're very high energy and very talented folks who helped us with this grant. Without their help, we wouldn't have been able to do it in such a tight timeline. We've applied for the balance of our vehicle, which is $945,000, and our off-road is $1.5 million. And that'll put us 3 years ahead of schedule with our diesel retrofits. We also took a regional approach where we invited the 9 cities to participate where they would have not been able to participate in this federal stimulus. So we wound up with a $6.3 million grant request. Of that, 2.5 would go to us. The exciting part is we took a regional approach, and it was not just us, the County of Ventura, but it was us, the region, doing things for pollution reduction, which we're very excited about that.
I just want to stop and compliment you for that. For all of us, number one, I like to see, it's great seeing the PZEVs going up so dramatically, but this grant, the combination of, I think, the things the CEO's office has set up in terms of trying to facilitate this grant, and then combining with the cities, I just know consistently we get the message that they prefer grants that are based on a regional basis and show regional cooperation and stuff. So now you've got every city trying to lobby for the grant with you and stuff. So congratulations.
Well, thank you. 7 of those wouldn't have been able to qualify because of the minimum threshold. There was a $500,000 minimum get-in threshold, and 7 of them didn't meet that requirement. So combined, we had a larger group, and it was very refreshing that everyone was on board and willing to help.
That's great.
As a regional effort. So we are doing things in a regional manner. Our benefits, since we started with your board support, we saved 30,000 gallons of fuel. That's about 3.5 tankers that you would see at a fuel station. We've avoided 295 metric tons of CO2 emissions. In contacts, that's $81,000 of fuel savings. And I see gas is creeping up again. 37 homes, their annual CO2, 49 passenger vehicles, or 61 acres of pine forest carbon sequestered. The fleet size over time, we had a dramatic drop in 04 due to the economic downturn in 04. It's crept up a little bit over the past few years due to natural creep and some grant that have come along. We anticipate that our fleet may creep down in the next couple of years because of the economic downturn that we're currently facing. Oops. The industry trends. I did need glasses this time last year. New hybrids are always entering the market, which is neat. Ford Fusion has a really interesting hybrid that's coming on the market. Plug-in hybrid electric vehicles are still coming about. We're hoping to see those by 2011 as the batteries come along. There's some great strides in electric vehicles with technology advancing. Up in the Bay Area, they're doing a regional approach to building charging stations, the infrastructure, much like parking meters where you would charge along the way. They also are starting to be successful with a quick replace battery pack, much like a cordless drill, where you would go into a charging station, they would take out this battery pack, put in a new one, recharge yours, and off you go. And it's a pretty interesting concept, much like the cordless drill concept. We're hoping to see that in 2012. Diesel.
I just want to stop here and just go on record as saying I think that's really the way that's the way we're going to solve this problem, because people will be able to, you'll pull into a gas station, and if the government will just have the courage to standardize the battery connections, then you pull in the gas station, and just like there's 3 grades of gas, there might be three different batteries, and in less than a minute, they can swap the old battery out, put the new battery in. It's just like filling up on a tank of gas, and then you solve the big problem, which is people not being able to travel far enough. So literally that approach that you're talking about in terms of swapping the batteries out will allow us to have, and you could use the current gas stations, all of that. And it's just a wonderful solution if we have the courage to standardize the batteries. And our industrial competitors will standardize the batteries. And if we don't have the courage to, have that government action take place, then we will not be able to take advantage of this technology like everybody else.
Well, that's pretty much what hurt us in the 90s, because they couldn't agree on how they were going to charge. We had inductive, conductive, and everyone had their own method of charging. So that hopefully we'll have not the beta VHS debacle again. Diesel vehicles, they've come a long way as far as being as clean. Volkswagen has made impressive progress with their Jettas, turbocharged direct injection, because they're getting very high mileage and clean emissions as well. So we're expecting to see that in the next few years. Hydrogen is still expensive and not a near-term option. We're hoping technology will come along. We can all remember in the 70s, who would have thought that in 1973, before electronics, that you'd have 5 computers in a car running your car, a pillow that would explode in your face if you hit into a wall. OnStar would call someone. They would call up and say, Mr. Scamardo, we've seen you're in a wreck. There's 2 people over 150 pounds. They were both buckled in your car, and we're sending an ambulance. Oh, no, yeah, by the way, we know where you are with GPS. We would have never thought that in 1973. So I think the future is very bright on things that we haven't even thought of yet.
I'd like to ask, the Bay Area is embarking on this, building these charging stations, and that's part of this whole setup. It certainly seems appropriate for Southern California to show some leadership and go that direction. And I'm not suggesting that we do that from here or that your department can do it. But I'd just like to ask you guys who are probably going to be more aware of it than the rest of us, if you'll let us know if there are any conversations about trying to have an effort get started in Southern California.
Sure.
For Ventura County, I think we'd certainly want to play as much of a leadership role as we can. We're certainly the tail wagging the dog in terms of the rest of Southern California. But it is, it will be one of the things that will determine the economic viability of an area. If you get this infrastructure in, and you can then attract these electric vehicles, which just like you said, we're going to be surprised at how fast that change could potentially come to those people that plan. It could make a big difference for Ventura County and Southern California. Supervisor Park.
And I know that there are private corporations that are looking at this, so it could be one of those public-private partnerships. And as you say, that's also part of the economic stimulus our country needs.
Absolutely. So solutions we're still working on to reduce costs and miles driven. Plans are underway to fully automate and geographically distribute our motor pool. Since we started, there's some new technology out that allows the vehicles to be not tethered to a vending machine, if you will. Last year when we started this, the technology was such that the keys had to be held in a vending machine. New technology has since come out to where the keys are securely in the car, and you have for lack of a better term, a library card that is issued to the driver. You can still make an appointment for the car. The car will start 30 minutes prior to your appointment. You walk up to the windshield and you wave your, lack of a better term, a library card. It'll unlock the car and let you take the vehicle, and will automatically record your trip. What that does for us is that we can have few cars in many locations rather than many cars in few locations. So we can have as few as 1 or 2 vehicles at a particular county site to share a vehicle. So we're excited about that. We're moving forward with that in the next few months. We're also working very strongly with our user departments to right-size their fleet with quantity and kinds of vehicles. We have a good working relationship with our user departments to engineer a proper vehicle so that they are using the correct vehicle. We want to also discourage use of personal vehicles for county business. We want to discourage assigned vehicles and go with our shared vehicle concept. And we want to encourage combined trips, web meetings, rideshare made easy, and we're also coming out with a Think Before You Drive initiative that goes along the lines of, is this next mile worth 1 pound of CO2? So that people will have some thought process before that they take the next trip. Is it really necessary? And here's our people behind the scenes that are actually doing the work, because there are people behind the scenes. If there's any questions? If not, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much for that report. Any questions for staff?
Excellent report and exciting to hear progress. Good work. Yeah.
And we were leaders. We started this thing in 2001, 2002, way before sort of the hybrids became real popular with everybody else. Supervisor Foy.
In your letter, it talks about, well, your presentation was good, a lot of good information, and talking about being cost effective. But then you say here, analysis shows the hybrid vehicles continue to cost more to own and operate. So how are we balancing that? What is the more that own and operate?
Then compacts.
Than the compacts. I mean, are we just trading down? Is that how we're saving? Going from the mid-size down? Is that what we're doing?
I'm not sure I follow, but
I guess what I'm talking about is it talks more than the compacts. I was just curious. Not everything we're doing is compact. I just want to be, I just trying to understand. I know it's a little bit more expensive to purchase and buy, but it also sounds like some of the gasoline ones now are getting really good gas mods, so we don't have to buy some of the hybrid, which I think cost us a little bit more.
Correct. We're analyzing between the mid-size cars. The mid-size car, the cost of a mid-size car is relatively close to a hybrid, so we're comparing the mid-size car to a hybrid. Where we're seeing great gains is the PZEVs are quite a bit in the compact and encroaching into the mid-size cars. So we're getting the emission reductions through the compacts. It doesn't quite pay for a hybrid to convert a compact, but it does in the medium-sized cars, in the mid-level cars.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Okay.
So I think, I just want to be clear, because when we did this in 2002, I mean, our policy was we weren't going to buy a hybrid instead of a compact. If we buy the compact, all right?
That's correct.
But we would buy a hybrid instead of a sedan if you were going to buy that. Right.
So we're shrinking down the size of the car in order to make it work.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And the PZEVs are, how are they doing price-wise? Are they coming down?
They're the same price, and actually the Ford Focus, for example, is a PZEV naturally. You can only buy a Ford Focus in California that is a PZEV. The Cobalt is, even some of the mid-size cars we're buying that are PZEV, the Impala, the Buicks, the Ford Fusion, the mid-size car, properly equipped, can be a PZEV as well.
A lot less expensive.
And it's quite a bit less expensive.
That's what I was saying, is trying to get between you. I know the hybrid is good, but if we got a cost and we can get exactly the same thing at a lower cost, it works right.
Exactly, which was why we're doing a multi-pronged approach. We're doing it all. Where it's appropriate to buy hybrids, we're buying hybrids. Where it's not appropriate, we're putting PZEVs in there as well.
Right.
Supervisor Zaragoza and then Parks.
Yeah, the question I had for funding for purchases of this vehicle, are we using any APCD funding for the purchase of this vehicle?
No, that pretty much dried up several years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We did back when we started, back in 02 and 03, we did take advantage of that. There was some monies available that we did take advantage of, rebates that we took advantage of.
So there's no other funding for
There hasn't been lately. There's some tax advantage, but we don't qualify for the tax advantage.
Supervisor Parks.
I was just wondering about light-duty trucks, and we're going to try and change those over too.
They don't have a hybrid model yet. GM had a hybrid model, but it was barely a hybrid model. So obviously we're buying the cleanest ones available. We can choose to buy the cleaner engine. We're optioning the cleaner engines where we can. And the trucks are some years behind. The compacts, they're putting their efforts in compacts and the mid-size cars, the people movers. But the light-duty pickups are working that way. They're some years behind.
Okay, we're ready for a motion to receive and file. Thank you very much, and good work. Keep up the good work there in GSA, everybody. Thank you. Been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. All righty. We are now at our 10:30 road fund report. Mr. Britt or Chris?
All things equal, I think I'd rather be in Philadelphia right now. Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Ms. Robinson, obviously I'm Butch Britt behind the beard, and I would say, I think Mr. Kettle, Darren Kettle, is back there, the executive director of ECTC. If you have any questions of ECTC at the end. This is not going to be a short presentation. I apologize in advance, but if you would indulge me, please, by holding questions until the end, it will go much faster, and hopefully most of your early on questions will be answered as we go through the presentation. At the end, you can certainly receive and file. Tell us to come back to with any further reports or provide further direction, or you can just kick me out of the room at any time. My objection,
when it gets too depressing,
yeah,
time for us to say we can't take any more.
I heard Supervisor Long's report and read the newspaper this morning, and mine's not any better. My objective today is to give you, see if I can use this thing, a short past and present status of the road fund, advise what we see in the future, and our recommendations to remain sustainable. I'll leave end at the end for questions or direction from your board. Our mission priorities, come on here. Okay. Our mission priorities on road fund are simple. First and foremost is public safety. Our mission is to provide road facilities that do not create a substantial risk of injury, which when used with due care in a manner in which it's reasonably foreseeable that our roads will be used, and that's the standard that we use throughout. The second priority is often indistinguishable from the first. We have over $1 billion of taxpayers' assets under our stewardship, and we know we have a responsibility to maintain it to the best of our ability and resources. On a few occasions, we've been able to improve the operational efficiency of our roadways or intersections, but in 18 years, we haven't been able to get down to priority number 4, and I don't see that changing in the next few years. That's resulted in Spartan policies, as Supervisor Long said this morning, sometimes draconian, and some people have even called them mean. We do focus on maintaining the 550 miles of roadway that we have in our inventory, 161 plus or minus bridges, numerous culverts, miles of roadside drainage ditch. We maintain that stuff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on occasion. But however, sometimes the list of services we don't provide may seem as long to you as the ones we do provide. We don't provide urban level services consistent with your general plan policies, the guidelines for orderly development, and several other adopted board policies. You know, it's tough to say no, and no again and again and again, but it's necessary if we're going to live within our resources, within our means. Our pavement rehab schedule has at times been over 80 years. We've accomplished over $20 million worth of pavement rehab overlay in the last 4 years, and it's made a difference. We're starting to see it turn around. But with the projected economy, we're not going to be able to continue. It's going to go back up. Our staffing levels are lean for the breadth of responsibilities we have, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. The road fund is required to be established by California law, both the Constitution and the Streets and Highways Code. And then they put together another book which tells you how to use all these laws. The State Controller's Office publishes a manual called the Guidelines for Gas Tax Expenditures. Just to go through that, and not in detail, but we comply with all known requirements. We've recently had a team of auditors from the State Controller's Office in our spaces, going through all our records, our financial records, for over a month. They haven't reported any major violations or any significant findings to me, although we haven't had our out briefing yet, but I think I would have heard if we had any major problems in the organization. The road fund budget is not an enterprise fund, but we operate as one. What I've done with this analysis, and I realize it's a little bit difficult to see, I broke it down to a 10-year average and a 3-year average. This slide is revenue. Several things I want to emphasize. On the revenue side, if you look at the state gas tax on a 10-year average and on a 3-year average, it's been relatively flat. Sales tax, a portion of funding that we get after all transit needs have been met in the county, it's been pretty average, about $1.5 million a year, both on a 10-year average and a 3-year average. That's going to change. Miscellaneous income, the other incomes are pretty much one-time or grant fund revenues that are tied to the projects that we've accomplished either through state grants, federal grants, or in the case of Lewis Road, grants through VCTC, or funding through VCTC. The state gas tax is also called the Highway Users Tax Account. It is based on a portion of the state tax on gasoline per gallon. It's our primary source of income. It's also a stagnant source of income because it is charged per gallon. Gasoline could go to $8 a gallon, $50 a gallon, and your gas tax, unless they change the law, would still be 36.4 cents per gallon. 18 cents to the state, 18.4 cents to the federal government. As a revenue source, it just hasn't kept up with inflation as the cost of labor and materials have increased. The buying power of your state gas tax, which is your primary source of operating funds, has been severely eroded. And perhaps more importantly, as you just heard Dennis say, as cars become more efficient, as the pressure to reduce vehicle miles driven increases, gas tax revenue will go down. Gasoline user tax will not fund our transportation needs in this nation in the future. But no one's identified a good alternative yet. There's a lot of talk about it, but no one's come forth and said, this is what we ought to do. As leaders, as elected representatives, I'll leave that one for you for your future tasks. I won't go through the other four sources of revenue. They're primarily related to grants, but there is a lag between doing a project in federal and state grant funding and actually getting our money back. Sometimes that lag can be several months, sometimes it can be several years. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. On the expenditure side, we also looked at a 10 and a 3-year average for comparison. And if you look at our regular expenditures for supplies and maintenance contracts, the asphalt we put out there on the road, the traffic paint, the beads that go in the traffic paint, the signs, just about everything we do in road maintenance and in the government center, it's been pretty steady if you compare it, if you adjust it for inflation. The same for the cost of our equipment. That's our heavy equipment, the graders, the dump trucks, the loaders, the grade alls, the bucket trucks, the like. Our equipment costs have been pretty steady throughout the last 10 and the last 3 years. We've had to increase the use of equipment rentals, where we had to rent equipment for short periods of time. We basically don't have excess equipment. We don't have equipment more than what we need in our pool of equipment. Our contribution to the county risk management pool, that's legal services and trying to keep us out of trouble. And that's an expense I wish we didn't have to pay, but I think we have to acknowledge that we live in California and we live in a very litigious society. We have to defend the taxpayers from these types of actions, and I really commend the risk management staff and county council for their actions in preventing these costs from going higher. But that's always a huge unknown every year. And again, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when we get hit with a major award. And I'm not talking about the good kind of award. Capital project expenses will vary from year to year. And it's been high the last few years because of Lewis Road expenditures and the extra pavement rehab projects that we were able to do with the revenue from Propositions 1A and 1B. I'd asked you to ignore the spike in overhead costs. That was a one-time anomaly, and were I to do this analysis over, I would probably move it to one of the other categories. But I would ask you to look at the personnel cost right in here. That's almost a 50% increase, And that would indicate that we've added a lot of people to transportation, but that's not the case. A lot of that has been due to the increases to the county retirement system, and a lot of it's just been the natural increases in labor through the labor adjustments which have been approved over the years. Just looking at staffing, back in 1992, we had 143 people in transportation. Something happened. I came on board and we reduced down to 123 and then down to 114. And that was our last big financial crisis of this scope, or maybe not quite as big as the one we have today. And we just basically looked at all our positions. We got down to 116 by 1985, or 114, and we've been down close to that number since then. For next year, my budget is balanced. I'm not going to go over this in detail at this time because I'm going to go over this. You're going to see this budget 3 and 4 times going through this presentation. There are some concerns that I'll discuss later. We did use this budget as a baseline because this is what was submitted to the official county budget back in March. In putting together budgets, you have to start way early, and because things get locked in as you go along, it's difficult to change, and I didn't really want to argue about the numbers. I felt that it was more important to argue about the trends and the bottom line. So to summarize the past and the present, your road fund, your county road department, does comply with known requirements. Our practices are lean and sometimes mean, but we're in good shape today, both financially and with the quality and dedication of our people. You have some very good and dedicated and hardworking people in transportation. However, to quote Ms. Davis, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Hang on. The trends we see in transportation are really not very encouraging, and Supervisor Long talked a little bit about some of this, but specific to transportation, and I said this before, gas tax revenue is going to continue to decline as a revenue source, both in buying power and eventually dollars, because eventually people are going to be driving those hydrogen or hybrid or whatever vehicles, and gas tax revenue is based on a tax per gallon. TDA revenue, the portion that was historically made available to the road fund, it's going to disappear. It'll go down this year. In a couple years, it's going to go down to zero. And I've talked to you about that, and so has Mr. Kettle in the past, and you're going to see that portion that goes to the road fund go down to zero. The Federal Highway Trust Fund, I haven't mentioned much about the Federal Highway Trust. It's funded by the federal portion of the 18.4 cents per gallon paid at the pump. It's going to deteriorate for some of these same reasons. In fact, the Federal Highway Trust Fund went broke last year, and only special appropriations by Congress kept it solvent. We're already hearing rumors that the local share federal highway grants for next year and beyond through the next iteration of the federal highway bill, which expires this September, will be less in the future. And if you remember last time, it took the federal government almost 2 years to pass the federal highway bill, so there was no funding out of the federal grant funds for almost 2 years. Excuse me, I didn't quite finish that one. The state's going to continue to hold or divert our transportation funds. They're going to put Joaquin Moriata or Jesse James up there, and they're going to take it. They have to. They have no other choice, if only for cash flow. They've held up our gas tax this year for 3 months. They held it last year for 5 months. And as I sent you a little note that I got from the CSAC conference yesterday, and given copies to Roberta, they're even talking about eliminating gas tax funding to counties and cities permanently. That would basically devastate your road fund. There will be no general fund contribution to the road fund. Well, maybe you're going to have to, I don't know. But you really can't afford it. We've always managed to take care of ourselves, and our intent is to manage our budget to live within our means. But in the event of a major storm or disaster, you're going to have to consider that we may have to borrow from the general fund. Ventura County has a history of natural disasters. We seem to have one about every 5-6 years, thereabouts. Last one was 2005. It's been 5 years. We're getting ready for another one. I hate to say it that way, but they do occur about every 5 years. Our mission during disasters is to protect, restore the road system as soon as possible, to restore access, which is vital to our people for public safety, health, and the economic vitality of the county. This is what typically we're looking at during disasters out there in the road department. And as you can see, there is no typical type of damage that occurs during disaster. The only thing typical about it is it's all over the county, it's big, and it's expensive. You know, costs after a major flood event can be significant. And what we've plotted here is the cost from the 2005 storm over time. The total costs were over $21 million. The initial cost, which we incur almost immediately, was almost $12 million. And during the first part of a major disaster, we're running around like crazy. We're often calling in contractors, ordering rock or other materials to stabilize a roadbed or save a bridge in the middle of the night. And sometimes it's basically a handshake in the middle of the night at 3 o'clock. We can't meet our mission without calling in contractors or short notice. But the one thing the contractors have always asked for us when they do the work for us, they want to get paid. And they want to get paid as quickly as they can, and they deserve it. In some cases, as you'll look at this chart, because of the extent of the damage, like a bridge is wiped out, we basically have to put in a Band-Aid, put in a runaround, or make some temporary repairs, and we come back. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 years later before we can make the permanent repairs, just as we had to do on replacement of Grimes Canyon Bridge. But reimbursement for our costs by the state and the feds will lag. It obviously won't be a straight line like this, but we have to do the work, pay for the contractors, the overtime for our people, the materials, and then put in for reimbursement later. And sometimes that reimbursement can lag for months or even several years. If you remember what happened after the 2005 disasters, down in New Orleans, they had this party called Hurricane Katrina, and there was no federal money for almost 2 years for disasters. So to summarize disasters, there isn't a typical type of damage. It's usually all over the county. Road repairs are expensive, and you'll need contract assistance, and it'll take us years sometimes to receive the reimbursement for the work. In addition to having a reserve available for major disasters, we have numerous ongoing cash flow requirements. I have to meet a payroll every 2 weeks, like any small company. With my 116 or 114 people, it's about $500,000. It does no good to have people out there without materials or equipment necessary to do their jobs. The other requirement is making regular payments for awarded contracts. I've got about $20 million in contracts already obligated. We make progress payments to the contractors monthly, and we're required by state law to make those payments within 30 days of satisfactory completion of the work that's done, or we have to pay the contractor interest. We haven't done that yet, and we don't intend to start. Perhaps not as dramatic as major disasters. There's hardly a week goes by where somebody doesn't go out there and hit a traffic signal or hit a controller or hit a guardrail, and we've got to replace it almost immediately. We do try to get reimbursed by making claims on the responsible parties or insurance company, but that can take time, sometimes months and even years. The claims not covered by the insurance pool are rare, but an active concern. As you know, your board is wrestling with a particularly vexing one right now on the Ventura River. And for all these reasons, and the uncertainty of what the state's going to do to transportation funding next year and the next, we recommend a minimum of $9 million reserve or contingency in the road fund. I'd like to tell you we did a whole bunch of very theoretical mathematical analysis, but we basically met with the CEO's office, looked at the past practices, and developed the number of $9 million as a round number. It's a minimum amount that I would recommend to you for the road fund based on my experience and judgment. We also advise that if we don't start taking steps now to develop this amount, it won't be available when you really need it next year and beyond. Our recommendations continue to be lean in the transportation. We still won't be able to provide municipal or expanded level services. There are some mandated services we will have to provide, but we're going to look at best at how we can provide those in the future. We do have some projected retirements next year. I've already told my managers to plan on holding those positions, some of those positions vacant for a year or longer. We're looking at deferring equipment replacements, extending some of the replacement life, equipment life. If you can get by for two or more years longer on an old truck, it may not be the greatest thing in the world to do, but it might save you some money over buying a new truck that year. Reducing our material costs if possible, but again, we don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face or hurt the taxpayers. Our primary function is to protect public safety and preserve the road system, and we don't want to reduce costs at the expense of public safety or preservation of infrastructure. So, how do you accomplish this? And it's one thing to say all this, and then you have to get down to the level of, well, how can you do it? And so looking at next year's budget, even though it's balanced, the first thing you notice is that we're out of balance by about $14 million on an annual basis. That's not a real good thing for long-term financial stability. And without the money coming in next year that we were originally looking at, that's not what I want to do. If we don't change course now, we'll have no reserve and be heading for a negative financial status the year after next. Estimated revenues are down for the most part. Remember when I told you the gas tax was about 12 to 13? The only increase is sales tax revenue, which would be the result of Propositions 42 and Proposition 1A. Finally, a portion of the sales tax on gasoline is intended by vote of the people, by state constitution, to be made available to counties and cities for local road maintenance, with one large caveat. As you know, Proposition 1A can be suspended by the governor and the legislature, despite assurances that these funds will not be suspended or held up by the state. We're also hearing that they will be. It's my best guess that Proposition 1A will be suspended next year, or at a minimum delayed. TDA funding is going to be reduced, and I'm certain it'll be less than the original budgeted amount. Looking at the expense side up there, I'm seeing significant increases in the cost of materials and maintenance contract, and part of that is expected. Asphalt's over $100 a ton now, where a few years ago it was $50 a ton. As Dennis said, the price of gasoline's going up again, and a lot of the products I use are petroleum-based. Some of that cost increase is anticipation of new NPDES requirements. We're working on our equipment side, we're working with GSA and scrutinize carefully our planned expenses in all areas.
Excuse me, Butch.
Excuse me.
Just want to let you know, we scheduled a half hour for this.
Okay.
There's 5 minutes left of that. You look like you're about halfway through your slides.
Maybe I better go to the end.
You're not going to make it in a half hour, but if you can be as sensitive as you can to the timing, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Well, see if I can get to it in 5 minutes. This is the current CIP. This is what we're looking at deferring in terms of the CIP. These are the projects we're looking at deferring. And just to make sure you're aware that we're not looking at any one district or any one supervisorial district. These are the projects that come up through the program that your board approves, which considers equitable distribution of funds throughout all districts on a 1-year basis. It doesn't work out on a 5 or 10-year basis. It's pretty equitable. Looking at this, TDA reduced to 0, supplies and CIP reduced. We come up, it looks like a projected fund balance next year of about $9.4 million. That would be June of 2010, with a caveat that gas tax and sales tax, the state could still reduce those and still could pull them back. What you're looking at is, with that type of budget, is that major storm or disaster costs are indeterminate. If we have a combination of those problems, then we may have to be coming to you for a loan from the general fund. Our long-term projection, this is probably one of the worst projections that we could come up with until we heard yesterday that the state is looking at reducing gas tax to counties and cities and taking the entire amount, which would reduce your operating funds to essentially zero. But with this projection, you'd be looking at an annual imbalance of about $3 million a year. In 3 years, your reserves will be eaten up. A better projection, and one that I do believe is feasible, would require us to tighten our belts and some improvement in the economic situation, because we do believe it's going to improve, at least within the short term, within the next 3 years. That would give you a balanced budget and an annual basis, and still leave you with a $9 million reserve in the road fund for disasters or other unforeseen requirements. What it doesn't give you in this type of balance or this type of budget is a lot of money for local fund, particularly road maintenance and repair, pavement rehab and overlay. It's very aggressively using the traffic impact mitigation fees that we have on hand, and with that type of funding, it's not legally available for use on pavement management and overlay programs. So it's going to be a tough ride for the next few years. To summarize, we are in compliance with state law. Our road department is lean by necessity. We are financially solvent, and we'll do whatever we have to do, including taking our share of any cuts to enable you to continue to survive. I realize I've gone a little bit longer than I planned. I did, believe it or not, I did go through several dry runs with this, and it went a little bit faster in the dry runs. And I appreciate you not asking questions during the process. If you have any further questions, direction, I'll do the best I can.
Wow. Okay. I'm sure we have some questions. Supervisor Parks, she wants all the money.
Well, I like the idea of the pain being shared equally. And sometimes it's just where you are in your schedule of rehab, that if you're going to decide to put aside $9 million into reserves at a time when some districts are looking forward to having their turn at the rehab, then yeah, I am concerned. I look at slide 27, Oak Park, Deer Hill, Lisa Court, Oak Park, Lynn Ranch. I would suspect even in the line that says Lynn Ranch, Sespe, Luminera, it is actually predominantly Lynn Ranch in terms of the amount of roads that we're talking about for repaving. So I do have some concerns about it. I don't know about it being shared equally as we would like.
It is shared equally over the long run.
Over the
on
long
any
run.
1 year, it is not. We can't share it equally over a 1 year period.
And I also understand the necessity to have a contingency, something that we don't have. I just wonder about the timing of putting aside that much money when, in the long run, if you don't keep up these roads, you end up in worse shape.
Well, if you don't put aside the money, as the state continues to hold it or doesn't pay your gas tax, you won't have any money to pay for it, even your ongoing salaries.
So it's not specific to a
No,
disaster, for example, where the
No,
state's
ma'am.
going to delay payment for a while?
No, ma'am. We're going to try to keep going.
Okay, and I would like to have, I'll have another conversation on that, but the roads that are being deferred seem to be predominantly in my district, and that gives me some concern. I know, as a county, a lot of, and it's more of a board question, but from a point of view of the county, a lot of the services go to the West County. What we do get in services are primarily these kind of services in the East County, which aren't as needy. So it does give me concern because we've got to use our tax dollars sometime in my district too.
Mr. Chair, Butch, you gave us this email, the permanent diversion of state gas tax monies, and you share here that if this happens, that's 95% of your annual operating cost.
Annual operating revenue.
Revenue, excuse me. And then this is really horrific, the information that you gave us here, if they do that, if they permanently divert those gas tax dollars, to that not only do we send all our people home, but it's a safety issue for the public, and also we need to protect the public, as a result of hopefully they don't divert this kind of money, because it's just horrific, the information that you gave us here on the permanent, or the proposal to permanent divert gas tax monies and the Prop 42 and 1A dollars, so. Getting
That would
this
be
information here at the last
be a
minute.
very draconian measure.
So
I can't see how the state could do it, but they're the state, they can do it. It's the old saying, he with the gold rules.
And I think too, the safety issue here is so important. You mentioned, if something is damaged, whether it's a sign, whether it's a bridge, whether it's a disaster, whatever, we need to have those dollars. So this is extremely important information that we need to oppose, that diversion of the gas tax monies. I just wanted to share that, though.
Okay. Anything
Mr.
else?
Chair.
Supervisor
Oh, I think you have.
Boyd and all? Yeah, I didn't
Go
see
right
it.
ahead.
Go ahead.
I know you love all this, don't you? One of the questions is, you talked about the cost of asphalt's gone through the roof. One of the things I've been hearing in our county is that we don't have a lot of competition in asphalt by having a lot of extra asphalt plants. Is that?
That is true. We've had a dearth of asphalt plants. Granted, is putting one in at Santa Paula, but it's not up and running yet. So,
Right.
When you have competition, you can benefit from competition.
Right, I've heard that. People talk about asphalt being other areas is much cheaper than what we pay because we don't have, and then some of ours are far away, and the transportation of that becomes very expensive. So there is some, possibly, hopefully, some solutions to that. The other thing I noticed is in your budget, as this slows down, and you don't have some money over the next couple of years, it looked like your payroll only dropped maybe 12.8, 12.6 to about 12 million.
Right, and that's not again, that's more of a, not as detailed an analysis. We dropped it because we would put some of those people to work on projects that would be funded, but we also looked at, okay, let's face it, we're going to have to, if we're not going to do capital projects, we're going to have to drop some of those positions.
No, I understand.
And I didn't show that savings.
Yeah, you didn't show it, or you did?
I did not show that savings, no.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, because I would think that if you don't have the projects, some of the people probably wouldn't be as, no fun to say that, but I know that that's part of what you.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of the future. If we get cut at the levels that the state is talking about cutting us, then we're going to have to reduce some of those people. However, that would reduce our ability
To do the work. Yeah, I agree with you. I know it's, okay, great, thanks.
Supervisor Long.
Well, thank you for the doom and gloom. Appreciate, I
You've
appreciate.
got to change places with Dennis today.
I appreciate the PowerPoint you put together, Butch, on this, and it is a good piece for us to take on the road to the public, because if the state takes these draconian cuts, it virtually does stop anything but the absolute emergency response that we will fulfill and figure out how we do that. But it's unfortunate that the public has, through various initiatives, said that our infrastructure is a priority, and yet the state doesn't seem to be able to understand that message. The pavement rehabilitation one is always a push-me-pull-me one. I appreciate the supervisor's comments. I note that in that list it says Piru area and Sespe Limonera area. So that 4.6 that's on that line for Lynn isn't all Lynn Ranch. It also is the 3rd district, which also concerns me because you're talking about the large unincorporated area in Piru, one of the poorest communities we have in this county, and roads that are in great need of repair. I think over the years, as I often look at the pavement rehabilitation list and how it gets longer and longer and more years added onto it, it's always a struggle, because one of the things we probably hear most from the public is, when are you going to fix my road? So these are extraordinary times, and they become even more challenging. can only say at least I appreciate the information being as public as it is, and we'll see where it falls.
Thank you. CEO.
Yes, first of all, Butch, thank you for the presentation, and I did want to express my appreciation for the effort. If you look back to the 90s in terms of what's happened to staffing levels, and clearly there's been a conscientious effort over time to deal with balancing your budget and keeping staffing in line with what you can afford. Supervisor Zaragoza indicated that this was just a horrific situation. We are entering horrific times.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, we're talking about what's happening at the state. The state is now dealing with, went from a $104 billion budget down to a $90 billion budget and is talking about cutting $24 billion. That is going to be horrific. It's going to be horrific on a lot of fronts. And I believe that the way, unfortunately, the way we deliver services and the way we have been able to deliver services in the past are going to be is going to be entirely different. It is an entirely different world. And it's in lots of fronts. It's in the road fund. It's in health and human services. It's all across the board. We are going to be confronting some draconian situations, things that I don't think people in this community ever thought could occur. But those, we are going to be confronting them on lots of fronts. So if you thought you could be depressing, I thought I'd one up.
I'm not going to make any comments because we have 4 11 o'clock time certain items, and we're a little bit behind, but I know Supervisor Parks does want to jump in. I just want to say I appreciate it. A lot of hard work. I appreciate the professionalism over the years. The one thing I would just add here is that this is one of the rare elected bodies where there has not been contention about your prioritizing of projects, and that's pretty great here. That's a compliment. I just trust that if you're doing something in some other supervisor's district, it's because it's higher priority than in my district, and that's really been a great compliment for you. Supervisor Parks.
I would like to draw your.
That word right up there for you.
I would like to draw your attention to the slide 27, where close to half of the deferred pavement rehab is in my district. And I like the idea about sharing the pain equally. I also understand, and I also do not question Butch's schedule, because I realize that he's going to go through the whole county and eventually in 80 years get us all paid. That's his number, not mine. But when you're talking about an 80-year rehab schedule, I think that there is room in this coming year to say this is, we can't put off these kind of, one district having almost half of the rehab put off. I just don't think it's fair, and I can't support it, and I understand that part of this item is to provide additional guidance, and I just don't find this acceptable. And, I can't support it. And I'm getting egged on here. I think you should also take on it. We can just split this one year coming up 20% each. Is that right? 20 times 5 is 100. So I can't support this, and I find it to be a burden on my district, so I can't accept this.
I know I've taken up too much time already, but you have to consider where the money is and what kind it is, and federal money can't be spent on local projects. So, again, I can only take the projects that we had planned to do. If we do this project, you're going to spend the money. I don't have the money to spend, is what I'm telling you. Whether it's not this project or another one.
Sure.
Obviously, I'm looking at it, not that we spend more in my district, but that we spread the pain equally on this particular one.
Well, this is a motion to receive and file the presentation and provide additional guidance. You've got one supervisor, expressing an opinion here. I think it's time for us to make the motion to receive and file and bring this back for more conversation if we need to, given where we are today at this point in time. So it's a motion to receive and file, and it's time for us to vote.
None of it's good.
Thank you, Bud.
Thank
None of it's good.
Okay, and that passes 4-1. And I appreciate the sentiments of Supervisor Parks in terms of that. Okay, we have rare moment of pleasant news here in the boardroom that we don't have very often, and it is an opportunity for us to recognize the Probasco Spirit Award that the county won under the able coaching of Christy Madden, and also have a resolution here for the city of Ventura. So Christy, we'll turn it over to you and ask everybody to be sensitive to the fact that we have 4 items that are supposed to be done here at 11 o'clock.
Right. So we'll be quick. Christy Madden, County Executive Office, the person who got the County of Ventura involved in this chaos, how many years ago? 7 years ago now. I just want to take the opportunity to celebrate this year's accomplishments in the corporate games, invite all of these people hiding in the back of the room to come down. I've invited our medalists and our coordinators who make all of this happen. Without them, we certainly could not do the corporate games. And now more than ever, I mean, all we've heard about all morning is doom and gloom and depression and just enough. Look at the happy faces here. Look at these people. They're excited.
Keep coming down. Create room for everybody to come on down. Yeah, there we go.
I want to invite, where's Adam? Right there. Adam, get over here. I'd like to invite Adam Singleton from the city and Pamela to come down. Eric Burton is the official coordinator for the corporate games. Adam and Pam are able assistants and ever present for the corporate games. And we have been awarded the J.D. Probasco Spirit Award for this year. We got the award last year, and we are very pleased with the receipt of this award. I know that the supervisor has a resolution, but I also wanted to surprise the city. You know, there was a bit of confusion at the closing ceremonies this year. The tallying of the Sandcastle contest results came a little bit late in the day, and the city had awarded the Spirit Award to itself, with all due respect, very well deserved. They've had a very tough year. The J.D. Probasco Award is, if you read my board letter, has to do with the fact that one of their volunteers passed away last year who was a very big part of the corporate games, so they've renamed the award. So we were all very supportive of the city getting the award. Come to find out, unbeknownst to them, that they didn't have a Sandcastle team, which was a key criteria for getting the award. So they have subsequently given the award to the county, so we are being bestowed with that here today. But in recognition of the city's spirit, the county wants to grant the city an award of our own, and it says, the County of Ventura may have spirit, but the City of Ventura has heart. Congratulations on 20 years of corporate games and promoting camaraderie, sportsmanship, and friendly competition among area businesses, industry, and government. The County of Ventura Corporate Games volunteers hereby recognize the tireless efforts of Eric Burton, his staff, and volunteers. Awarded the 2nd day of June, 2009. You guys really are the best. I mean, I know from my perspective how difficult it is for one company, and you've got how many companies? 60-some companies from all around the Tri-County area that participate in the corporate games. It is a monumental task for these people, and they give them of themselves 24/7 to make this all happen. So I am eternally grateful to the county, my coordinators who helped make this happen, to all of our medalists. As you know from reading the letter, this event gets bigger and bigger every year. We had well over 500, 600 people participate in the corporate games this year. More important than ever in this time of fiscal constraint and doom and gloom, as we've heard over and over again, to have this opportunity to get together and have fun and meet people from other agencies and departments. So it's a true pleasure, and I really appreciate it. Somebody's got my camera, I hope. Taking pictures? I don't know, just here somewhere. So if there's any way for us to squeeze in one corner somehow and get some pictures, that would be great. Or a picture or two. Yeah, that's it right there. Frank, get down here, Mike. My tennis
I'm gonna organize this picture thing here. Norma, start bringing people up around behind here.
We're really late, I'm sorry.
Okay, we have the picture, and whoa, we have the picture. On behalf of the board,
One more thing.
just on behalf of the board, we want to thank everybody for participating. We recognize that it is one of those things that keeps us a healthy organization in terms of lots of other things, the communication and contact that takes place, and we do need everybody to exercise. Particularly want to thank Christy for her leadership getting us there, and I want to come down and give this resolution to the City of Ventura. 20 years, 20 years ago this thing was launched, and it was a very small thing 20 years ago, and it just keeps growing and growing. And it is the essence of community when you when you help people with their recreation needs, and that's what city government's about. Counties don't do recreation, cities do recreation, and you're doing a great job with that. So I want to bring this resolution down to you, and big hand for everybody. Thank you. Okay, and we are now to item 32, and that's the North Simi Drain Channel retrofit. I think this won't be, you don't have Supervisor Foy here, but we can handle it. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairperson Bennett, members of the board, CEO Robinson. Again, for the record, my name is Peter Shade. I'm the Deputy Director of Design and Construction Division and currently acting as the district's director. Today we're here to request certification of the final mitigated negative declaration for the North Simi Drain Channel retrofit project. I do have a presentation. If you would prefer just to ask questions, we can cut to the chase.
Do any supervisors have questions or concerns on this project? Yeah.
Are you taking some measures for wildlife corridor?
We really don't have any wildlife corridor. This is the project is realigning an underground storm drain, 66-inch diameter storm drain, connecting it at a different location to the existing concrete channel. So there won't be any riparian vegetation removed as part of the project.
Thank you.
Supervisor Foy, he was asking, do we have questions? Should we go through the whole presentation?
I'm okay with this.
If everybody's got this item.
Hearing? Comments, I guess.
Great. Roberta and Noel, anything special we have to do in terms of this, in terms of a public hearing? All right. Let us just, I tell you, we've got the PowerPoints. Why don't you pass the PowerPoints out to us, Roberta, and let us just all glance at the PowerPoints quickly and see if you have, if anybody, if it does bring any questions up to anybody else. But I think this is a pretty straightforward project. I'm sure Supervisor Foy's been more involved in this, being in his district.
As you might recall, this is being funded by FEMA. 75% of the costs will be federally funded.
Great. Okay.
The only
Okay.
thing was that Moore Park issue. It seemed like you were able to solve that issue in regards to they're thinking they're getting more flow down their end.
Yeah, the city of Moore Park made a comment that they were concerned about impacts to water surface elevation and floodplain in the city, and based on our analysis, is so far downstream of the project that there will be negligible impact both to the water surface and their floodplain.
Any other questions? All right, we're ready for a action. Motion. Moved and it's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Shade, and appreciate you putting this together. I'm sorry we're cutting it a little closer time-wise on that. Right. Okay, our next 11 o'clock time certain item is the Healthcare Agency and the proposed county organized health system. Mr. Powers.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, board members, Mrs. Robinson. This item before you today is a request for your board's direction to proceed with implementation of state-mandated Medi-Cal managed care through establishing a county organized health system. Now, as I indicated, this is a state mandate, and they're gradually moving counties to this. We were one of 13 counties in the most recent phase of this, and so this is something that the county must move forward with. There's at least 3 models that we can implement this under. One of them is the county organized health system. Another is the 2-plan model, where there's a public plan that the county runs as well as a commercial plan. Then there's a 3rd model, which is called geographic managed care, which is multiple commercial models. The state believes, and the healthcare agency recommends, that we move forward with the county organized health system model. We feel there's many benefits to that. Significant among those are the reduced administrative costs. You don't have duplicate administrative costs. You have local control of administration of things like claims adjudication and TAR approval, improved coordination of care, more funds directed to providers, as well as more access in terms of more choice for beneficiaries, because now you have, under the county organized health system, every provider who's willing to care for a Medi-Cal patient in the county will sign up under this one plan, rather than splitting an already limited number of providers. So this is the model that we recommend. In order to do that, we needed to get federal legislation, and we appreciate your board and the CEO's support and Supervisor Long's leadership, as well as Congresswoman Capps for legislation in order to.
And I might point out we have a representative of Congresswoman Capps in the office, right?
Yes, and we very much appreciate her and the Congresswoman's support in this getting this legislation. So that enabled us to move forward with the county organized health system. Presented to your board for as a choice. There is another model, or not so much a model as another option, which would be potentially, say, merging with another plan like the Santa Barbara plan. We've looked into that a bit. We really feel like it makes more sense for the county to have its own county organized health system. That way we enhance that local control, because Santa Barbara, which also merged with San Luis, they have unique needs, healthcare needs in their communities out there, just like Ventura does here as well as we would be a larger plan actually than both the Santa Barbara and San Luis plans combined. But having said that, there's still opportunities for taking advantage of cost savings by contracting with another plan like Santa Barbara or other managed care plans up and down the state for things like claims processing and that kind of thing, so we don't have to hire a whole group of folks right off the bat, and we can take advantage of those cost efficiencies. I wanted to emphasize as well, this is a state mandate, but there are some advantages to it. In terms of quality, there's improved coordination of care. Also, one of the things that is required in the COHS is that the Medi-Cal beneficiary gets assigned a primary care provider, a medical home. So that improves coordination of care. There's improved chronic disease management. So there really are some advantages in terms of quality. In fact, the 2007, I think it's called a HEDIS study, showed that Medi-Cal managed care plans performed better than fee-for-service counties in terms of quality, and actually the COHS model performed better in terms of quality than the other managed care programs out there. So those are the main reasons that we do support this model. We have, to this point, reached out to many of the traditional providers to Medi-Cal patients in this county, including the private hospitals, the private physicians, our own physicians and system, of course, Clínicas del Camino Real, Tri-Counties, and others, and wanted to make sure they understood why, what the different choices were and why we favored this model. I think some are not they're necessarily happy with managed care, but they understand that given the options, this is probably the best model for us to pursue here in Ventura County. Having said that, there has been some concern expressed, and we certainly respect that the county is a major provider of safety net services to the Medi-Cal population here, and there's been some concern that perhaps this commission going forward, or the plan, would favor the county system over, say, other providers unfairly. And I just want to address that right off the bat and say it's very important to us as an agency, as I know it is to you, that the process is fair and transparent, and then the plan we end up with is something that people feel is a fair plan. Now, having said that, Medi-Cal managed care is not going to solve all the problems with Medi-Cal. It's underfunded, and it's a challenge. So, this is not going to be the cure-all by any means, but there are certainly some benefits to it. In terms of next steps, the total process from here forward will take at least 18 months, at least, before we go live. The next key steps are to have a stakeholder input process where we reach out to an even broader group of providers who may be interested in contracting with the plan, as well as other stakeholders to identify a proposed commission that would actually govern the plan. Because this is a very important point. Your board, and we'll probably come back to you in about 6 months or so, with a proposed ordinance wherein your board would establish an independent commission that would operate the plan. And the ordinance would set up who would comprise that committee, the members of that committee. So it would be the plan that runs it, contracts with the state for rates, and contracts with the providers in the community to build the provider structure and so forth. And so that's how it would work, and we would estimate that we would come back to your board in about 6 months, as I say, with that ordinance. Once that is established, the commission is established, they establish the plan, then the plan negotiates, as I say, and so forth, for setting up the whole plan, and that will take about a year at least from that point on. And I think key to this is that we really can, this is a state mandate, but we can utilize this model to improve access and quality of care for Medi-Cal patients in our community. I think our county actually already does a good job of that, but we can do better, and I think this plan can be used to help that. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We have 3 public speakers. Do we have any questions from the board members before we hear from the public speakers? Whichever you want to do it. Okay. All right. We'll go to our public speakers. Mr. Murray. Welcome.
Chairman Bennett, members of the Board of Supervisors, Mrs. Robinson. My name is Mike Murray. I'm the Ventura County Market President for the St. John's Hospitals here in both Oxnard and Camarillo. And I'd like to add to the comments made to the proposal presented by Mr. Powers, and as it relates to the approval and authorization to develop a COHS for Medi-Cal recipients for this county. As you're aware, the private hospitals shoulder a very large burden and proportion of the burden for inpatient and ER care for the Medi-Cal population in Ventura County. These patients are an integral part of our mission as community providers, and they are also a fiscal burden that we absorb, as Medi-Cal does not nearly cover the cost for caring for these patients. We saw about 3,000 inpatient admissions last year in Medi-Cal, about 15,000 outpatients. Our costs were about $18.2 million, and we got paid about $14.7 million. So we actually absorbed about $3.5 million in direct costs associated with this population. And we are concerned that given the cutbacks that are inevitable, and then was certainly talked about in all the other areas of the state, that this burden will increase, putting even more pressures on our ability to deliver first-rate care to this population. I would like to say that Mr. Powers has been very proactive in meeting with me in regard to this proposal, and that I am in favor of the CAUSE model versus the other options that he described today as it relates to the 2-plan or geographic managed care model. The two areas where I do have some concerns are really as follows: that we take a really close look at the potential for merging with the cause to the north, CenCal Health, which is actually was the first cause in the state that has provided very effective and efficient oversight for the counties of San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. There's almost universal satisfaction among the providers with this organization, so why not benefit from this potential association? I do believe that there are substantial economies of scale that Mr. Powers has described vis-a-vis not the recreation of the eligibility offices, medical management functions, claims processing that are already functioning well in CenCal Health. So let's really take a very close look at this. This should be, I think, fully vetted really before we take the leap to create our own infrastructure ourselves. Secondly, I want to emphasize to the board the need for the private acute care providers to have an equal seat at the table in any of the formative processes and in the governance of the organization, however it is eventually structured. Mr. Powers has made it very clear that he intends to follow that course, and certainly in his discussions with myself as it relates to our two organizations and also to the other acute care hospitals in the county. And I hope that you will fully support that structure and understand our concerns, as this represents a substantial part of our utilization and budgets, and we must appropriately manage this process for all of us to maintain our fiscal viability and also deliver the kind of care that we all want to do for our patient populations. So I thank you for your attention and thank you for your concerns, and know that we'll do a good job in this going forward.
Thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Murray. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Our next speaker is Mr. Wild. Good afternoon, Gary.
How are you? Chairperson Bennett, members of the board, and staff. Thank you for letting us weigh in on this very important issue. My name is Gary Wild. I'm President and CEO of Community Memorial Health System. I also have over 20 years experience with a Medi-Cal managed care program in Santa Barbara. As it was stated, it's the longest standing program, I believe, in the country. It used to be Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority, is now CenCal. Our health system also provided over 100,000 visits to Medi-Cal patients last year, and so we have an important stake in this. A very important part of our mission is to provide care for all members of our community, including Medi-Cal. I want to emphasize and hope and urge you to emphasize three important guiding principles as we go forward in the planning for this. And I, too, want to congratulate Mike Powers of keeping us informed and on a good direction. I want to outline why I think the three are important. First of all, it was early on the preference of myself and others not to have Medi-Cal managed care here. Having lived with it for over 20 years, I had a preference for our status quo. That is not an option that we have. As pointed out, the state wants to save money, but by definition, there are fewer dollars that come from the state with a Medi-Cal managed care program. It's about 95% of what historically had been paid. We are already 51 out of 51 states, including Washington, D.C., in the amount of Medi-Cal funding. And so with the exception of public hospitals, we are at the nadir of funding for the care we provide with Medicaid. A Medi-Cal managed care program also has the added burden of a new bureaucracy. Administrative costs have to take that money before anything goes to providers. But there are benefits that have been pointed out. First, there can be prevention, a focus on prevention and wellness in the medical home. Secondly, you can combine this program with other programs, including Access for Infant and Mothers, the AIM program, Healthy Families, the SKIP program, and Healthy Kids. The options have been delineated, the four options: geographic model, a two-plan model, a county organized health system, or aligning with an existing program like CenCal in Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo. The county organized health system, in my experience, can work well. But there's a big if, and these guiding principles, I think, are very important for us to understand. They've been articulated, but I'd urge you as a board to give direction to make this happen. When Dr. Hart envisioned this, the late Dr. Hart in Santa Barbara in the early 80s, he envisioned an independent board, a board that would exist in an agency that would be set up initially by the County of Santa Barbara, but it would have independence. There wouldn't be a bias for any provider group. It would be completely independent, a self-perpetuating board. As I remember, it was a 501c3 that was established with a contract with the County of Santa Barbara and the state of California. We would urge that type of independence, so there isn't any bias among providers of who can be included in what rates. Secondly, that it be the second principle was the county organized health system in Santa Barbara arranged for but did not provide direct patient care. It was provider inclusive. Anyone who wanted to provide care, hospitals, physicians, and others, if they met certain credentialing standards, were allowed in that pool. And I believe that was a very beautiful way to do it, because you had patients that were underfunded who received access to the same care as the best insured patients in the county. So an inclusive provider program. The third principle, the first two have been mentioned a little bit, but I want to emphasize the third principle. There's a lot of change. It's happening rapidly. There is health reform discussion in Washington. There are state mandates and concerns over budget today. I would urge the third principle to involve the Hospital Association of Southern California, who are in tune with these changes. The state of California is proposing reductions of between $500 million and $1.2 billion in Medicaid funding to hospitals this next year in order to help balance their budget. The federal government is talking about many changes. The Medi-Cal waiver comes up between the California and the federal government in July 1st. It actually ends on June 30th of 2010. There are so many funding changes that will affect this model, and we urge caution. We urge planning in a very collaborative way, involving the other hospitals, the Ventura County Medical Association as well. So again, the third three principles in supporting this would be create an independent board that does not have a bias but is focused on providing the most outstanding care to our county. Secondly, provider inclusive. And thirdly, collaborative planning involving the experts because of all the changes happening rapidly both at the state and the federal government.
Thank you very much. You're over your 5 minutes just a little bit. Thank you very much, Mr. Wild. Our last speaker, Mr. Arcuri. I'm not sure I pronounced that right. Good morning.
Pronounce it for you.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, and Mrs. Robinson. My name is Jerry Arcuri. I am the Regional Vice President for Ventura and Santa Barbara counties with Hospital Association of Southern California. My remarks will be somewhat repetitive from the previous speakers, actually all three, but I'll be brief. Thank you for allowing me to speak about the county organized health system. And I would first, on behalf of all the acute care hospitals in Ventura County, like to acknowledge the good faith effort that Mike Powers and the healthcare agency staff have made over the last several months in contacting the stakeholders for this issue and listening to their concerns. Mike's efforts in this regard have been genuine and commendable. However, hospital providers in the county continue to have some concerns about how the COHS model may be implemented in our county. And among the concerns that hospitals have expressed are these. You've heard them. First, although the county organized health system, there are county organized health systems in many California counties, there is no large county with both a COHS and in which there is also a county-owned and operated hospital and an extensive county clinic system. Ventura County would be unique in this respect, and there may be unique challenges as a result in setting up a fully independent and objective managed care program oversight commission. Secondly, there is a successful model for Medi-Cal managed care in the 2 counties north of Ventura County. It may be prudent and valuable to fully explore the merger of Ventura County's Medi-Cal program with the CenCal Health County Organized Health System. Given the very real possibility of shrinking Medi-Cal reimbursement, the shared resources and overhead available in such a merged model could result in more funds actually being available for patient care services. Thirdly, any commission that is set up to oversee a county organized health system must be fully independent of the county. It must be objective, and it must be composed in such a way as to assure significant provider representation. Now, there's a precedent in this county that hospitals often cite, and that's the Ventura County Tobacco Settlement Advisory Committee. The TSAC has both a physician and a private hospital's representative. These groups have historically appealed, along with other community providers, for a portion of tobacco settlement funds to offset the losses which they incur in treating indigent patients. Yet, over time, allocations for this purpose have shrunk to essentially $0, while county programs funded through tobacco settlement monies have continued virtually unaltered. In fact, county programs now account for nearly 95% of the $8 million TSAC program allocations. In conclusion, it is the hope and intention of the hospitals in Ventura County that these and other concerns about the implementation of the proposed county organized health system will be fully addressed as the process moves forward. Thank you for the time to address you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right. That ends the public comment part of this. Board members, do we have questions before we begin to move towards a motion? I certainly have one comment that I'd like to make, just to kick this off for the board members. This is one of the more important decisions that we make here in terms of moving forward. It is also a decision that has a lot of community private hospital sensitivity to it, and that's why we have representatives here from St. John's and CMH and from the other hospitals. So I think it's important for us to just recognize this. It's an important and a big deal thing moving forward. We do have a unique situation here in Ventura County. And that is to the credit of, or that's to the benefit of people in Ventura County to have the great public hospital system that we have. We also, I think, have had excellent leadership, and I really appreciate people coming and saying Mike Powers has made a good faith effort. You know, when you have sort of potential competitors out there, the hospitals are all potential competitors for each other, to have them be able to still, in the interest of the public good, be able to at least communicate, and disagree, but still be able to keep the communication going. That's really healthy. So I appreciate the fact that there's been a good faith effort to reach out, even though I appreciate the fact there hasn't been complete agreement about how to do this, or that there will ever be complete agreement in terms of us going forward. But the idea, I think that things probably have changed at the county from 10 years ago, and the county is more appropriately involved in good faith outreach, and I feel confident that in this 6-month period that Mike is talking about, that's going to be a period that's open to all of the stakeholders in terms of actually coming up with this ordinance and this coming forward. I certainly feel good about the fact that we will have a very appropriate open process for people to give that input and stuff. So generally, I'm certainly very supportive of the motion that we have in front of us. I want to hear from everybody before I make a motion. And go ahead, Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I am supporting the staff recommendation, but I I'm supporting for the reason that the organized health system with lower administrative costs, for which means more money for our patient care, and there'll be better containment and control over the Medicare expenses. And then, of course, there'll be a greater patient choice and access to services. But one thing that Michael mentioned was that we need the stakeholders' input, and I think that Mike Murray from St. John's and those folks should be included in the input process, in the next 6 months, so we can get the private end of it too, and the input from the public and private. I think is extremely important for this organization. It's going to be the health commission that's going to help us here in Ventura County, and we need that the private input from St. John's Hospital and other private providers too.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy.
Thank you. I like the idea of what we're trying to do, and I like this collaborative group coming together to do this. I do have some questions, comments. One of the comments would be that sometimes in government we see an awful lot of opportunity to rebuild something that we may not have to rebuild instead of sharing and doing. And my only concern is if we look at having to build an overhead, since these dollars are limited, the greater that overhead, the less that can be administered to the people. And I think our goal here is, we've heard all day, is that we're going to have less money. So I think that we need to take some hard looks at what that overhead is, what kind of contract we do. We talked about some of the stuff that I think Mr. Weil was part of, is been part of this whole thing. Are we contracting out claim services? Are we contracting all those kind of things out to companies that are already doing that very effectively and efficiently, and so that we can have more resources come back to the people? The other side is, what kind of combination is there a possibility if Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo done a good job? We don't always have to have control. I mean, it's nice to control your own thing, but if every county did that, we'd have 58 counties doing all this overhead, and I want to be careful about that. The other thing, too, is an independent board, I think, is a very good idea. We don't want to be in a situation that it's all county run. We want to be independent. I think we should do that. I think we should be part of that. We should share, because there is no way that we as a county can handle all the costs. I mean, all the patients, and we need to make sure there's independence and it all works well together. The private and the public working well together, and I think that we've tried to do those over the years, and I appreciate them wanting to do that. And I think the idea that we've talked about House Hospital Association being involved, and what are the trends, where are we going, so we can get ahead of those ideas. We've done a good job in this county with a lot of the good, what we have privately, what we have publicly, but we should be ahead of those trends. Again, I don't believe that over the next year or two we're going to solve this issue with money. The state's going to be in deep trouble for a long time. We're going to have great needs. So we have to find ways to use every dollar as cost effectively as possible. So I'd ask that both the county and the private would come together and figure out that way to be as cost effective as possible, and hopefully the independent board will allow that to happen. So, my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion, make a comment as I make the motion. I'd like to make the motion to approve staff's recommended action here that is here that is in front of us. I do want to comment just briefly on the independent board. The idea of making sure that we carefully look at contracting out for so we don't duplicate setting up any more, like the billing services and those kinds of things. In the 6 months when it comes back, I'm certainly don't think it's appropriate for us to right now identify exactly how that's going to happen. As was pointed out by the speakers, we have a public hospital and we have to be careful about that in terms of setting it up. But there was one mention of an independent board that is self-perpetuating, means that the citizens can lose their representation completely in that situation. So I'm not at all, I don't want to today dictate one way or the other in terms of where that's happening. I'll leave that's the 6 months, leave that open, but I certainly am very supportive of us being sensitive and making sure that we have representation from the broad spectrum of the community, and I think that these gentlemen here from the private hospitals are certainly going to express their interest and concerns as that goes forward, and the public, et cetera, as we move forward. So I don't want to imply that the board is giving some specific direction in terms of the actual form of governance as I make the motion. So that's my motion. I see Supervisor Long has seconded it, and you're on, Supervisor Long.
Yes, thank you. I do second the motion. I think that there has been an awful lot of work that's transpired since we started this road in 2005-06. And as was mentioned by Mr. Powers, there have been numerous meetings. I personally have participated in some. I personally have gone to Washington to talk to leadership and to get support for the legislation that allows for codes to take place in this county. I think we have a long history with partners in the county, with our private sector partners, and some of it's been tumultuous. But I think where we are today is that we all know that the stronger the collaboration, the more effective and cost efficient and the best for the residents it can be if we all work on this together. And I think creating the Health Commission is the opportunity to do just that. I think I have no interest in a merger with Santa Barbara. I think that during the days when we were struggling with our own system, survival, we looked at totally getting out of the business and contracting with other even with Santa Barbara and others. Now that it isn't apples and oranges in this discussion. It is apples and oranges, I'm sorry, in this discussion, other than what the prior boards settled on, was that we need to have local control, local decision making, partnership decision making. Residents are first in the priority of how we make the decisions and the allocation of services, and of course the efficiency of the operations. I think through a health commission that is truly collaborative and includes as broad a sector and inclusive as possible, we'll have the opportunity to achieve those three goals. So I think I appreciate the comments. I think that it's very important that we have always an open mic and always a listening ear, and continue to do so as we move down this timeline that has been set up for the codes to progress through what was the planning and data collection to the implementing part of this. So I welcome the opportunity for this county to continue to strengthen its regional healthcare system for every resident in this county, making it accessible, affordable, and efficient. So I support the motion.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. I do want to just get it out there on the record, because the gentleman from the Hospital Association brought up, Mr. Curry, about the Tobacco Settlement Committee. And he talked about sort of what the original intention of that was. And I believe my understanding, and I'm happy to have somebody correct me if I have it wrong, but the tobacco money it was a settlement, and it was a settlement to reimburse the county for the expenses the county had already incurred with tobacco. And that's the legal basis for that. The county, I think, created this committee and talked about and opened it up to everybody else, but it was the legal reimbursement came to reimburse for past expenses that have already been incurred by the county, which is, I think, part of why I see this as very different. This isn't money that's designated to reimburse the county for past expenditures, and so I see it as very different. This is money designated to do the best job we can for the citizens receiving, these benefits. So with that, we have the motion in front of us. We're ready to vote. Thank you very much. Let's see here. That motion passes. We look forward to you staying completely and fully involved, and if you have any frustrations, we certainly want to hear about them. Right? Okay, great. Thank you very much. That motion passes. Okay, we have one more 11 o'clock, and we have some very good people waiting who are 11:30 are... What's that? Yeah, I was going to say, who's here for our solar power? I don't... Oh, okay, great, thank you. Oh, great. So we just need a motion to continue.
Move we continue,
That's
second.
Right. All right. Need a motion to continue. Thank you very much. All right. Getting focused on this here. And now we are to the preeminent moment of the day, which is to celebrate our family members who are here, and that is the Teach Scholarship winners that we all consider part of our family, and welcome you to the boardroom, congratulate you, and kick this off to Mr. Matheny for the beginning of the presentation of the Teach Scholarship Award. So, Mr. Matheny, do you have any kickoff comments for us here as we get this started?
Well, of course, I can't stand up here silent, especially with something that is as joyous as this, as take a moment away from my desk and trying to figure out how sharp my pencil has to be to get my budget figures lined up. I am so pleased to be before you today. This marks year 15 of our Teach program. And it has been a marvelous collaboration with your board in participating in the recognition of these young scholars. Originally, Teach grew out of what is now the Human Services Agency as a way of taking a small amount of seed money, about $40,000, and using that money for the benefit of disadvantaged children in Ventura County. Barbara Fitzgerald, who you will all remember, had been eventually was the head of Human Services Agency. She hit on the idea of using this money for scholarship purposes. And in the intervening 15 years, we have helped more than 140 young people and handed out over $170,000 worth of scholarship funding. And that original seed money, through the generosity of people who have learned about Teach, has grown now to more than $380,000. And because of a relationship that we have established with Technicolor Corporation, who is making Teach the designated beneficiary of an annual golf tournament that Technicolor sponsors in December, we are looking forward to having some significant increases in the funding that we will have to help these young people who, through the actions of fate intervening, they have been removed from care custody, placed within the responsibilities of the county to take care of them, and the network of foster families that, Mr. Bennett, I applaud you for spearheading and the growth of that area. So, I want to, before I call out the names and state law...
I have some comments before you call out the names, too. All right.
Yes.
All right.
The names will be limited to the first name for legal reasons. But I want to acknowledge that because of the work that Teach has done and the profile that it has enjoyed, we've come to the attention of other community organizations, one of which is the Channel Islands Gulls, who is also helping some of our kids, and I wanted to acknowledge them. There are 3 representatives here hiding in the back row. And I also want to acknowledge the Teach Committee, which is now in our structure is formally appointed by the Ventura County Community Foundation, which is where our money is parked and where our money is invested and is cared for. And so if the Teach Committee members could identify themselves. It's a wonderful group of people. We also, after the conclusion of this ceremony here, we are going to be walking, running, driving, whatever it takes to get there, over to Marie Callender's for pie and coffee for our lunch. Because after all, if mom is not there, you can have pie. It's one of the great meals. So we thank Marie Callender's. There's been, this is, I think, the 7th year in a row in which they've been kind enough to host this for us. So we appreciate that. And I also want to point out that we have a new partner in Teach this year in helping out in a special circumstance that we had where we had more young people apply than we've ever had. We had 39 applications this year. We also had a slight reduction in the amount of money that was available. Thank you to the financial mess that the whole nation is struggling with right now. And I want to thank Verizon Corporation for stepping up in a big way and providing a $10,000 scholarship to one of our students. And I'll ask later on, I'll ask Holly Cole to come up here and address you and give her thoughts. And in connection with that, a local group called Action, Area Christians Taking Initiative on Needs, they stepped up to help facilitate that scholarship. So we continue to find partners in the community, and Mr. Bennett, I will wisely cede the time to you before I begin calling the names.
Great. Hey, thank you very much. And first, let's thank Larry. He's been after this Teach Scholarship thing for a long time. Really appreciate it. And we do have some growing partners out there, and to let our youth that are here in the audiences know there are more and more people that care about you and more people that want to get involved, and that's really a good thing. I also really appreciate Verizon stepping forward, a particular glitch in the program this time, and Verizon just said, you know what, let's just solve the problem, and came up with a $10,000 check, and just a wonderful thing. So we're going to look forward to having your presentation in a moment. What I wanted to point out is that I think many of us don't realize that Teach is something we can all contribute to. But Teach is something that has, as Mr. Matheny talked about, this growing pot that is then used to be able to help fund these scholarships. It is great that for the first time we have this golf classic, which should be a significant increase here. But this golf classic is in Palm Desert and trying to get people to attend this thing and all of that. So I wanted to pass this out and just ask you if you can attend, to the extent that you can try to get this out to other people that might be able to attend this golf classic. It's the Technicolor Golf Classic, December 5th, 6th, and 7th. Larry had mentioned it, in Palm Desert at the Desert Springs Marriott Resort and Spa. Could be a great way. It's right at, it's that first week before Christmas, and it's sort of one of those things that you could do as a Christmas treat that would be a tremendous contribution to the Teach Scholarship Fund that is out there. And I see Mr. Franklin back in the back corner, and he's been playing a really key role in upgrading. What Mr. Franklin does is help us find more recruiters to find more foster homes. He doesn't actually find the homes, he finds the recruiters. That's a force multiplier in the process, and just wanted to say thanks while you're here. And then all the people on the Teach Scholarship Committee with Larry, you've got hearts of gold to give up your time and be able to do this. And so I look forward to moving now to the presentation here. So.
Sure. And as you're coming down, I also want to acknowledge that Elva Lima, an executive with Verizon, has flown down here today so that she can be present for this ceremony and join us with pie for lunch. So I'm going to go through the process of calling out the first names. Well, let's see. Yeah, because there's a couple of you that have the same first names, but we'll deal with this in a different way. Anyway, Chris B. Chris? Come on down, Chris. Raquel? And Shandy? Shandy's not here? Okay, we'll go to Katrina. And Christina? and Sandra B. Chanel. Sherry. Juanita. And Austin. And next up will be Jamie. And Samuel or Sam. Alicia. Destiny. And Judy. Judy M. Christina M. Blake, are you here? All right, take that as a no. And, well, we can call you Veronica or we can call you Jackie. And Susie. All right. Jonathan, are you here? Savannah?
I just want to know who's getting their pie. I'd be happy to go pick up
that actually may explain where these others are. Ashley, are you here? How about Michael? Alexandra? All right. Narissa? And Erica. And finally, the student who was helped with that Verizon grant, Ariel. And I would like to invite Holly Cole from Verizon to come up and say a few words.
Thank you. At Verizon, we have made education a huge area, a focus area for us. We understand that your education is the first step in your future success, and it really is the underpinning for every future change that will occur. Making an investment in your education is the first step in giving you that opportunity for a higher education and a better opportunity in life. We are proud of each and every one of you and what you've done and the hard work, and especially to Ariel for the extra focus that you have put in to achieve what you have achieved is phenomenal. We are very proud of you, and Verizon's very pleased to be part of the TEACH program. Thank you.
So, Ariel, you want to tell us where you go to school and what you're majoring in, and I think you'll be even more impressed. Come on up, Ariel.
Hi everyone, my name is Ariel and I'm currently a student at UC Berkeley. I just finished up my junior year and I'm majoring in chemistry and I'm starting my senior year this fall. And I just want to thank you all for being here and taking the time to present to all of us young students and young scholars these scholarships, because they're more than just financial aid. They help us and they encourage us and they tell us that to keep going, that someone believes in us, even though sometimes it is hard to believe in yourself. So I want to thank you all, and because without all of you, to be honest, my college years probably would not be here, and with the help of all of you, you make my college years the best in my life. Thank you.
Ariel, I think, just, appropriately represents everybody here in terms of that's what you're investing in. It's children that have come through our foster system at some point in time and now need us to continue to invest in them. And to all of you, keep up the great work. We need you out there. We need you to get those degrees and get that great education and training so that you can help the next generation, out there. Larry, anything you want to add?
Photo op?
Yes, all right. Let's go ahead. All right, we'll do that right over here. Come on over.
Linda Bowman, so good to see you.
While we're getting things arranged here with our art director, I want to acknowledge Judge Coleman is here, and the juvenile court system is such an important part of the lives of the young people who come into the dependency program. And I want to thank you for the work that you have been doing, for the dedication.
Thank you, Judge.
Maybe if the press pointed out Verizon's generosity this year, there may be more Verizons here next year, right? For the benefit of the press.
see Ray out there. Yes. Ray, you've been there for nice and quiet. Ray, how are you? Just wanted to say hello because I see you.
Okay. All right, we're back in saddle here now. After that, we had two pieces of joy: the corporate games and the Teach scholarships. Certainly a big help. All right. Joyful in that things are improving, all right, from methamphetamine, but let's go ahead and have our methamphetamine report here. Item 36. Welcome, Melanie.
Melanie Roy, Behavioral Health Department. Good afternoon. Mrs. Robinson, members of the board, and Supervisor Bennett. As you know, methamphetamine abuse in our community causes a wide range of problems that range well beyond the effects of the individuals and the families who are directly involved. Today's report provides an overview of the nature and extent of the problem locally and provides recommendations for your consideration. I would like to take this moment to thank Supervisor Long for her leadership in forming this task force and providing the Behavioral Health Department this really wonderful opportunity to facilitate this kind of multi-agency collaboration, where we are looking at the cross-cutting nature of substance abuse and how this can be addressed really effectively with the partnerships. I'd also like to thank Congresswoman Capps for her support of the task force and my county colleagues, department heads, and agency heads who came to the table really in the spirit of collaboration to achieve a more coordinated approach. At this time, I'd like to introduce Ray Hanstead, our consultant, for a brief presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ray.
Hello. Okay, great. Now I need to say good afternoon instead of good morning.
That's right.
Chair Bennett, Mrs. Robinson, members of the board, and staff, I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of the Methamphetamine Task Force. Since you have the report in front of you and in deference to your schedule, this will be very brief. But I would like to begin by acknowledging the Meth Task Force membership shown here, and also thank the other partners who made this unique collaboration possible. There are and were several members of the task force in the audience, and I would also like to add that we have a new member, Ventura County School Superintendent Mantooth. Also in our audience today is Irene Totten, who is a member of your Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. As a bit of background, expanding on proven models in the state and throughout the country, the Ventura County Meth Task Force, led by Supervisor Long, first convened in December of '07, met quarterly to identify, collect, and analyze data from meth-impacted county agencies and departments. This was also an opportunity for the 18-plus members to discuss overall system impacts and possible shared available resources. The main goal of the task force was, as Ms. Roy said, to determine the nature and extent of meth problems across county systems by developing a baseline report card. The partnership process also increased awareness of meth impacts and began the discussion among agencies to coordinate and leverage possible meth resources. Just a few facts, although they're also in your report. So as you know, meth, or speed, crank, ice, tweak, etc., is a highly addictive and very powerful central nervous system stimulant. It is easily made, it is often imported, and it can be smoked, injected, inhaled, and swallowed. Meth is an equal opportunity destroyer of individuals, a danger to our communities, and it affects multiple county systems. And there are a few myths. One is that there is a typical meth user appearance: skinny, pale, bad teeth, facial sores. I'm sure you've seen the website. Sometimes that's true, but many individuals maintain a fairly normal appearance for a long time. There's also a myth that meth is so powerful that it is not treatable. And in fact, County Department of Alcohol and Drug Programs employs best practice strategies for treatment of meth-addicted individuals. And the other myth is that meth addiction begins and ends with meth use. And in fact, virtually no one starts with meth. There are usually other abused substances along the way. The Ventura County Meth Report Card on page 12 of your report represents a 5-year interagency data collection effort that is actually the backbone of the report. It is also will be the basis from which we can measure efforts going forward. It would be worth enunciating that 2 of the numbers, items 4 and 5, Proposition 36 and ADP treatment, are fiscal year numbers. They're asterisked, and so those numbers represent July through December rather than the calendar year. So since you don't have binoculars, I will give you some report card highlights. During the period that we studied, 2004 to 2008, meth-related hospital admissions at VCMC and Santa Paula, meth-involved deaths, and meth drug bookings by the Sheriff's Department have all decreased. However, meth ADP treatment admissions were up in fiscal year 07-08, and almost 60% of Prop 36 referrals are meth abusers. Additionally, 9% of 11th graders in the biennial California Healthy Kids Survey have used meth at least once, and this number is up from 7% in 2006. Based on the data they collected and the analysis that occurred, the Meth Task Force developed a set of recommendations that are on page 23 of your report. And the recommendations include increased community awareness, message promotion that treatment does work, enhanced meth prevention efforts, engaging the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, implementing online meth resources, advocating the Community Commission of Ventura County's substance abuse efforts, pursuing funding options, and continued meetings of the task force, updating your body as necessary. In summary, the task force presently sees a decline in meth abuse in the studied time frame of 2004 through 2008. However, meth addiction is an insidious problem, and continued collaboration and vigilance are critical to staying ahead of the curve. And finally, if someone you know or a viewer needs help, please call 805-981-9200. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ray. Any questions for Ray?
Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Long.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to make some comments. Excellent job in keeping a lot of work into a short presentation. And I'll just say to the board that we started down this path, and we actually started down this path, and I have all of the files, of course, September 18, 2006, when we held a community gathering, and it was really looking at meth and looking at the San Diego model, because we were seeing trends, and there was quite a lot of activity from law enforcement of meth production in our county, of cases coming through either law enforcement or public health or behavioral health doors, and we were concerned with that trend. We developed, additionally, the National Association of Counties adopted it as a major focus in their work for 2006, and I believe they've carried it over. It's still in their top 5 because there's been a national epidemic of methamphetamine use. And so, again, that was very concerning to us, and pulling together the task force looking at some basic facts related to meth as being a primary drug of choice, the impact on the different populations, crosses all socioeconomic boundaries, and we were concerned, as we always are, with substance abuse as to how much of a impact was it making in our youth. And so the work began with that, and as you see, some things have changed. And with the report, you see that that our trends are down. But as you heard this morning from Chief Deputy Gary Pentis, the work that we have accomplished now is a foundation from us to move forward with, to continue to work together collaboratively with the cross-section of the agencies that have been a part of this task force, to continue to stay in communications on any changes in those trends. Obviously, the cost to the county, just in the agencies that are identified, could be enormous if in fact we started to see a spike in an upward trend in the use of methamphetamine. The San Diego task force was really a strike force, whereas we established a task force, and a variety of reasons, but the common denominator of both was that we knew we had to get data that was criteria and information that was credible, could be tracked, gave us solid information. And I believe what took us the period of time to do this was because we wanted to make sure that all of the professionals across the portals of data collection that challenge us with confidentiality, that challenge us with how do you really make sure that's a data collection point. Anyway, we worked through all of that, and I commend the team, the technicians. They did all of the real difficult work in making sure that what you have in this report today is solid information, and it will serve us well going forward. Our goal, and certainly appreciate that Irene is here, Irene Totten from the Alcohol and Drug Advisory, because one of the recommendations, and as with anything in substance abuse, is to the public education side of this, and to include our county schools and get into our 11th graders and 12th graders where we're seeing some numbers, and to continue to work on the public education and collaboration on this so we don't see an upward trend. So I fully support the recommendations that are put forward. There is full commitment of the team to continue meeting and to report back to the board on an annual basis as needed to give us an update on if the trends are changing and where we're seeing the impact. So I just applaud the excellent work of the team. I think it was valuable to do it, and it'll serve us well down the road.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Zaragoza.
I'd like to thank Supervisor Long for an excellent report tonight. I read it, and it's really great. A very serious problem here in the county, and I also want to thank Ray Hanstead. She's a former mayor and council member from Ojai, and I had the pleasure of working with her at the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, and I want to thank you for your good work, Ray. I haven't seen you for quite a while. And also, again, I want to thank the task force, for their contributions, and also our county staff, Behavioral Health Department, for doing an excellent job, and really great report. And thank you for the opportunity to share with us that report and the good work that you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Parks.
I just also wanted to appreciate Supervisor Long for pushing this forward, as well as the coordination of the different agencies of the county in looking at this. And what an incredibly difficult problem this is. As you see from the report, it indicates that some of the chemicals that make meth have been made illegal, and that has helped to reduce some of that out there. But you also see it when you have like a large supply comes into an area. You see deaths go up and everything else. But we know that these things permeate throughout our county. People end up in jails and emergency rooms. There's a lot more crime, and so it's really important to have that coordinated effort. And so thank everyone for doing this. Appreciate it, and it's nice to see the result.
Well, I've seen it destroy the lives of too many young people, and just devastating what it can do. So really appreciate all the efforts on everybody's part. We need a motion to receive and file.
Well, actually, no, I would ask that the motion be to receive and file, but to incorporate the task force recommendations that are to continue to increase community awareness, positive meth treatment messaging, and enhance alcohol and drug prevention efforts. This is all within the current purview of our agencies, and they all are willing to continue to do this. Again, to update the board annually as warranted, continue to pursue grant dollars. Last quick one. Lois Capps really did help to put a spotlight on this, and has committed to us that she would certainly help us in any funding opportunities possible to continue to do the education side on this issue. So
Right.
incorporate those recommendations if I
All right. We're ready to vote. And that passes. Go out, keep doing good work.
Thank
and
you, thank you,
We will
thank
go to closed session now.
Good work.
I'll call our meeting back to order. And from our closed session, thank you for your patience in waiting. We have our first item, our 1:30 item, is the review of the first 5 Ventura County 09-10 budget. This is an annual requirement that the first 5 commission come and present to the Board of Supervisors their first 5, the first 5 budget. And we have Claudia Harrison here, who's going to make the presentation to us. Welcome, Claudia. How are you doing? Good.
Figure out how to use everything. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, members of the Chief Executive Staff. Thank you very much for this opportunity once again to come before you and to present our FY 09-10 annual operating budget. And I'd also like to take a few moments to highlight some of the accomplishments from this fiscal year, many of which really are the result of partnerships that we've had with county agencies. As you know, First 5 is funded through tobacco tax revenues. It's tobacco tax revenues that's focused on programs for children birth to 5 because we know that the first 5 years impact a lifetime. The legislation that created First 5, Prop 10, was really very specific. It challenged us not only to fund services, but to create a system of integrated services for early childhood. It challenged us to have local decision-making with the involvement of parents. It was access for all, not just for children who qualified, but for all birth to 5-year-olds. It challenged us to be accountable, to know what we were doing, look at our results, and be willing to change if we weren't getting the outcomes that we wanted. And finally, it challenged us to use those dollars as seed dollars to leverage additional funds. What I'd like to talk about is how we've made this a reality here in Ventura County. As most of you know, and many of you have visited, our cornerstone are our 11 neighborhoods for learning, which cover every part of the county and are really based on local partnerships. Partnerships with school districts, partnerships with local government, partnerships with community-based organizations. The real key to the success of Neighborhoods for Learning is that it's a community-based system. So parents are able to get services for their children in the community that they live. We so often hear about transportation barriers. By having these 11 Neighborhoods for Learning and resource centers in the community, we remove many of those barriers. The other part of our integrated service system is actually enhanced by county participation. And through partnerships with the healthcare agency and the human services agency, we've been able to base regional health professionals at Neighborhoods for Learning. There's public health nurses, health educators, mental health workers, and social workers who do their work right at those community-based service centers. As a partner with the county, we co-fund 211, which I've alternatively heard people describe as the nervous system or the connective tissue, which really connects people to services and holds this integrated system together. Finally, we realize that there are special strategies that don't make sense to do 11 times, and there are special populations that really benefit through targeted investments. We have a series of targeted strategies for these areas as well. So, how are we doing? What I really am happy to talk about, if I can, here we go, okay, is how we're seeing these results and how we're making them real in Ventura County. One is I talked about parent involvement. I'm really proud to say that countywide over 500 parents participate in Neighborhoods for Learning, and you'll see in a variety of different capacities. One of the things that's really important to us is that the parents who participate represent and reflect our demographics. We serve about 74% Latino children. Parents participating in these capacities, about 2/3 of our parents are Latino. And so we have really had very, very high participation. In terms of access to care, each year we're serving more children. We served 14,300 children. Last year was 10,300. We're serving younger children. 43% of our population were birth to 3 last year. This year it's 50%. We're also continuing to target our resources to those who need it the most. Over 2/3 of our population earn less than $30,000 a year. So we are serving an at-risk population. In terms of preschool services, preschools a proven investment in school success. We know from studies that $1 invested today will yield $7 over the long haul. Other studies have found a 16% internal rate of return. I'm proud to say that we added 300 preschool spaces this year through partnerships with Head Start and State Preschool. And I'm also proud to say that we're seeing results. We test these poor children. You know, that is the name of the game these days, but it's a fun test. But we really look at their developmental progress. And what we're seeing is that children are moving 50 percentage points along a developmental scale after they spent a year in quality preschool. So it is making a difference. The other thing we know is that quality begins with teacher education, and we have over 300 teachers through our career advisor and educational stipend program who are pursuing AA and BA degrees, which translates in quality into the classroom. Family supports. As a valued partner in our early literacy campaign, the county has proclaimed November as Early Literacy Month for the past 2 years. You know what a difference reading early and often to children make. What I'm proud to say is that the message is getting across here in Ventura County. Statewide, 76% of parents read to their children 3 or more times a week. Here in Ventura County, parents who have been touched by First 5 services, 94% are reading 3 or more times a week. We're really reaching those families. 211, just in the first quarter of this calendar year, fielded 500 calls from families with a child birth to 5. What we did find is that overwhelmingly what people are asking for is help with services for basic needs. 44% of those calls were families looking for help with basic needs. The next 2 slides I'm very, very proud to talk about because this is really about the partnerships with the county, and they're really phenomenal health outcomes that we've seen, and all of these programs are really done with county agencies. What we know is that if you have a medical home, you tend to stay healthier. It's true for adults, it's true for children. You go for preventive care, and actually I was pleased to see Mike Power's letter to the editor. I could see Marty today. I told Mike that it was a nice setup for my presentation. But we know the importance of a medical home. Through the HOPE program, 1,500 children were enrolled in either Medi-Cal Healthy Family or the County Health Care for Kids, the first step towards being able to get a medical home. I also want to add here is that this past fiscal year, there were 1,100 children who are at risk of being waitlisted for Healthy Families because of a budgetary problem this year. First 5 Ventura County participated in a statewide effort, and no children birth to 5. In fact, there was no waitlist for Healthy Families because of this statewide participation. Dental caries. Dental caries is one of the most chronic ailments of early childhood. It's expensive, it's difficult to treat, but it's preventable. Through a program with public health, over 4,000 children have gotten fluoride varnish this past year through public health workers working with private physician offices and working on these fluoride varnish applications. Developmental screenings, another program with public health. We know that if we identify children with special needs early, that it's less costly. We can get them into treatment modalities that are a lot more cost effective. Over 900 children were screened this past year, with 27% being referred for further assessment. Continuing on, perinatal substance abuse. We certainly know the impact of using substances during pregnancy, the impact on children. This is a program that was your program, and we were smart enough to know a good thing when we saw it. The Public Health Department has been doing this for several years. We were able to enhance the funding, and within months saw the addition of 3 additional clinics whereby this perinatal substance abuse screening was going on. In just 3 months, 500 women were screened countywide with an 18% referral rate. And then finally, I want to talk about mental health. This is a wonderful partnership with the Behavioral Health Department. We know that mental health issues in children tend to just not go away by themselves. We have a program whereby we treat what I call a triad. We treat the child, we treat the family, and we have intervention in the preschool setting so that everybody involved in that child's life is part of it. What do we see? We saw 300 children referred for services, 300 families. What we expected for a referral rate was that only 40% of those would go on for services, 65% went on. And we saw a decrease in symptoms that had the types of behaviors that would get these children in trouble later on. And so another program that's really showing some early successes. In terms of leveraging, I've talked about this in the past, we can't do this alone. We have the seed funding, as I talked about. You have the ability to access additional federal dollars through Title IV-E, through MCAH dollars, through EPSDT dollars. And together what we've been able to do is bring through that mechanism about $1.4 million into the county through that kind of leveraging. We have the funding, you have the capacity, you have the know-how, and it's a partnership that really works. we're in difficult times, and we know that we're in very difficult times, and there's a lot of unknown in terms of those difficult times moving forward. Over the last several months, we've been meeting with your department agency heads, department heads, to really understand what are the challenges in front of us, to really look at what are our assumptions, what can we do together, and how can we build the best foundation possible for children. We look forward to continuing those discussions. I think each day there's more knowns that get rolled out, and together we will look at what can we build upon and how can we assure the best for our children. First Five operates under a business model. We have a strategic plan. We're currently in year 4 of a 5-year strategic plan. We do ongoing financial planning, and of course we do annual operating budgets. What I'd like to present to you now is our proposed annual operating budget for your review and input for FY 09-10. In terms of our revenues, we, since our inception, have faced a decline in the tobacco tax revenues. We knew that that was going to happen, and we planned for it. We've realized about a 3 to 4% decline each year, although this year we have an additional 8% decline because of the S-CHIP authorization, which authorized the Healthy Families Program, was a new federal tobacco tax, which is a 62 cents a pack tax. And so we're projecting an 8% in addition to the 3 to 4% that we've seen, and that's what that $8.5 million represents. We are still anticipated to receive matching funds for several of our programs from First Five California, the State Commission. And as you will see, we have a planned release from our operating reserve, and this is part of our financial planning. We try to sustain funding that we have put on out in the county, and so we planned to use these operating reserves over the next several years. And this year we have a $4.3 million planned release. In terms of expenditures, as I mentioned, it's the 4th year of a strategic plan. There are no major program changes. It's really continuing with what we had in our plan. What I would like to point out to you, however, is our administrative cap. As you know, the Commission has taken this very seriously since our inception. We have a targeted 5.5% administrative cap, and as you can see, we don't seek to meet that cap. Our planned budget is 4.42% for this coming year. We look at it from a budgetary perspective, and then we look at it from an actual perspective after the year. And during the year, if it looks like our expenditure levels for programs are going to be decreased, we also look at decreases in our administrative expenses. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? All righty. We have a request to receive and file. I'll go ahead and make the motion.
I'll second that, and appreciate the report, as always. Outstanding work, and I think it's a true investment in our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Service is going to be even more critical as
Yes,
as
they
these
are.
cuts come in and stuff. All righty. We're ready to vote? All righty. And motion carries in spite of that slow vote. That'll be recorded. Right? Mr. Matheny, where is it?
Item 41 on your calendar, sir.
We're talking about the pie. Where's the pie?
The pie, actually,
Those kids showed up? Are you
I
telling us?
left as they were beginning to serve the pie. So that's where my heart is. Yeah, exactly.
So
Well,
you mean your pie's over there too?
my pie is over there.
All right, great. Okay.
And somebody promised that they would bring it over here if all the service was done before I got
yeah,
back over
right,
to have it.
right.
So we'll
You'll
see
have a
how
lot-
that works.
You'll have a lot of friends soon.
Yeah.
All righty. Discuss and file report of the investments for the month ending. Mr. Matheny.
Yes, and given that Mr. Hanson is attending a conference out of county, we have no dog and pony show for you this afternoon, but I will be pleased to report to you that we had a 2.52% yield in the Treasury pool for the month of April, which in combination with the increased tax receipts that bolstered the Treasury pool up to $2.1 billion for the month. That represented $4.5 million of additional money that was available for local government to conduct its affairs without going to the taxpayers for it. So I'm very pleased to provide this report, and I wanted to point out that we have on page 4 of Exhibit 1 the listing of the April transactions that I am pleased to mention represents all federal agencies or those that are backed by the implied guarantee of the United States government.
That's really helpful to be able to see in one spot all the changes. Thank you.
Yes.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Matheny? Yep.
You were pleased to see 2.5%?
I am very pleased to see 2.5%, and need I remind you of the graph that on the yield comparison, which is Exhibit 2, which shows that the 3-month T-bill had a yield of approximately 0.2%, and the IBC Donahue index was about 0.5%. So hence, I'm very pleased with 2.52%.
Yeah, it just wasn't that 3.5 you gave us a few months ago.
Those are the good old days.
Yeah, the good old days. Thank you.
And soon these will be the good old days.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Okay. We've got the motion and the second. We need to vote. Thank you.
Thank you much. I'm glad I didn't get it all a mode.
Okay, and now we are at our tobacco allocation funding. Mr. Dursey.
Good afternoon, board members. Paul Dursey from the County Executive Office. We are here to present our recommendation for the tobacco settlement allocation. First of all, I want to thank both the Tobacco Settlement Allocation Committee and the Tobacco Settlement Finance Committee for their hard work and diligent efforts in meeting several times throughout the year to try to determine the best programs to try to fund, and coming up through their due diligence on recommended funding for the various programs. Our recommendation as we present to your board is similar in all respects to both the Tobacco Settlement Allocation Committee and the Finance Committee, except for 2 items. And those 2 items we would consider to be new programs, and we would not recommend expanding in new program areas, and those are the subsidized home and hospice program in Livingston Memorial, and then long-term care services for Ombudsman program. Those 2 items we are not recommending. Both the Tobacco Settlement Allocation Committee and the Finance Committee are both recommending those items. As we look at our revenues going forward, we are anticipating about $8 million in tobacco revenue for next year. We are recommending, our office is recommending about $8.122 million of allocation for different programs. Of the extra $122,000 is coming from interest earnings. The other 2 committees are recommending $8,216,000, which would also be covered by interest earnings. The additional, I believe it's an additional $68,000 would be covered by, actually, yeah, it's additional, compared to ours, it's actually the additional $94,000, I believe, and the dollars are for those 2 programs. But regardless, we agree with both the committees that the funds would be available if your board decides to go ahead and fund those programs. Our recommendation, frankly, is to maintain status quo on the programs and fund the ones that applied and just reapply and refund at the current service levels, at the current funding levels, not necessarily the current service levels, but refund at the current funding levels. Hopefully, that's pretty much my statements on the matter.
Okay. If
you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
We have 2 public speakers. Do we have any questions for Paul before we go to the public speakers? Yeah, Mr. Foy.
Paul, there were, on those 2 requests, the one for looks like $44,000, under the tobacco settlement arrangement, do we have the ability to do that? It's not quite as much health care, but Is it
Yeah,
classified?
it's healthcare in the fact that it's at-home services for the elderly. It's a healthcare related.
Okay.
It's our opinion that yes, it would qualify.
It would still qualify?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
And the health care requirement is our own voluntary requirement. It is not a state requirement.
It's not, okay.
In many counties, they take this money and put it in the road fund.
Yeah.
You know?
I've heard that. I just didn't want to.
For the benefit of the audience, it's an inside joke based on this morning's board meeting, but they put it all kinds of places, and only Ventura County, so it's our voluntary thing. So we can which means if the county's already spent the money, some counties say, which means we can use it for anything since we already expended that money. This board, came up with health care, and therefore we have the right to make our own definition in terms of health care. Any other questions before we go to the speakers? Dr. Dial. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Dr. Lanyard Dial. I'm a family physician boarded in geriatrics and hospice care. I know many of you because I was part of the county health system for 25 years and have good friends to the county health system. I'm currently the president, CEO, and medical director for Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurse Association, which is a mouthful. I'll call it Livingston VNA. And we do healthcare. We do healthcare at home. We provide home health, which is nursing, therapists, dietitians, social workers, into patients' homes to provide them care that they wouldn't get in a hospital or in an office setting because they need continued antibiotics or dressings for their wounds or management of their diabetes at home, teaching them how to give their insulin shots, how to appropriately manage their meds. Our staff does that. We also provide hospice care. We provide care with nurses, clergy, social workers in the home to make sure people die comfortably at home. We are the only agency that does this throughout this county in a nonprofit manner. We take care of the underinsured and the uninsured. We do that as they are discharged from every hospital within the county, and we are the only ones that provide those kind of services. Through the county health system, we've had a long-term partnership as patients come out of the county health system, whether it's from the offices, the clinics, or the hospital, and come to home, we're their arm providing that ongoing care. If we weren't there and weren't able to provide that care, those patients would be stuck back in the hospital or not receiving those kinds of services. We requested $50,000 from the tobacco settlement funds. We've been funded 2 years in a row. This is our third year requesting funds. And this year, the allocation committee and the finance committee recommended our funding. The CEO's office didn't recommend our funding. So I'm here to speak to, I think, in opposition of the motion. I'm not sure if I'm in opposition. I think I'm opposed to what you're voting on. I think I'm suggesting that you include the $50,000 for the Visiting Nurse Association in those funds. I'd be happy to answer any questions about our service.
Two questions. In fairness, you've been funded in the past, but you were funded in the past for you were funded in the past for nursing recruitment.
We were funded for the last 2 years for recruiting nurses, taking nurses out of the community who weren't practicing, using their license, and training them, and putting them back out into the field. And we've trained 18 nurses. We've retained 16 of the 18. They're out in the field practicing, and now we're looking funds to make sure they can continue to practice.
Sure. So in many ways, it's a supplement to what you were doing. You trained the nurses, and now this is to actually provide the service.
Correct.
Right, in terms of those nurses. So both sides are right. You could say it's a new program, or you could say it's a continuation of the program, all depending on your definition.
Yeah, and again, I view it as the county health system says we need funds for public health and mental health, and these are the programs. Each year they might allocate a little differently within those programs, and so would we.
The other thing I want to try to emphasize, this $50,000 would go to services for
Medicaid.
Low-income people that could not afford. I mean, if somebody, this would not go to somebody who could afford to have somebody come in and take care of them, right?
In fact, we are a 501(c)(3). We get granted funds and donated funds. We allocate those to patients that need services that have either Medi-Cal or are indigent. And we keep statistics and track on
those are the requirements, Medi-Cal or indigent?
Medi-Cal or indigent.
And you probably have more of those patients than you can treat?
we have many more of those patients than we could treat.
Yeah, okay, great. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Any idea how many patients you take care of with the additional dollars? Any idea how many patients are
Yeah,
involved in
I have some statistics. Last year, we provided 3,000 visits in our home care side to that population. Those 3,000 visits were taken up by a little over 1,000 patients.
Well, that's very significant then.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, you said those 3,000 were taken up by 1,000 patients?
100 patients. I think that's my number. Let me take a look one more time.
3,000 visits for 100 patients?
No, 3,000 visits, and it's about 300 patients.
So what are we buying for $50,000? How many patients? How many visits?
It costs us, we provide about 10 to 15 visits per patient, and each visit costs us about $150.
Okay.
So the math would be $150, 10 visits, so that's $1,500 per a patient. 50,000 would buy you 35, 40 patients more.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for Dr. Dial? Yep, Supervisor Foy.
I need to understand. So a person goes in, visits somebody, and it's $150 for the visit? Is that what you were just saying?
If we send a nurse to that person's home, it costs us $150 to do that. That's nursing salary. We have to pay travel for her to do that. We have to bill Medi-Cal. We have to maintain, we have a computerized medical record system, so we maintain the computer records for that patient. We have to communicate back to the physician, take all the visits, divide by all the overhead. Our costs are about $150 a patient per visit.
And they have to spend X amount of time actually providing treatment there too, right?
But by the nurse and the home.
Which is pretty reasonable.
Which could be.
Much cheaper than what the hospital cost. If the hospital had to keep these people in the hospital and couldn't rely on us.
Part of what
every hospital.
Part of what determines whether they stay an extra day in the hospital is whether they have somebody to care for them at home. If they're going home by themselves and they have nobody to come in and take care of them, then the hospital keeps them an extra day.
Correct. And that's all our hospitals throughout the entire county.
For the person that's on insurance, that's paid for, isn't it? Can't they? But we're talking about the uninsured.
We're talking about the uninsured and Medi-Cal. And Medi-Cal pays, it's about half our total costs.
Oh,
so that's why none of the other home care agencies will take a Medi-Cal patient, because they can't afford to do that. And we're out getting grant funds so we can continue to do that and subsidize that.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Dr. Dial? All right, we're on to our next speaker, Laura Bigham.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
My name is Laurie Bigham. Today I'm here on behalf of the Livingston Board, and I also serve as the Chief Nurse Executive for St. John's Regional Medical Center. So I'm here to represent also one of the hospitals in hopes that you will consider refunding. I know that it's technically considered a new program, but we have been funded, and as you know, Livingston has a long tradition and a long history of helping anyone regardless of the ability to pay. I think Dr. Dial did a great job. I will say on the behalf of the hospital side, oftentimes it is very difficult to find appropriate placement for patients either in a skilled nursing facility or another facility, and our families and patients many times want to go home, and if we have the home health services, then it provides them an opportunity to go back into their environment with their family members. They get better and get well quicker. But obviously, with the insurance and financial state of many of our patients and all of our hospitals in Ventura County, unfortunately, placement can be difficult. And in the past, Livingston has oftentimes taken both the Medi-Cal, the uninsured, as well as the insured, but they rarely, I cannot remember in the 5 years I've been here that Livingston has turned a patient away that we've tried to help and referred to at St. John's Regional. And I'm sure that the other hospitals, if they were here, would be able to give you those testimonials as well. So obviously also, Mr. Bennett, as you asked, Dr. Dial, if we can't find placement, then these patients do stay in the hospitals longer than potentially is necessary. And I was doing some calculations, and the $50,000 of the $8 million comes out to 0.00625% of the $8 million, which is a small amount. And I know that in this time of economic difficulties, $50,000 is a lot. But I would ask that you, reconsider. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if it was me or.
We're the ones that should apologize. We all quit looking, right? Yeah, right.
Oh,
At least I'll get to go back there and pet that, I hope so. Anyway, you will not be able to. A dog
She's
lover.
going to be a good politician.
A dog lover
we'll all
that
be back there with you.
No, I don't envy, and I don't envy you in the roles that you have, because it is very, very difficult in these trying times. But I am here again on behalf. I also will assure you, as a board member of the Livingston VNA, that we will very judiciously use these funds, if provided, to truly and appropriately care for the uninsured and the underinsured. And so I thank you very, very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. I think that ends our speakers.
Thank you.
I'd like to point out a couple of things. We have at the board level had some significant conversations about the senior ombudsman program in terms of it going forward. And although we haven't had anybody speak to that, I certainly would like to speak to that and just say, when they were here, we said the program is too important. We can't let it go away. And with what's happened at the state, I think it just makes sense for us to do this. Also, I think it is as reasonable for us to say this is a continuation of the Livingston program as it is to say that it's a new program. I'm happy that Mr. Dursey came and said the CEO's office is in agreement that this funding level could all stay within the projected revenue and interest, or there's a de minimis maybe, but we're within the projections. I might point out, generally we've been conservative with those projections, and so it is. So for those reasons, I would suggest that we do this. But I'd offer one other reason that hasn't been brought up here yet. Besides the benefits of the Ombudsman program, the benefits of Livingston, and I've talked about Ombudsman, I want to talk about Livingston for a minute. It's pretty remarkable when somebody says, nobody else does that in this county. If you're a Medi-Cal patient, I mean, imagine this, you're a Medi-Cal patient, supposedly being taken care of by the state, you get released from the hospital, you have to have a nurse come visit you, but no one else, if Livingston didn't exist, none of the other places would come because Medi-Cal doesn't pay you enough to reimburse them, for that cost. So we need an organization like Livingston, and I think this is supported. But the third reason I would offer is we have a tobacco advisory committee, we have a finance committee, and we do have the vast majority of the money coming to county programs. We do have the private hospitals frustrated that they're not getting any of it. We do have the private practitioners frustrated that they're now not getting any of it. These committees have basically said these four community programs are a reasonable and fair allocation of what literally we could say is all county money to supplemental programs. I mean, Westminster Free Clinic doesn't get much better than that in terms of what they do. And the same with Ombudsman, and the same with Livingston. And so if we want to honor that committee process, if this was huge million-dollar differences, it would be one thing. But I think it's worth it to honor that committee process, because those same private hospitals that were here this morning, and actually one of them cited the fact that they don't get any of this money, we can turn around and say, but they do indirectly benefit both from us having a good county system, because that's fewer people going into their house, their emergency rooms, but it also benefits them because they can release a patient and save some funds at that end. So I'd be recommending that we go with the tobacco committee's recommendations in this situation. Supervisor Parks and then Supervisor
I'll go
Long.
ahead and second that motion. Actually, the individual that I put on this committee, I kind of charged her with doing just this kind of thing. We have a tremendous demand out there for in-home health services, particularly with the growing senior population, and this is such a needed service. And these funds are definitely have to be put towards health care, I believe. And between Livingston as well as Westminster Free Clinic, I think we get incredible bang for our buck. These people, if they couldn't be released to their homes, would have to be in a facility that costs a lot more money. So it's good that people can be at home and receive these care. So definitely support the motion.
Supervisor Long.
I support the motion also. I appreciate the CEO's review and their role. Theirs is to be conservative, and ours is to really look at the, and not that theirs isn't either, to look at the human face that's involved with these dollars. I think all things are connected, and all things are connected in a system of care, and we promote and support our system of care, and it does include our wonderful nonprofits who enrich that system of care. So support the motion.
Great. Supervisor
I want
Ford.
to ask you, Paul, your recommendation was not to recommend that and to come up with this extra $94,000. What does that do to the fund? Anything?
No, frankly, what we've expected is about $8 million in tobacco revenue and about a little over $200,000, $265,000 roughly in interest earnings from the set aside that we have as part of the designation, which goes to the, so that
it all fits within that?
It fits within those budget dollars, correct.
Okay.
It was more the issue of your perception of not starting new
That's
programs.
correct.
Right.
That's correct. That's what
It's
not a matter of money, it's a matter of
in excess of allocation.
from our standpoint, new programs.
And right. And, okay. Do we have any other comments? All right, we're ready to vote on that item. Move the recommended action. All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? So you got 5 ayes. All right. Passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody. And we are now on to Supervisor Long's item, Archie Day.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Woof, woof. Come on, Archie. Come on down. Oh, look at him. It is my pleasure to invite and welcome to the boardroom Archie. And today is Archibald Razzmatazz Day, and he has his bib on. I know most of you know Archie or know of Archie. If you haven't had a chance, we get to all go down and pet because he thrives on pets. And with us today, joining for Archie Razzmatazz Day, we have Archie the Star, and we have Steve Elson, who's going to speak to us about the wonderful role and work of Casa Pacifica that we are partners with. Vicki Murphy, who is the mother and keeper of Archie. She's so fortunate. And I know also in attendance, I see many folks, so I won't even begin to name them all. I'll leave that up to Steve or Vicki. Good members who are a part of the board of Casa Pacifica. It's my pleasure to have Archie in the boardroom today to declare this as Archie's Razzmatazz Archie Day. Archie is a therapy dog, and Archie's been on the campus of Casa Pacifica for years, providing hugs and licks and rides and pets to all the children who are served at Casa Pacifica. And what we have with Archie is that as a therapy dog, he adds breadth and depth to Casa Pacifica's therapeutic programs. Private donors Mary and Anthony Tesoro recognize the special role of our therapy dog could play in Casa's life and the children there, and purchased Archibald Razzmatazz, who is a Newfoundland puppy. Not a puppy anymore. That's right. More commonly known as Archie. And Archie's made a significant contribution to the children and the way that he's able to have a calming presence, joyful spirit, great lick, and unconditional love for all the children on campus. He's he really is a gentle soul, and just it's amazing how he lets children climb all over him and lay on him, and he pulls them in wagons, and he's just a wonderful creature. Children learn new skills by providing a listening ear for verbal rehearsals of coping skills and practicing reading out loud with Archie at their side. He's a favorite pet who likes to run, jump, swim, chase, and play, as Newfoundlands do. He has a unique and special sense to recognize when a child's in distress, and he goes to calm and distract them and encourage them and comfort them. And he serves, he's quite the star for our county, and that he's had a lot of media attention. I know we'll hear more about that, both in the print press and TV, and because of his healing of our abused, neglected, and at-risk children, There's a special honor that's going to be bestowed on Archie, and I'll let you talk about that. I read in the Heartlines that there's a special commemorative honor going to be bestowed to recognize Archie, and also talk about the filming. I know that we have good people here from the board, and again, I'll ask you to introduce them. And I'm going to step down to present the resolution, but I know all the other board members want to also, so they can get a hug and a lick from Razzmatazz Archie. And please, speak to us about the good work and the therapy dog, Archie.
Thank you, Supervisor Long. Thank you to all the members of the Board of Supervisors here in Ventura County. We so much appreciate this honor, and we think it's very appropriate that you would honor Archie. Also, to you, Ms. Robbins, County Executive Officer. We have a number of board members and supporters here that we want to ask to stand up. I think you probably know many of them. Want to especially recognize Mr. Ed Hogan, who has taken Archie on as kind of a project, and Vicki will tell you a little bit more about the statue that he has commissioned that's going to be unveiled at our Wine and Food Festival this Sunday. Archie came to us about 4 years ago, and he came as a puppy. He was purchased by Mary and Tony Tesoro, here in Ventura County, who felt like we needed a therapy dog. Vicki Murphy, our development director, was very instrumental in getting Archie here and has agreed to sort of mother Archie. She takes him home every day. And he comes back with her every day to work and spends time with the kids on campus. Archie's been featured by the NBC Today show. He's been on the LA Times did a story that actually was picked up by AP and went around the world, so he's now world famous. He has his own website, a line of clothing, and then this statue. Most importantly, though, since Archie came to us, Casa Pacifica has served more than 3,500 Ventura County children. About 1,100 of those have been on campus during that time period, and have been able to spend a little bit of time with Archie. He is truly a therapy dog. The one thing that those kids have in common, many of those kids, is trauma. And Archie is an expert in trauma therapy. And I'm going to ask Vicki Murphy to tell you a little bit more about that.
Thank you, too, to all of you for honoring Archie and the work that he does with the children. He is a gentle beam of living love, and he just instinctively has known which children need him at different times. When the little children come to visit and they come down the hall, they always say, Archie, Archie, like they're from Chicago or something. And he just drops to the ground automatically, always has, and lets him crawl on him. And like Steve said, children come and read to him and hold him, and he hugs them, and he has some kids that he's very close to that have stayed in touch, children that no longer live at Casa Pacifica. When the kids leave, all the children receive this book because we thought it looked the most like Archie, and Archie signs it, and I give them our 877 Casa Kids number and tell them they're part of our family forever. And just a few weeks ago, I got a voicemail, and it was a little girl, and she said, "Hi, my name is Allison, and I'm 7, and I used to live at Casa Pacifica, and I want to see how Archie is. Will you call me back?" Click. Oh, so then she called back. "Oops, well, I live," and she told me where. And she said, "But I miss Archie. Will you call me back and talk about Archie?" So he really has just touched them. And now that he's famous, they say, "And our dog is famous." So he's terrific, and he just brings love to the children and the staff. Staff come in some days and say, "I just need an Archie fix." So he's delightful, and we're just thrilled that he's with us and that you guys have honored him. We're very honored to have that. And so Ed Hogan, to help with the Archie, see, he's wearing Archie's line of clothing. We're not kidding when we said he has a line of clothing. But he had a bronze statue commissioned of Archie with 3 children, and it's a life-size statue, and it's actually a bank. And you put money in, it says, "Feed Archie to help me care for my kids." And so it's going to be unveiled at the Wine and Food Festival, and will then go to live at the Gardens of the World for about 8 months. But people have donated money for Archie, for Casa Pacifica's kids, through Archie, and it has allowed us to do extraordinary things. We have brought families together who haven't seen their children in a very long time, and Archie pays for that. We have a girl that needed a brain scan that we couldn't get covered, and Archie paid for that. So Archie has this little pot of money that just does unbelievable things for kids and families. So we're thrilled. Yes?
Speaking, if I may, just tell the Board of Supervisors, too, during these tight times, you know, there's $24 million, I'm on the board, and $24 million a year spent by Cas Pacifica. So it shows you when private and public work together in America, what can happen. So we're hoping that this little tribute here to Archie, so it'll be forever after he's gone, and people can contribute, and if we can bring in, we're always short about $2 million a year, just like your budgets are. And so we're hoping we can collect. We're going to move Archie around to Costco, Petco, and all over. And, you know, there's 60,000 abused and abandoned children between just Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. So imagine what kind of a society we have and how we have to work hard to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Archie has hundreds of bibs, right?
Yes, he does.
And Stacey
Yes.
Roscoe, you're still the chair
Yes, I am.
of Casa Pacifica. So,
Yes.
good people, we thank the board. I'm going to present this for Archie Day Razzmatazz. And all the board, like you, I know you like pictures with babies. Here's your chance. Come on down. Come on down. Archie.
Yes.
No, when he was little, but he can't fit my shower anymore.
Okay, Mr. Hoffman, come up and we can, all the board members come up and we'll do a round behind Archie shot with the Archie Day proclamation. Oh, you're in the wrong place, huh? We're going back. Okay.
You go this way? I'll stand this
Go
way.
this way? I know Archie's the feature. This way. Yeah, because the cameras are all that way. Archie, just turn around, bud. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oops, sorry.
And then I just read.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. And we have something for you guys.
Before you leave, we've got something for you.
Yes, you'll get a hat. Thank you. And a magnet, Steve. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, wait, there are magnets here.
Oh,
Archie.
We have one
He has
for
a card and
everybody.
then he has a magnet.
And the Wine and Food Festival is this Sunday, 1 to 4, out at the university. Right? Okay.
whatever, Marty. Okay, I'll take the base one. Well, we keep trying to put some fun into crisis. Huh? Yeah.
Our budget is balanced, so we're just but that's not the issue. There's a hammer coming down. In life as we know it is going to be different.
Yeah. That's a good way to say it. That is a good way to say it.
Good afternoon, board members. Paul Dursey again. Public hearing to adopt proposed amendments to the county watershed protection district, fire protection district service rates and fees. This is our annual service rates and fees board letter. First of all, I want to thank Key-Man in our office, who teamed with Tom Dawson in the Auditor Controller's office and Robert Kwong in the County Council office to put together this as a comprehensive package. Very difficult. It's more confusing and they do a great job because you don't even notice the amount of work that goes into this, and it's relatively straightforward and seamless in their preparation. They do a very good job. I want to commend them. Overall, the fiscal impact of these service rates and fees were about $154 million in rates and fees charges in the county budget. About a 3.3% increase from the prior year, and that equates to about a $5 million increase. There are generally two types of fees. One is the service rates, and that's based on full cost recovery in general, and the other is a fixed charge that we have. Generally speaking, we have full cost recovery on all these. There are a number of exceptions that are listed on page 4. Yes, on page 4, the exceptions to those, and those would be the probation agency, certain healthcare agency fees, medical center rates, and then the road encroachment permit fees. But regardless, in general, they're full cost recovery. They need to be annually adopted, and they are included in these rates and fees are included in our budget as we go forward, and they're based on the information that our salaries and benefits that we have in our budget. So we're recommending your board adopt all of the resolutions and the attachments, and departments are here to answer any specific questions regarding those fees if you have them.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Dursey about our rates and fees? I like the explanation, for example, as to why we don't do it with the road fee. I mean, our exceptions seem to make sense to me as I looked at that, and I think the rate increases are appropriate. I'll move the recommended action if there are no. Oh, I'm sorry, we got a speaker, Bob Herrera. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Bob Herrera, owner of Bob's Market in Oxnard, and I had been here for a couple of years because I kind of left it alone, but the fees still could keep going up. For the environmental health division, that's the health department that checks the business premises for all the businesses, restaurants, stores, whatever. And the issue is that the California Grocers Association is not being properly managed or something, but they're still collecting the fees that we have to send them in, which has nothing to do with you, but it's just a comment. The health department, the health department from the county of Ventura called me this morning. I think it was Elizabeth Huff, and a couple of hours before, and I was very fortunate to be able to come to the meeting because you're going to consider the proposed fees, which is a jump, and there seems to be no end to it. And I realized that because everything keeps going up, but yet I think there should be some belt tightening because the sky's the limit. We have to cut back on help. We have to work extra hours, and as owners, we don't get paid, and we just have to do what it takes. We don't look up until we get into the other end of the work. Until it's done, it's done, And so I would appreciate if something can be done in regards to that, because everybody should be on the same playing field. You can only do so much as far as and you know what? A few years ago, I had to bring it to the board's attention that. Which was kind of silly on my part, to get checked more often because I wasn't getting my money's worth. but it's reverse psychology because, you know, I was paying all this money, and sometimes they would even skip us. But to us, it didn't matter because, you know, we have to have everything sanitized and nice, you know, and everything properly in order to attract business. So I had no problem with that, but yet it wasn't making my money's worth, which is silly, but that's the way it is, you know. So I'd appreciate if any, whatever you can do for us.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Thank you. Okay, we have no other public speakers and board members.
I have a question
Supervisor Parks.
just regarding other fees beyond the ones that we have before us. Will they be coming back? Park fees, for example, and
Yeah, those have generally come back as specific fees. The park, you're talking about parks in particular?
that's what I was, yes. I know that one of the things I was able to do for parks is exempt veterans from having to pay. And I'm just thinking if we have any other kind of fees out there that are exempting people from paying, we need to relook at them for this, you know, political or financial issues that we are dealing with.
Yeah, that specific question I couldn't answer for you. So,
I don't know if there are any other fees in the county that we do exempt people from paying, but I think it's time to look at those if we do.
We'll do some follow-up on that. I believe the park fees came earlier in the year when we changed some of the ordinance and language around it, but nonetheless, we'll go back and take a look so your board's informed.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Can we have somebody get together with Bob Herrera and see what, I'm not sure if we approve this race today, are they do have a 30-day notice or?
I'm never opposed to that. I would just offer to you, every year Bob's spoken, and every year we've sort of asked people to take a look at that with them.
Oh, okay, but can I,
so that you know, right?
Okay, but at least can somebody check with them, you know?
Sure.
Thank you.
So, you know. Supervisor Foy.
Yeah, Paul, this is almost 100% recovery based on what we've said, besides the road situation. What are we asking those departments to do in regards to, since they don't get dinged with a budget quite as much as the rest of us that are cut on funds, how are they dealing with trying to control these costs and cut this down?
So part of it is service level, and part of it is not service. For example, in the area of planning or in the area of building and safety, they have to rotate. They can't increase their fees by 28% because of the fact they've gone from 100 permit checks to down to 50, and they need to cover their costs. So they need to back off. So we're watching them and working with them as far as cutting the number of people that they would need to do those checks, so these fees aren't going out of control. Because in general, if you have 100 permits that you're doing one year and it goes down to 50 the next year, you would increase your costs by 50% or 100%. We watch over that. So we track that and make sure that those fees aren't going out of control. When they're developing their budgets, their budget would have to incorporate those fee increases as they're developing their budgets. And their budgets would be based on those dollars and anticipated number of transactions that they're doing throughout the year.
So no, I agree, and I think that's kind of where we've got to go. We've got to reduce, because we just can't keep passing fees on just because we don't want to take quite as much reduction as we could, especially on recovery stuff. What do I have to, if I can, especially stores or anybody else that's already in business.
Right. If we see abnormal fee increases, overall it's about 3.3, which we wouldn't consider. But if we saw an area where it was 20-25% fee increase, we'd be sure to question that and why it was that way, and then we'd have to dig into what the status is and what the situation is.
Yeah. I mean, we have to protect the people that are paying these fees too in every way we can. Their business is slow or whatever, and they're trying to have to pay increases. So we've got to find that balance.
Agree.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All righty. Do we have any other questions? Ready for a motion? I'm happy to move the item to move us along. Seconded. We're ready to vote. That motion passes, and we are now ready for our preliminary budget, item 45.
Yes, board members, Mr. Dursey and I are going to kind of double team this. I think I should point out to the audience that after seeing the therapy dog, I suggested that we needed one for here.
And by the way, this budget could not afford to feed that dog.
You know, Mr. Dursey is such a killjoy. You'd have to rent a pet. That's it. We are going to go through the details of this particular budget. I did want to reinforce the background of the background and the environment in which we are adopting this budget. We're moving forward with a balanced budget, and it's as a result of basically recognizing cuts that needed to be taken as direct revenue has decreased. It also recognizes somewhat issues that we're going to face in the future, but it does not reflect what is happening at the state. And as we've talked about this morning, the things that are happening at the state are fairly atrocious, and as they come down, rolling down to the county, I don't think life will be what it has been in the past. Life as we know it will change. If they move forward with things that they are considering doing, such as elimination of CalWorks, for those of you who've been around for a while, that's the AFDC grant program that goes to low-income people. If that in fact happens, that is a dramatic implications for how poor people survive in our world. If they're talking about some of the things that occur in children's protective services, that is also dramatic. Within the healthcare system, we also have dramatic things that they can do there. We are preparing for the issue of whether or not they attempt to borrow money from us under the suspension of 1A. And Mr. Dursey will be going through the details, but in our general fund budget alone, that's like $23 million, $22 million, which would be a borrowing for 3 years. It also hits our library fund, I think, at about $720,000, and who else gets
Fire and watershed.
Fire, $8 million, watershed protection.
A little over $1 million.
A little over $1 million. So those are some dramatic items that are going to come along and really dwarf some of the discussions that we are having with this budget. But nonetheless, this budget is a working document. It's the start of the process for next year, and we'll go through the details related to it now.
Excuse me. He said fire 8 million and us 23 million?
Under the suspension of Prop 1A.
Uh-huh. Is fire taking a higher percentage hit, or is that just fire's percentage?
Their percentage of, they get about $100 million a year in property taxes. We get about 250.
Okay, got it. So it's about the same percentage, all right, got it.
It's 8%, up to 8%.
Yeah, that's up to 8%. We assume about 8%. I think these are just budget guidelines. Your board has seen these probably at least 4 or 5 times this year. So we will move through those. This is the process that we're going through. I think number 4 we're on right now, presenting our preliminary budget, final budget hearing scheduled for about 2 weeks from now, and we expect to begin at 1:30 and public testimony that night at 6, and then we'll continue the following day. We're thinking at 1:30. I think in the board letter it actually said 9. We're thinking now it's probably going to be 1:30 because there's so many time certains going on that morning that our clerk of the board requested that we go back to 1:30 for if we need to continue that from onto Tuesday, because that'd be Monday night public testimony at 6 p.m. and then we would continue the subsequent day if we need to continue the process. Here's some key preliminary budget data. Our total budget appropriations about $1.67 billion, up 1.2%. Overall, the major issues, the main reason that we have any increase at all in appropriations are some of the capital projects that they're building in the waterworks districts, and not watershed, but waterworks. In, for example, the CSA in El Rio, they're building a major project, and also out in Piru, they're building some major project. Also in the VCMC area, we are seeing additional revenues coming in and additional appropriation.
This increased spending on capital projects based on increased revenue for those projects.
That's correct.
So it's one
That's
time
correct.
kind of.
That's a one-time. General fund appropriations are down by 3.9%. They were about $900 million for this year, down by 3.9%, down to $865 million for next year. General purpose revenue down 3%. It was about a little over almost $321 million this year. We're expecting about $311 million next year. Full-time equivalent positions, up 2 positions countywide. Primarily that is really in the MHSA and Mental Health Services Act area and BCMC primarily.
Because of Prop 63, the increased funding in Prop 63.
Increased funding in Prop 63. And then total general fund, we're down 57 positions. That's just, again, these are all our issues, local issues. These have nothing to do with anything that the state has this. Obviously, the state does impact us, but not based on state's proposed budget for next fiscal year.
So for the benefit of the public watching this, general fund is sort of what we get to control. Countywide is more our funds plus a variety of these other special pots.
That's correct. You know, this morning Butch Britt did a presentation on the roads fund. That would be included outside the general fund. Our medical center, all our harbor, airports, fire protection district, those are all significant funds outside of the general fund that charge directly for their services for the most part and run independent of the general fund. Secured property tax decrease of 4.5% for next year. General purpose, again, general purpose down $9.45 million versus the current year adopted budget. Prop 172 sales tax revenue, we're estimating at $54 million, down $10.7 million relative to the current year adopted budget. Health and welfare realignment revenue, $50 million, down $7 million. Some of that actually is not in the general fund. Some of it actually goes to VCMC. Regardless, it's down $7 million overall, and we're estimating about $50 million. Tobacco settlement revenue, well, we can move that up by $100,000, but regardless, it's down about $263,000 relative to the current fiscal year.
One quick question. Prop 172 down 10.7 million. Is that fiscal year? Is that July 1 of 08 to June 30th of 09?
That is our budget from last year, our current budget that we are operating under right now, compared to next year's budget.
Next year we're proposing from July 1 of 09 to June 30 of 10.
That's correct.
That will be down 10.7 million.
That's correct, relative to this year. However, we are expecting that number to be relatively the same for this year, although we didn't budget that number. So as we go forward through the year, we're expecting the numbers to be about the same, next year's actuals to be roughly equivalent to this year's anticipated actuals. By the way, there probably will be service impact levels. There will be service level impacts, and there probably will be isolated layoffs throughout in various departments. General fund budget does include a $2 million contingency. There was about $2.5 million in supplemental requests, which was really to try to restore some of the funding that we had cut. And then there was the grant applications, which are part of the board process, part of your board preliminary budget. 192 applications, estimated revenue of about $56.6 million in this process.
Do you know offhand how that compares to last year?
A few more grant applications, about this, almost the exact same dollar amount, though.
So these are grant applications we're projecting we will get the revenue from, because we're projecting we're going to get the grant.
That's correct, and they are actually included in the budget already. Those dollars are included in the budget, and we, through the process, we'll be asking for your board's approval of these grant applications.
And what criteria do we use for assuming we're going to get the grant? We've gotten it in the past? Or?
Yeah, they're basically recurring, non-controversial type grants that we've gotten in the past, correct.
And this is part of our simplification process, so we don't load up the board with grants after grants when they're reoccurring on a regular basis.
Mr. Chair, are they federal or state grants, or both?
They're anytime, both federal and state. And if we have some private grants that we get, Annie Casey Foundation, for example, if we know that we would include those also.
Thank you.
Here's the overall appropriations. You see out of the $6.72 billion, about $165 million in the general fund, and there's the other types of funds that we have: watershed protection districts, county service areas, water sanitation. Enterprise funds is the second largest at $337 million. Majority of that is the medical center, and then we have the fire district at about $105 million, or let's see, $125 million, excuse me. So those are all. That's just kind of the pie chart of all the different funds that we, different types of funds we have in the budget. General fund preliminary, as we said before, the appropriations current adopted are $900 million. We're going down to $865 million. The direct revenues are going down by about would be $24 million, $26 million, and the net cost is going down. So overall, general purpose revenue is equivalent to net cost as a contribution to the rest of the county operations, but it's going from almost $321 million down to $311.5. So it's down significantly relative to the prior year. And out of that $320 million, we're expecting actually in the current year to get about $318 million. So we're not getting as we budgeted, but on the other hand, we are expecting even less next year. General fund appropriations, salaries, employee benefits, the major chunk of this budget, $488 million out of the $865. Service and supplies is the next $205 million. Other charges, which is a lot of other charges, is pass-through dollars that for federal and state grants going to direct recipients. And then we have a minor fixed asset charge, and then other would be just miscellaneous items that we have. For example, when we do realignment, we have certain matches we have to do. It's more accounting than it is actual operational. Our debt service is also in the other, and those types of things. Here's a different cut of the appropriation pie from the general fund standpoint. It's basically by program area. The biggest appropriations are in the Health and Human Services area at $336 million, and then public safety, the 4 public safety departments at $327 million, and then the remainder of the general fund program areas. The next one is a net cost, or the county contribution to these various programs, what we end up contributing to these various programs. So you see, for example, if you look at the red pie at almost $32 million, that's Health and Human Services. You can see where we have an awful lot of leverage and direct revenue coming in for those departments. Here's the appropriations at $335 million. Here's the contribution from the general fund to operate those programs at about $32 million.
Could you go back one, too? Yeah, that's a great way to show them. What's the distinction between public safety, is up there at the 326, and you have other administration of justice?
The other administration of justice is our contribution to the court system, our grand jury, and indigent defense, those 3 items. So we isolate those out as specific.
You say indigent defense?
Indigent defense.
You mean public defender?
No, other than public defender, we have a separate indigent defense for
conflict
defense.
When they conflict it out.
So public defender is in the public safety category?
Yes, they're part of the public safety category, correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
So here's the net cost according to an accounting contribution from the general fund to these various program areas. You see at about $173 million, those 4 public safety departments are the majority of it. And then and like I said, we get an awful lot of leverage in the Health and Human Services area.
Could you go back again? 31 million leverage, 330?
335.
So just about a 10-to-1 leverage.
Right.
Not bad.
Percentages, that's if you care. These are just dollars. Those are put in the percentages. I can go over that quickly. Public safety funding, I think we all know that public safety has been significantly hit this current year and next year in the loss of Prop 172. Budgeted Prop 172 for this current fiscal year is about $64.5 million. Our contribution to the fire is about $1.7 million for total allocation to public safety. Our 4 general fund public safety departments is about $62.9 million.
And for the public who may be listening, Prop 172, that's not very clear, but that's associated with sales tax, the half-cent sales tax that's dedicated to public safety. And because sales tax has gone down, that has gone down, and that's the dramatic impact on their budgets at this time.
That's correct. And then what we're projecting for next year, what we're budgeting for next year, total Prop 172 is about $54 million. Our contribution to the fire district is going up to $1.9 million. And then the allocation to public safety is going down, will be at $52.1 million. So the reduction in general fund public safety departments is about $10.8 million from what we budgeted in the current year and what we're seeing for next year. So that just shows you the impact that the loss of those sales tax dollars to those four public safety departments, it's significant. And we recognize that, and they're they've worked very diligently to get their budgets in line. Here's some local budget issues we are still looking at. Our reserves are at 56% of your board policy. Our board policy is trying to get our designation for subsequent year financing up to a 15% level. We're at about 8.5% as we project for this at the end of this year, 8.5% number. Retirement contributions, and we will get into a couple slides on the retirement contribution. Out years, besides the state, or regardless of the state, we have some significant issues regarding our retirement contributions. Capital requirements are an ongoing issue, and labor contracts as they go forward. We spoke about projected retirement contribution. This is, I know that this is not the first time you've heard this information. The cost increases we're expecting in the out years are significant. The assumptions that we've made is that the retirement system is going to lose 25% on their portfolio this year. That, combined with their estimated 8% actuarial return, would end up about a 33% differential between what they're assuming and what they're actually returning. 33% of a $3 billion portfolio is about $1 billion of losses that we're expecting them to incur this fiscal year. How does that work back to us? It works back to the employer and increased retirement contributions over the next number of years.
And so, Paul, I just want to get this straight. We've had some conversations. Over the next 4 years, this looks like about $20 to $25 million increase each year.
That's roughly the number.
4 years from now, we would project it to be close to $200 million.
Right. 4 years from now, 1, 2, 3, 4, over 200, closer to 300, because yes, about 200.
Go out 40. I mean, when you're at 2012,
I was looking at the wrong line.
I guess I'm thinking 3 years. 2012, we're at 200 million.
Right.
Right. When you get to 20, you don't get to the 300 million until you get to around 2016.
That's
right?
correct. You keep going up and up and up. This is based on a number of different assumptions, but it's assuming that they continue to increase the 4% salary increases, those types of things. But part of the increase is due to that, but the majority of it is really due to the losses in the market. And I talked earlier, and the numbers that we have, current county contributions we're expecting, this is just county, this is not the overall county pickup, this is just county contributions, about $95 million for next year. Subsequent year, we're expecting closer to $120 million, so that's about a $25 million increase. The year after that, we're expecting it to be $155 million, which is a $35 million increase on top of that. So we're working our way up very, very quickly.
And will you do a calculation at your convenience that would show all the same assumptions, except we're not given 4% pay increases?
Sure.
Okay, that'd be helpful to see how much. My guess is it doesn't change the line a lot.
No, it won't. It should not change the blue line. What will happen is that green line will shift down.
Green line will come down a little bit.
That's correct. By the way, 2/3 of this cost increase in the general fund would be due to public safety. Public safety's contributions is 2/3 of the general fund contribution. Overall, about half of it we expect to be safety contributions. So 2/3, half of it overall would be safety, including fire, and then in the general fund, about 2/3 of any increase would be public safety. Again, this is based on an expected 25% loss in the current fiscal year and an 8% return from there on out. And 8% is their estimated actuarial assumption rate. So this is, again, this is a significant issue for us, and we tried to put it into some examples.
Mr. Chair, Paul, when do you start the 8% contribution again?
We assume that they're going to earn their next fiscal year. We're assuming that they're going to lose 25% this current fiscal year ending June 30th.
Okay.
We don't know what their actual numbers are. We know through April 30th they were minus 25. We think they've had a decent May. I mean, a relatively decent May, and the first day of June was good. My guess is that they're not going to pick up 25%, or actually 33% in the next month. So we would expect that hopefully the number will come down, but we don't know. We're projecting right now at the 25% level, which was the number at the end of April.
So we better do a lot of praying too, huh?
That doesn't hurt. The numbers that we're looking at specifically by departments, 9-10 in the assessor, about $1.5 million contribution. We expect them by 14-15 to go up to about $3.1 million contribution. Under these assumptions here, the assessor's contribution will go up to $3.1 million. Over that same time, you see the sheriff going from $44.1 million going up to $88 million. So that's going to be doubling in that time period. So. Correct. Fire district doubling also a little bit, because the numbers, these are again projections based on a lot of assumptions, but those are the numbers we're projecting at this point in time. Mental health from 2.7 to 5.3. A number of their programs are capped as far as whether or not they can get full reimbursement for those dollars. Some of them they'll get some reimbursement from federal programs, for example.
And also the assumption is that the 33% loss, basically, and then 8% meeting the earnings rate from that point forward.
That's correct.
So this doesn't reflect if we don't make the earnings rate of 8%, nor does it show if, in fact, they reduce the earnings rate at the retirement board and they make a determination that the earnings rate is going to be lower.
That's
and
correct.
that affects us to what extent?
We expect that every 1/4% decrease in the actuarial assumption rate increases our cost by about 2.5%.
2.5%?
2.5%. So yes, for every 1/4% they bring that actuarial assumption down, increases. So on a $600 million payroll, 2.5% is $600 million.
For the payroll, not for the retirement contribution.
No, not retirement contribution, of payroll.
Yeah, for the retirement contribution. So retirement contribution goes up by
if they went from
15 million.
They went from 8% to 7, just saying let's get 7. That would cost us $60 million.
It's significant dollars.
Yeah.
Because they're assuming let's assume at the time a $3 billion portfolio, 1% is 30 million. So you need to make that up in contributions.
Can you tell me again what of our retirement contribution, what percent is public safety? Did you just say?
60.
About 50% of the overall contribution is public safety. But that includes fire. In the general fund, the contribution is about 2/3 public safety.
So of our general fund contribution, of our general fund contribution to retirement, 2/3 of that is public safety, including fire.
No, excluding fire, because they're not in the general fund.
Excluding
Fire has
fire.
their own. Yeah, fire is a separate fund. Their increases would be the fire district.
Okay, so in the general fund, it's 2/3 excluding fire.
That's correct.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Anyway, those are scary numbers, and we have to prepare.
In relationship to, let's say, 3 years ago, what was the general fund contribution for public safety approximately? So we can see instead of 2/3, it was more like.
It would be relatively the same. As far as generally speaking, the costs for the public safety members are going to be higher because of the fact they're in the safety retirement realm. So their rates are going to be higher. Their payroll is significant relative to the rest of the county general fund. So they're going to have significant increase.
So their percentage hasn't changed, but their numerical value.
That's correct. The numeric dollar, and as you go out, their percentages will be roughly the same as we go out, but they're just going up by the same ratio. They're just going to continue on. Here's some other key potential budget impacts. The state funding, as your board is more than aware of, the state funding issues. Clean Water Act mandates our NPDES and TMDL issues that Watershed and Public Works is working diligently on. Revenue stability based on local property taxes, sales tax-based revenues, and grants. And grants are a significant issue going forward, both especially from the state grant standpoint. Here's our generally our 5-year outlook from this is a general fund only. We're looking at, as we speak, assuming our 9-10 budget, and this is again is regardless of the state or not including any additional state impacts. About $14 million out of balance going into next year, primarily due to the increased retirement contributions in the general fund. This is again the general fund. So if you go back to the retirement contributions themselves, if it goes up from, for example, overall by about 20, if we're expecting it to go up by $20 to $25 million, a good chunk of that is in the general fund. Some of it's going to be reimbursed, some of it's not going to be reimbursed. Regardless, what we end up with is about over a $14 million deficit at this time, looking toward 10-11. And then as we go out, again, these are based on a number of assumptions, and the assumptions are that I think going in the out years we have about a 1% increase in some salaries. Property tax revenue in 10-11 we're expecting to be 0 increase at this time. Other revenue increase about 2%. The public safety increase is at about 2%, and that's due primarily to the 1% that's already been negotiated, plus merit increases at roughly about 1%, and then for the rest of the government, about 1% increase in salaries for that 10-11, and that's due to just merit increases. So those are the major assumptions that we have going forward. So we're assuming that there's going to be no increase in property taxes for 10-11, and very slight increases in other revenues.
And we're talking about, frankly, no increases for salaries and benefits and possibly cutbacks, but that's not reflected here. So there are, other than those that are under contract at this point in time, as we enter contract negotiations going forward, it will be 0 going forward. That would be our recommendation.
And in the out years, we do assume that the property tax does come back a little bit. In 11-12, for example, we assume a 3.5% increase, and then going forward, a 5.5%. So that may be, at this time, we don't know, and may be optimistic. So those numbers could expand or contract based on the assumptions and how the assumptions that we've made come to be. State budget update. We think it's $24 billion, unless somebody heard something new today around that number. 24. Does $24 billion sound reasonable? There's a potential for Prop 1A suspension. What that means to our county is in general, they'd be borrowing about $2 billion from local governments. Our share in the general fund would be about 21.3. That's an estimate. Fire district about 8 million. Library 720, and watershed protection about 1.2 million. They're talking about redirecting the vehicle license fees. That means elimination of the COPS program. They're talking about elimination of CalWorks, which is, from our standpoint, a significant issue. There's, I think, 200 employees working on CalWorks. It's a $77 million program, $77 to $80 million program when you get the federal contributions, the state contributions, and our contribution. Significant dollars coming into our local economy that would be gone. Eliminate healthy families. That's another issue that I believe it's around $3 million a year that our health care plan gets from healthy families being a contract in that health care plan, and talking about reducing in-home support services salaries and service levels. I believe they're contemplating cutting the salaries to minimum wage, and then the service levels, really going back on the service levels as much as they can to really the bare minimum, as I think it's probably the bare minimum as far as federal standards under the in-home support services. And of course, additional cuts to schools, and that's another local issue, but not our county government issue. Conclusion, it's a working document. We expect to be changing this maybe monthly, maybe weekly for the next year. As your board knows, this last year we've been back to your board on several occasions to adjust the budget. We would expect that our budget for next year is not etched in concrete by any means. We will have, when we come back for final budget deliberations, we'll have what we call post-preliminary adjustments, which is some final tweaking from the local issues. Then from there on out, we would expect to have some major tweaking from the state budget issues. We are balanced. Service levels are impacted. We're trying to maintain long-term stability as best we can locally. And our reserves are stabilized. That's the good news. And again, just to reiterate, the fiscal stability does require a long-term approach. So we're continuing, I tell my staff we need to put this one to bed and look toward next year and the year after. So we'll move forward. Although we will continually adjust and update, we also need to be looking forward down the year, 2 and 3 years. Here's our recommendations. Accept the tabulation and have your clerk of the board publish the notice of the final budget hearings. Receive this preliminary budget document as the working document for the final budget hearings. And then, of course, schedule the final budget hearings and then approve the grant applications and acceptances today. And then authorize the teeter revenue, which we're increasing revenue account for our teeter plan. And then receive and file the capital planning committee recommendations. We're combining that this year. That's kind of our new, I wouldn't call it a lean six issue, but a fine tuning that we're just going to include that as part of the capital, as part of the overall preliminary budget. And then what we'll do is we'll carry our capital plan when Public Works comes with their capital plan in the August timeframe. So we'll include our general capital plans as part of the overall general Public Works capital plan. And those, I think that's probably about it. Yeah, that's it.
I'm sure we can do all that because we've all read all of the budget, and a lot here for us to digest in the next 2 weeks.
Right.
But I do like our process. We do have one public speaker. Do we have questions for Mr. Dursey before we go to the public? Supervisor Foy.
Based on I just got an email, you're right, at $24 billion is what the governor just came out with a few minutes ago. So that is our number. You're hoping to be just pretty consistent right now with our tax revenue and everything else. We're not worried about what the state does, just our tax revenue, which makes this pretty consistent.
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
Okay, and then, so if everything stays somewhat calm here in the county and our tax revenue, we're good. It's going forward for the next 5 years at least. We've got this pension issue, right?
That's correct.
So I think everybody has to understand that. That's really going to be our biggest issue of going 25, 35, whatever you said. We're going to be almost $60 million over the next 2 years, with most likely not a lot of increase from tax revenue, from sales tax or anything else, right?
That's correct.
So I guess the budget we're talking about here is here now, and it's there next year, and it's there next year, right?
Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Appropriations will be from here to here. That's due to the increased cost.
Yeah.
Whether there's fewer employees or revenue to cover the appropriations, because it's going to have to be cut. We're going to have to balance.
Yes.
And how we balance, how we get to that number with these increased appropriations for retirement contributions, if we don't have additional revenue, it means we have to cut appropriations elsewhere.
Right. So we have a couple factors that can change that. One is, like you said, the retirement board making an adjustment in the return. If they start to see that there's no way we can make an 8% return.
That's correct.
Which hopefully we'll fight against for a while. But okay, so going forward then, everything's going to be tight. I just think we need to understand that clearly. It's just going to be tight.
Absolutely.
It's really tight. Okay.
I might point out, going forward, we have to we have to be ready to cut in a variety of different ways and methods. But it'll be more than tight. It'll be just, we're trying to figure out where and what will be cut, right, as we go forward. Right. Okay. We have one speaker, Steve Brogden. Mr. Brogden. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Bennett and Supervisors. My name is Steve Brogden. I live in Thousand Oaks, and I'm Director of Thousand Oaks Library. Now, the last time I appeared here, I was here at the invitation of Supervisor Parks. She asked me to read a poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, and I was grateful for that opportunity, and I remain grateful. There's a bit of magic in poetry read aloud, and I was pleased to be able to share that with you a few years ago. However, today I'm here under much different circumstances, and I'm here to voice some serious concerns. The Ventura County Library Commission has voted 5-2 to recommend to you that the county unilaterally discontinue the library services funding agreement between the city of Thousand Oaks and the county. This agreement, which has been in place for approximately 20 years, partially reimburses the city for the use of its libraries by the residents of the unincorporated areas within and adjoining the city of Thousand Oaks. This includes Lynn Ranch, Casa Conejo, Lake Sherwood, Rolling Oaks, and Ventura Park. I'm here to request that you honor the contract as it is written. To do otherwise would transfer property tax revenues out of the Conejo Valley to other areas of the county, leaving the residents of the unincorporated islands no choice but to go to the Camarillo Library. Now, the Camarillo Library is a very fine library. We all know that. But statistics show that residents of those unincorporated areas overwhelmingly prefer to use their libraries in Newbury Park and Thousand Oaks. Now, the Thousand Oaks Library has been doing some very serious belt tightening, as have all local government agencies. I've just seen an example of that a few minutes ago. Now, letters requesting that the contract be continued have been sent to you from the Thousand Oaks City Council and the Conejo Recreation and Park District Board of Directors. The Conejo Unified School District Board of Trustees is expected to authorize such a letter this evening, and a letter from the Friends of the Thousand Oaks Library is forthcoming as well. Now, everyone in this room is a proponent of free library services. To that end, if the county decides to continue the contract, the city will eliminate its $70 non-resident fee. Now, I have two requests today. First, honor the agreement. Let the property tax that was intended to provide library services to the unincorporated areas of Thousand Oaks be used for that purpose and not used to fundle the struggling libraries in other parts of the county. My second request is this, and on behalf of the city, I respectfully request that this matter be considered by the Board of Supervisors as a separate agenda item outside of the overall county budget process. Just as the Library Commission was able to air its concerns via a separate meeting, so should those patrons and interested parties that would be negatively affected by the stoppage of this contract. These people deserve the opportunity to have their voices heard and not get lost in the budget process. Thank you for your consideration, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Mr. Brogan. Supervisor Parks.
I was just say, the poem you read, was it Midnight Ride of Paul Revere?
Yes.
You've come to warn us. Thank you for that. You know, I do think it's appropriate to look at the library contract in terms of the entire budget, because there are heavy issues that we're all dealing with at this time, as the city of Thousand Oaks is also. And I do appreciate your offer to make your library free like all the other libraries in the county of Ventura. Note that library patrons from Calabasas, Agoura, Westlake Village can all use your library for free. And, you know, that's a yes?
Actually, Agoura cannot at this point.
They're not in the Los Angeles County system?
They are in the Los Angeles County system, but as of now, the Los Angeles County libraries do not have access to our library for free.
Oh, they're not in the NCLS?
No. LA Public library system is. But
So
LA
everyone
County
in the
is
city
not.
of Los Angeles can use the Thousand Oaks Library for free, but
Right,
not,
that's correct.
but not people in the unincorporated county in other areas.
It's an odd configuration.
It
but
certainly
yes,
is.
That's the way.
So I definitely encourage, I definitely encourage your city council to make that free for everybody. I think that is the way libraries should be and parks should be, and I appreciate that offer very much.
Do you know if any other library in Ventura County keeps track of where people are from and then charges some and not others?
I don't know of any in the county, but I do know there are several libraries in the state that do charge a non-resident fee.
But you don't know of any in the county?
Not in the county. No.
Great, thank you very much.
And your request is to honor the contract as written.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we are at the, do we have any other questions for staff now after the public testimony? We have the whole series of recommendations that Mr. Dursey had listed up there. Are we prepared for a motion then to adopt all those recommended actions? I'll second that. We're ready to have a vote on
And as
receiving the preliminary budget and kicking the schedule off. Supervisor Parks.
And as I read the portion on the one that the speaker spoke on, and there isn't, it just discusses reviewing the memorandum of understanding. I don't see where they have included that in their budget, the removal of the fee from Thousand Oaks.
All right.
If you'd like to look, I see it on other funds, OF 33. Or maybe want to get back to
I
that.
believe it is, and it is in there, but as we said, it's a working document between now and the
Yeah,
final
you could
budget.
show me where it is, because I did read that section. I'm not seeing it.
That would be excluded, Liz.
It's in other funds.
I'm looking under the Ventura County Budget Unit. Yeah. You're looking at an attachment. Are you seeing it? If you'd like to get back to us, that would be important to know. It won't affect the vote at this point.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
It's based on the commission's budget at this point.
I suspect that now that too much time has passed and we can't vote electronically, or can we? All right. Okay, are we ready to vote? There we go. There we go, and that motion passes.
By the way, Supervisor Parks, on page 6 of 6 on the attachment A, we do note that under Ventura County Library, the reduction...
Attachment A of this?
Yes, attachment A of the preliminary budget board letter. It says the elimination of the annual contribution to the city of Thousand Oaks.
I'm not finding
Attachment A is right here. Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Okay. Well, something to discuss come time to approve the budget then.
Okay. All right, you got it? All right, we've moved and voted on and approved that action. We're at our 3 o'clock final item. And that's budget presentations from Animal Reg and Assessor. Huh?
I know, I'm not going to be as entertaining as Kathy, I'm sorry. But I did ask Archie if he would come and do my presentation for me, but his schedule was full, so you're going to have to put up with me. I do apologize. I'll make it brief. I know it's been a long day for you. Monica Nolan, Director of Animal Regulations. Good afternoon. What I wanted to do briefly for you today is briefly review the services the department provides, the cost centers that we have, and the revenue streams, because I don't think that's ever been done before, and it's interesting. It was interesting for me. And also talk about the services that are particularly provided under the general fund, and the concerns that we have when the general fund gets reduced, and then the steps that we're taking as a department to mitigate the reductions to our general fund. And if I can figure that, there we go. These are our services in animal regulation are divided into really two areas. The services that we provide to our contract cities and the services that we provide countywide. And those countywide are mainly under state and local mandates. And those second services, that second set of services, are the ones that are the general fund services. And here you can see these are our expenses, and they're really in three areas. The main expenses that we have are the shelter and the vet services. That's nearly 50% of our costs. The field services is the general fund services, and those are the ones such as the picking up of the abandoned animals, responding to disaster responses, emergency responses, rabies suppression, those types of things, and then licensing costs.
The county is responsible for all the field services?
Not all of them, but a good majority of them, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
On our revenue, and this is very interesting, is that really general fund is less than 30% of our revenue. The cities pick up more than 60% of the revenue of the department, and 10% of it is picked up in user fees in the unincorporated area. So the county is really only one of several clients that the department has, and we really have to service the contract of the cities and satisfy the city's needs. And specifically, the general fund contributes to, is used to cover the cost of sheltering, licensing, and leash law service in the unincorporated area. And those are really the contract services that we do for the cities, but we do it under the general fund for the unincorporated areas. And then those mandated countywide field services. And that's the cost. Those are the costs that we have some concerns with, because those are the expenses that we have the least control over. And they fall into three specific areas. One is abandoned animals. And as Kathy mentioned the last time that she came before you, the recession is taking a toll over the number of abandoned animals that we're seeing at the shelter. This figure here shows that our numbers are up from 2007 to 2008, and that 1,000 more is mainly the dogs, because as people are losing their homes or having to downsize, it's the dogs. They can take the cats with them, but they can't take the dogs. And we're going to be seeing more of those numbers now at the end of 2009. So, and as they're standing here with Archie, I was thinking, you know, we have 130 Archies at our shelter. So every one of you, you know, come get an Archie. And they're all that lovable. So, okay, that's my speech. I'm sorry. But what we're also seeing is a number of large animals being abandoned each year. And this is a case that I'm sure you're all aware of. These are the Lockwood Valley horses. And that was a case that we participated in. It was a raid in September of 2008. 40 horses were confiscated. We have 14 of them. We still have 7 of them. And this is a before and after picture. And Tina here was not the worst case. We have had to keep them, actually, because they are evidence in the case that's going to be going to trial, and I think shortly. But this is the cost, $118,000 for these 13 horses.
You have to keep them as evidence. You can't videotape them
and turn them into glue.
But move them on to somebody that would adopt them and take them.
We are. If you go on our website now, once we brought them up to the case of like Tina, now that she's up and looking well. We've got all of them on our website, and we have 5 of them that have been adopted out.
Can we adopt them even faster? Can we adopt them in the emaciated state that they're in and have somebody else bring them up?
We could, and well, I think we needed to bring them up to a decent level first and get them to better veterinary care, and they needed to get up to a decent state. And
is that for legal reasons or for?
No,
can't get them adopted without doing that, or what?
Yeah, I think it's just. I don't know whether it's legal reasons or not. I don't think that you really want to. Legally, we only have to keep them 14 days.
I guess bottom line is, if we're out of money, and somebody else will adopt them and do that,
right?
Bring them up. I don't want to pass that opportunity
right.
for the animal's sake.
Well, the law says that we can, after 14 days, they're ours, and we have more than the Lockwood horses out there. In fact, we have 10 horses right now, and which means that we have 3 additional horses above the Lockwood horses, and we have those horses that are up on our website, and we're working with California Coastal Horse Rescue. And if we can find owners, then we go ahead and pass them through. And we are doing that now. Unfortunately, for example, 2 of the horses are over 20, and one's lame. So it's very hard to find owners for these horses. So that's why people are bringing them to us.
Now, this is a criminal case that's underway. But is there any property we can attach these costs to? A lien on the property? Some way to...
Legally, the law says that you can put a lien on the property to recover the cost of restitution. However, in this case, the owners relinquished them to us. And that was my question to the district attorney. And at this point, the answers come back no.
So the only property is the animal itself, not the fact that maybe somebody owned a ranch and you picked up emaciated animals. If you picked up emaciated animals from a ranch, which the owners owned both the horses and the ranch, can you put a lien on the ranch?
Right. And I think the answer is yes. But these particular owners did not own the ranch. In fact, they're now doing the same thing in another county. Yeah, so.
Can I ask a quick question on this road? Knowing a little bit about the horse community, there's a lot of these people that retire their horses out. You ever seen that, where they go and there's places that you can do it and they pasture these horses in big properties and they just let them run, and it's really pretty inexpensive. Because if you're penning these horses in some type of a stall or something and feeding them alfalfa every day, it's probably costing you a couple $100 a month a horse or something like that.
Yeah, and we're looking for people, we're looking for angels like that.
Or even what the public does, where they pay somebody $50, $60, $70 a month to let it run on a 3,000-acre parcel, and they just eat, and it's a little bit cheaper for us to do that. I mean, there's other ways out there. I was just curious if you looked at some.
Right. California Coastal Horse Rescue has contacts like that in the community, but if you know specific people that have nice large ranches, we're looking for angels like that. Okay. Because, well, for example, 2 of the Lockwood horses are now yearlings. They're 1-year-old boys. I call them my juvenile delinquents. They're in 20-foot paddocks, and they've been in 20-foot paddocks since September. They're just about flashing gang signs at me. They've hardly been trained. It's just like they're thoroughbreds. They need to be out in a field and running, and so they need to find homes. Okay. Yes. So that's one of our issues, is the abandoned horses or abandoned animals. In addition to that, 2 other areas of concern where we don't have control over expenses is rabies suppression. Santa Barbara, the numbers are increasing in Santa Barbara. Right now, all we do for rabies suppression is that we check, we do a reactive basis. If we find what's a rabies animal that is dead, we test. However, there's some indications that the rabies numbers are on the increase. If we do have to go into an active mode of trapping and testing, that's going to be more man hours. That's going to be more of an increase in cost. So, I mean, that's out there. Probably the biggest thing, though, is disaster response. And by disaster response, that's in two areas. One is natural disaster, responding to fires, floods, whatever. And the other one is disaster response in terms of emergencies, such as the Lockwood case, but in another jurisdiction. We, as a department, do not have a reciprocal agreement with other jurisdictions to go help them out. For example, last June, we went to LA County and helped them on a similar horse raid where there were over 100 horses. And we spent several $1,000s in our man hours to go over there and assist them. There was no reciprocal agreement that we got reimbursed for that. There was the Gap fire in 2008. The fire department, our fire department, didn't respond to that fire. We responded because we opened up the fairgrounds. Because our fire department didn't respond and we did, we were out $13,000. So that's another case of a disaster where we were out money. So what I'm just simply saying that is that these three areas of concern, abandoned animals, disaster or emergency response, and the rabies, these are three areas of cost that can go up. If they all go up together, they're all in our general fund area. So that's the bad news.
Are you going to work on mutual aid agreements?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we will do that.
Yeah, we should.
We do get, if we go in with the fire department, then we do get reimbursed that way. So the question is that we've just now got to take the step of going out for reciprocal agreements on our own. So what do we do now? We're going to take some steps to start to mitigate not only just a general fund budget reduction, but just what can we do to look at bringing in other types of revenue. We're looking at the city's ability to absorb a little bit more of the cost, maybe increasing their share of pie a little bit more. And maybe to help offset their cost in that is that we've got some different ways that we can help bring in more revenue in terms of licensing. All of our licensing revenue in the cities goes to the cities, and we think that we can increase the way that we bring in licensing revenue, and that will help offset their costs, and we can then in turn bill them more man hours. So that's one way to reduce the general fund revenue that way. We're also looking at going to administrative citations, which will allow us to do citations in the unincorporated area, and that revenue will come to us instead of to the court systems. Probably the two biggest areas, though, are the last two. I'm really excited, and staff is really excited about initiating a volunteer program. We're going to be doing that at the shelter. We're going to be adding one volunteer program for the shelter program itself, which will be for the dogs and cats, and one for the horses. And that will add both resources and manpower. And I can see that as will really help us in the years ahead if we have to go into staff reductions. And then finally, to start looking a little bit more strategizing on programs to prevent animals from even reaching our shelters in the first place. You know, we talked about CalWorks, 200 workers being laid off. Now, wouldn't you bet probably about 80% of those workers have pets. So what we want to do is start to look at what programs can we put in place so that those pets won't land in our shelters. And one of the things that we're looking at is an emergency pet food program so that we can get food out to those workers or out to those families, maybe through senior concerns or whatever, so that they won't have to pay for pet food, so that they won't have to give up the animals.
And when you initiate that volunteer program, if you would let us know so that we can all, I think we've all probably been asked by different people in our districts about a volunteer program at the shelter so that we can let those contacts know and hopefully increase the number of potential volunteers for you to select from and stuff.
Okay. And then I'd just like to conclude by introducing a couple of my staff who've been out and helping me in the audience. First of all, there's Diana Lowe, who's my fiscal officer. Diana. And then I'm very proud to introduce my new deputy director, Donna Gillespie. Donna's been with the department for 17 years, And she was actually also the chief officer for the department on the Lockwood Valley raid. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Great. Any other questions? We've peppered you pretty good. Supervisor Floyd.
How long have you been doing this now?
Let me see.
You really understand. This is great. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Supervisor Parks.
I do want to thank you for your presentation. It was very good. And also the idea of bringing volunteers in. And I really think in these economic times, looking at volunteers in all our different departments is a really good idea, to the point where I wish we had a system in place, maybe through HR, where we can get volunteers and put them in places where they can be most effective. And there are so many people who are, one, laid off, but have expertise, and two, retired and want to get back in the workforce. And they are such an incredible resource, and they can save our county so much money, too, that I think we really need to be proactive and aggressive in getting volunteers and getting all the assistance we can. Thank you for doing it in your department.
Supervisor Long.
Yeah, thank you. You've hit the ground running as I knew you would. You're missed in Pyro. But I'm very happy you're there, and you've already looking at some very creative and innovative steps to take here. I heard, and it's something to look into, and you may already know, that one of the other cuts the state's looking is to relieve us of the mandate for an animal control shelter.
Oh, really?
Yes. So
that I hadn't
should
heard.
take a look at that. I don't know if it'll get legs. Not sure if it'll bark up a tree or not. But and this was just it was in a policy committee meeting, and it was like we all looked at each other like, what? How could how can you not have a community take care of animals, abandoned animals? So
It's on the mandates list that CSAC sent out, so ask Sue for that list. It came out just this morning and has the mandates attached to it.
okay. So if we need to step into that advocacy, we should take a look at that.
There are several things that are on the, and I was talking to Sue, there's several things that are on the legislative agenda in terms of animal rights, and so I do at one point, Sue and I talked about coming back to the board in terms of a legislative platform from this department. So,
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, too. I had the opportunity to tour your facilities about a month ago, 2 months ago, and I want to commend you because it's a nice and clean place, and taking care of those horses and all those large animals is really fantastic, and I just want to commend you for an excellent operation there.
thank you.
I wanted to point out that we're all interested in having volunteers there, and I want to point out that we also all recognize there are challenges with volunteers. I know one of them is, just when you need to volunteer, they go, hey, I'm a volunteer, I don't have to show up, and that issue. And there are other challenges, and there are some challenges that are especially unique to animal shelters and stuff. So this isn't volunteers no matter what, and the volunteer's always right. It's try to do it right, but take as much advantage as possible. And this is across county government. We should take as much advantage as possible of volunteers out there to be able to do that. Nice job. I think a lot of people are looking forward to sort of your new thoughts and ideas out there, and we want to try to help you be as successful as possible. But you have a lot of challenges there, and keep communicating with us and let us know how we can help you. Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. The assessor. If you can't top those pictures of the dogs, don't waste your time.
You know what? I got my wife a little puppy, a Labrador. She's really cute, but I didn't bring pictures.
You gotta have it up
so
there.
I am at a disadvantage. Well, good afternoon. No, she was not a rescue dog, but she's really made my wife happy. Well, good afternoon, honorable members of the board, Ms. Robinson. We have, as I'm going to go through a few things, one thing I do want to share with you is, while I'm pretty excited about the benefits of the systems we've developed and how they're helping us deal with our workload, the human factor is still very important. And what I'm seeing right now is, because of the human factor and what we're doing as a follow-up to our automated systems results when we made our last assessment roll forecast is that it's trimming the reduction. So the results that we'll know in a couple of weeks will probably be not quite. It'll be to the low end of the range that you were given before. So anyway, we'll see how that goes. Not to
Low end of
overly
the range
make
in terms of the assessment?
included
evaluation.
right in terms of the overall assessment role.
So closer to 4.2 than 4.8, is that what you're saying?
No, the other direction, more towards zero, moving towards. I'd hate to say the word any particular numbers, but it would be not as much value taken off the roll as it was looking like a few weeks ago. So anyway, so a little bit of good news for the day is that's moving.
So maybe
towards,
under the 4.2.
Yeah, more revenue for general purpose revenue. Yeah, is the direction it's headed. But at the same time, I don't think I said that very well. You know what? Actually, what we probably should do is later on.
4.2 to 4.8. You're saying it may be.
It would be more towards the 4. It'd be more towards.
You're
the
saying
4.
we may be not as bad as that.
Correct.
Things may be better than a 4.2 to 4.8.
3.9.
Good. John's probably closer than the estimate that was used before. So that's some good news. But what if I was to title this, well, just for the record, my name's Dan Goodwin, assessor. I'd really call this risk and risk avoidance. There's some issues that are connected to the kind of real estate market we're in right now that are not part so much of the business environment the assessor experiences normally. Right now, what we're doing to manage the budget target we've been given, and I want to compliment the CEO too. I also appreciate the methodology she's used. I think while it puts an awful lot of pressure from my point of view, for me particularly, to manage the cut, at least she's providing me some flexibility, and so I appreciate that flexibility. I think in the long term it's going to produce a much better result. So as a result, we've been reorganizing our work. We're incorporating a perspective for how to manage the higher risk levels we need to take when we make cuts. Right now, I'd say we're probably at the point where the processes we're using and where we're in effect directing the workload puts us really close to the edge of where we want to go and not cut anymore. Basically, what we have ahead of us is we actually have a growth in workload, and we certainly have a growth in taxpayer service requirements. The Proposition 8 values, good perspective on that. Right now, we're reviewing about 90,000 properties. Last year, it was a little over 40,000 properties, so we're doing twice as many properties. The result of that, I'm anticipating, will be the assessment appeals will grow. Right now, we have about 5,000 assessment appeals, where during the late 90s, early, 2000, really through about 2006, we were looking at about 1,000 a year, which impacts your clerk of the board as well as the assessor, certainly. The issue there is those are labor intensive as compared to doing work ahead of time. So it's much more efficient to be proactive to handle the declines in value before the taxpayer calls up and says, didn't you know, shouldn't you be checking this? So we're doing, that's why we're approaching it that way. The normal workload is also looking up. Our work is based on January 1st and then through the calendar year in terms of workload items. The recordings, the kind of work that's been showing up on our schedule to produce with the budget that we're now going to receive is up about 10% so far for these first 5 months of 09. So we're going to have increases in the workload there. The assessor has really become very dependent on technology to keep our head above water. Just a couple of things, we'll just brag on a couple of things, because technology really is terrific for us. We're using automated valuation tools, which is the only way we're able to handle this proactive reevaluation without just using broad brush. Like some counties use trending. Trending is so less efficient and, in effect, provides greater reductions on some properties than it should, and probably not as much as it should in the others. Those are the ones you hear about in appeals. The ones where you provide too much reduction, they rarely call the assessor for a we've We've imaged millions of pages in our backfile scanning project that we completed recently, which came in on time and under budget, so that was a nice result. Our website's handling a substantial amount of public service, and we use it as an internal communication tool as well. There's a lot of resources, a lot of explanations, and so that's helping speed things up. And then we've created some automated letters that we use for taxpayer communication, particularly in the assessment appeal issue. We're working with the clerk of the board and the CEO on a new system to manage the appeals and tracking them, just because of the sheer numbers. And I've been kind of hammering that why 5,000 looks like a lot this year. If you think about it as a ratio of the number of reductions we made, we're probably going to have a similar ratio next year, which means the appeals may nearly double. Sorry about that, but could be a lot worse. The prioritizing of the workload is basically done in the view of our statutory requirements and also the taxpayers' rights. The key is we want to get our assessments to the proper level. And a little bit of something I mentioned before, but that proper level is actually why we have some decline. We in effect will be reducing on top of the reductions last year. Last year we reduced taxpayers' bills by over $30 million. This year we're reducing them another $50 million. So, in effect you could say our taxpayers this next coming year, with the two combined, they're going to be looking at like an $80 million less in taxes than they would have paid if they were at their maximum Prop 13 assessment. Now, that's all about getting them at the proper level. And while that may seem kind of like something to think about a while and to digest, it really is two things. One is it reduces the overall demand later, and it certainly reduces the risk, because the risk is an avalanche of appeals to which the assessor gets buried, which we fall behind our timelines. And I have a little bit of a history I want to go into a little later about that. A couple things to keep in mind, though, is risk rises rapidly as we fall behind. We need to maintain critical mass. There's a point at which we stay able to keep up with it, even with changing priorities. And then there's a tipping point. My big concern is if we ever get to the place where reduction in resources causes us to tip below the point of being able to keep up, even with taking shortcuts in reducing time allocations for assignments, then the fall behind is a big problem. Just a couple of examples of how big the appeals thing can be. And think of it, we're about 1/10 of LA, but in Los Angeles County in '96, in 1 year, they reduced their assessment roll by $17 billion. Now, keep in mind that property values are pretty much twice what they were then. So if we're 1/10 of them, that would be, $1.7 billion for us times 2 would be $3.4 billion of roll value could be in a big year. In terms of taxes, that's a substantial amount of property tax. Orange County had a problem in that same time period. It's called the bunker case. That was actually part of a deal where the clerk of the board was just overwhelmed with quantity of work. The assessor had reduced budgets. The combined, combination of issues resulted in assessments not being handled timely. So a number of assessments ended up being enrolled at what the taxpayer, because they weren't done within 2 years, what the taxpayer had put in their application. Orange County's share of that cost, and they're a fairly low tax increment county, was $10 million. In our own county, about 5 years ago, we had some fairly large cuts. The assessor reduced staff. Some of our work we discovered we hadn't accomplished within the close of the roll, so we did what's standard practice. We did assessment roll correction. Went on the roll, taxpayer paid their taxes. One big property was within a redevelopment district in Oxnard. The city of Oxnard, or the redevelopment district, sued the county about that. So those kind of issues become complicated when entities, our many stakeholders, are depending on this revenue as well. And if things aren't handled timely, those are part of the risk. It's just part of that risk picture that we want to be real clear on. So there's risks of the refund issues that affect all the stakeholders. There's the true-up when the auditor does the work on apportionment and gets caught up in any refunds that occurred because of assessment appeals that are in favor of the applicant. Those numbers all come home to roost, and they start affecting cash flow. They start affecting the balances. So those are the risk issues that we're all looking at when we look at property tax administration. Right now, in the current amount of appeals I have on the books, I have about $3.2 billion at risk. So $32 million, of which the county share would probably be, the county general fund would be about $8 million of that. The fire department would be probably another, $3 million, I guess, of that then. So there's all these issues are part of when I say it's very important the assessor keep up with his workload in this growing environment, and I'm quite willing to reorganize work, reprioritize, assign, what used to take whatever was the amount of hours applied to something, now it's 80%, and then it went to 70% of time to do it. But when you start cutting, the more you cut, the more you put at risk. So we don't, we got to watch the risk factor.
Mr. Chair, can I ask you a question? Dan, when you said that 3.2 at risk, is that already been calculated into what that?
No. This is totally,
additional?
It's not a part of any of the budget planning. In fact, that's why it's important for our county, for our county auditor, which she is mindful of, what are potential issues. She particularly wants to know about any big ones that are coming up. But if the assessor isn't able to provide a strong defense, especially on a substantial property, shopping centers, major golf courses, hotels, a lot of these things, and the taxpayers' representatives are much more convincing than the assessor, then the board's going to make a decision. So at this point in time, I've put as much resources as I can and still get my rest of my work done, but at the same time, I put pressure on my appraisers doing appeals to not overly budget time for them, to try to be wise about that.
Right, I understand the time for. I guess what I was just asking is, there's a possibility that you could come back to us and say we have another $8 million reduction in property tax.
Well, it'll actually kind of go a different way.
Oh.
What will happen is the auditor will say, I've just been issuing refunds, and these are cash checks that she's authorizing, and it'll come out of the account separate from that. See, it'll be a roll that I've closed. I'm all done with it. I turn that roll in, and then it gets appealed. Clerk of the board manages the appeals log. That comes out, and any decisions that are made, there's a refund. If there's a refund made, the check's issued, and then there's an apportionment, and so the stakeholders that are all involved, then they all get a notice as to their
But I guess either way, it's less cash to us, right, Paul? If that.
Yeah, we're good. But I guess my question would be that I think that 3.2 billion is the total amount.
That would be the maximum at risk. The probable is shrunk by the proportionate by the ratio of effort I can put into defending the cases. So I minimize the risk by presenting a reasonable defense.
Well, but I mean, there's things out there like hotels.
Right.
I was just talking to some hotel guys the other day. He said, "Why do I build a hotel? I could buy a hotel. It's 30 cents on the dollar now." I mean, so there is some real property value.
Oh yeah, there's some real discussions to be had about the values.
Okay. I guess I was just looking at the bottom line is that we're going to see, but we're not going to see $8 million. No, I would expect. Okay, that's all.
But you probably should budget something. I mean, I would budget. You should budget for some cash to be called on. I don't know the amount. That's okay.
I was just wondering if you could tell us what your success rate is in front of the Assessment Appeals Board.
I don't know. I know it's not a number that I track, and it's kind of intentional. I mean, the clerk of the board is the custodian of that record. I think it's a little bit of a. I don't want to create a conflict there. Maybe we leave that.
Yeah, I have
This
the
is Wheaton Kanoy, Deputy Assessor and Services.
Yeah, appeals is under my jurisdiction here. I have been tracking the appeals performance before the Assessment Appeals Board, and of those cases that did come before the Assessment Appeals Board, the value that was sustained by the Assessment Appeals Board is about 95% of the enrolled value.
95%. Yes, we've been winning 95%, or been sustained at 95%
the value.
Right. Yeah. So, and that's part of why, if you own apartment buildings and it's 100% occupied, you probably don't have the right rents. And if it's 30% occupied, you're probably asking too much. Anyway, there's a balance, there's an optimum. I'm kind of thinking we're in a place where we're probably putting out about the right amount of effort to defend our assessments. You know, a 95% ratio actually sounds pretty good. I wasn't quite sure it was at that number, and so I didn't know the number. So anyway, but that's an item we watch, and that's of course a bit of a discretionary item, because some of my mandates, they have to be done first. For example, the reduction in value on under Prop 8, that is an absolute annual mandate. The level of defense is where there's some variableness or some option on the assessor part. Maybe just a couple more things I wanted to pass along. You probably have the copy of the outline, I think, in front of you, where I did just sort of a brief outline of what I was going to share. Talked about I mentioned the clerk of the board, and the importance of being sure that her resources are able to keep up with what's ahead. I am thinking the next year is going to be an increase. The cost of property tax administration is the other point I wanted you to understand, is that it's shared. Maybe you already knew that. Maybe you weren't that clear. About a third of our budget is covered by cities, special districts. That's why I presented that list that would kind of give you a perspective where you'd see the contribution that's being made by the many entities. And of course, as a result, they have a real interest in making sure that property tax administration is done correctly. And I think as the state presses down on everybody's property tax revenue, they're going to become even more inclined to scrutinize what's their allocation of property tax, and what's being held back, and what's the cost of it. And so all those areas are areas that, as long as we stay on top of it, we do a prudent professional job, we minimize the risk of being in any kind of positions that we don't want to be in with all these stakeholders. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions for the assessor?
Question I have. And the $3.2 billion, is that the amount of property that you're looking at, or the potential?
That's the difference between what we assessed at, Mr. Zaragoza. We assessed the property at a number, and the taxpayers have said, I think it's worth this instead.
So the difference
is the $3.2 billion. And if we're able to be sustained on 95% of it, there'll still be some refund, but it'd only be.
So we're doing good then.
Yeah. It'd be, in effect, for the county general fund, it would be about 5% of $8 million.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to ask a question here, and I hope you take it in the right spirit. If you err on the high side on the you've got this sort of spectrum. If you're on the high side, you're more likely to get appeals and that kind of stuff, and you don't want that to happen. I'm just asking in general, assessors across the board.
Right.
If they are on the low side, like you said, nobody complains, nobody says anything, et cetera. What is the incentive? Are there any built-in incentives besides the normal just wanting to do good government of the department and you to try to make sure that the role is really accurate? It's not being a little bit lowballed, because a little bit lowballed means less hassle and all of that stuff. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, well, that's a very good question. As usual, you're very perceptive. There's the more an assessor loses resources, and a great example I'll give you is in Stanislaus County. My colleague there is looking at a substantial reduction in his ability to do his workload. I mean, he's almost like throwing my hands up in the air, I don't know what to do. And the only way he can close the roll is probably be conservative on his value conclusions as a general thing. Now, it's not that you tell people under-assess it, but value by its nature is a range. And in the market we're in right now, when you have the preponderance of residential comps in some neighborhoods are foreclosures, that kind of data is even more wide-ranging in its indications of value for each home you appraise. So you got this wider range, and it'd be very easy to justify concluding towards the low end of the range, which is going to result in less appeals, which will give you thousands less phone calls to deal with, which gives you an ability to manage the amount of work you have with the reduced resources. So that is out there. Now, there's a state audit too.
Any evidence you can give us that would give us some comfort that that's not happening?
Yeah,
in
when
your office?
we were just reviewed by the state, they identified the Ventura County at 99, basically 99 point something percent of. They go and assess appraise a bunch of properties, compare them to what we have them assessed at, and the total of it. Do you know the number more precise? It was 99 point something percent.
1.5%.
So is that done annually by the state?
It's not done annually. It's a cyclical thing. They survey various counties. And so
When's the last time they did Ventura?
our report, I think, was last year. Actually, all the board members got a copy. The grand jury got a copy of that report. So I have
So
board
when that
equalization looks
report
over my shoulder to say I'm not giving it away. Yes,
When that report comes out, we're provided with
you're
that.
automatically given a copy, right? And the grand jury, the governor, the attorney general.
I'd just like to make a request. When that report comes out,
It's
let's just bring it here. Let's do it.
It
Let's
came
do it
out
publicly.
last year, I believe.
Yeah,
So
I'm just saying, somehow, obviously, I'm not aware of it, so somehow, I mean,
We
a
can
ton
look
of
for
stuff comes across our desk every day, so I'd love to have it, but let's just bring it here and put it on the agenda. I think it'd be good for you, and it'd be
Sounds
good motivation and everything else, right?
Well, I think it's definitely because we have so many stakeholders, and when everything's going up, it's easy. Nobody worries about it. My concern is, and I know I expressed a long time ago, and maybe it's my private sector background. I don't want to be sued. I don't like being sued. And I know I mentioned quite a few years ago at a budget thing about something about being sued, and it was a little bit misunderstood because I didn't communicate it very well. And I didn't mean the board being sued. I meant the assessor being sued. And it's, and this is the kind of situation too where these stakeholders are going to be scrutinizing their funds, and it's
Well, that's a classic example of sort of a conflict in that you don't want to be sued on a personal level, and then we want you to be right, spot on, accurate, and you have a greater chance of being sued if you're right, spot on, accurate than if you're if you're below right, spot on.
right.
Accurate.
But if I that's true. That's a good point.
And nobody's going to sue you if you're below, but you're going to get sued.
Well, the stakeholders will sue me if I'm too far below. The taxpayers sue me if I'm too high.
Yeah, but it's not very. That's not as obvious for the stakeholders in terms of that. So okay, great.
Okay.
Well, that'd be. I'd love to make sure that we have that on the agenda. When it comes out. So it came out last year. Is it every 2 years,
No,
5
it's
years? How
not. There's a couple of things into it. There's a few years in the cycle, or there's random drawings. Sometimes you get drawn as a random county to be surveyed. I think maybe the easiest thing might be able to do is we can look for. Are there some particular parts that you want to see, or would you like a discussion on the?
Just want to deal with this issue of it's not you, it's human nature that I'm just trying to deal with.
Look at the other one. Yeah, maybe a copy.
Well, I'm like I say, I want to get the things at the proper level, and that's for all my constituents.
Great. Good. Thank you very
sir.
much. All right.
Any other?
All right. No, we don't have anything for closed session. We can adjourn. Right. All right. We need to receive and file. Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. We didn't do too bad today on the stay on time competition, I might point out. If we would have started at 12 minutes, we lost it. Supervisor Foy was late at lunch. Would be right at 4 o'clock, right? All right, everybody, have a good week. We'll see you next week. We're adjourned.